Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Parliament of Canada Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce legislation to address floor crossing, with thanks to the Honourable Member for Vancouver East for seconding. It's elementary that in a democracy, elections are the primary opportunity for voters to express their democratic choice. So, when parliamentarians cross the floor to join a different party than they were elected with, they unilaterally alter the will of their electors. And the corrosive effects in our democracy are profound. Voters lose trust in elections, the prospect that MPs have been enticed by backroom deals emerges, and the idea that only government members get resources for their constituencies brings pork barrel politics to the table. Recently, the very balance of power in this House was changed not by voters at the ballot box, but by political operatives in back rooms. While that may not be illegal, it is undeniably undemocratic. This bill will ban floor crossing, will not ban floor crossing nor the ability to sit as an independent. The latter is a valid protection against party oppression and to preserve matters of conscience. It would simply require those who wish to join another party's caucus to seek the approval of their constituents through a by-election. If an MP who wishes to join another party believes they have valid reasons for doing so, they should have no problem putting that choice to the test of their voters where it should be. I urge all members to support this important measure to protect the democratic rights of Canadian voters.
Hear, hear. Excellent bill.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time?
Right now.
At the next sitting of the...
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Normandin, appuyée par...
Ms. Normandin, seconded by Monsieur Perron, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Clarity Act. This bill is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I am pleased to rise today to introduce the bill, An Act to Repeal the Clarity Act. It seeks simply to repeal the Clarity Act, which enables Parliament to reject the expression of the popular will. By a simple vote, 50+1, there are two parts to the Clarity Act. First of all, before a referendum is held, it enables the House of Commons to determine if the question is sufficiently clear. It's exceptionally paternalistic. It impugns the intelligence of the public because it implies that the public is not intelligent enough to understand a question. The second part is for after a referendum, and it enables the federal government to consider that the majority is not clear. Given all sorts of factors, the government could decide that the result was not clear enough. And this enables the government, with just 343 votes in this House, with potentially a few votes determining the majority, to override the will of the public. Basic democratic principles were brought up by the National Assembly of Quebec. Both Federalists and Nationalists in the National Assembly reject the Clarity Act. They would remind us all that 50% plus one is a clear majority and that Quebec should be able to make choices about its own future. Our legislation here simply seeks to get rid of this democratic aberration and abomination. Madame Normandin, seconded by Monsieur Perron, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted. First reading of this bill.
Reading of this bill.
Projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Waiting for the cameras to switch over. There you go. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 12th time on behalf of the people of Dauphin, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. Residents of Dauphin and the Parkland region are demanding that the Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that have fueled a surge in crime throughout their communities. Since 2015, there has been a 54% increase in violent crime and a 75% increase in sexual assaults across Canada. Petitioners are deeply concerned by what they read in their local papers, including a November report that Dauphin RCMP are searching for a wanted man with a separate arrest warrant, 3 separate arrest warrants. Our once safe communities are now turned into places where people fear for their lives, that the government's catch and release policies have allowed violent repeat offenders to be out on bail instead of in jail. Mr. Speaker, the people of Dauphin and the Parkland region demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I fully support the good people of Dauphin.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Rise for the good people in Simcoe Grey and more precisely Clearview Township. I have a petition here to present once again where there's a deep concern in the community. Department of National Defence has purchased 700 acres of prime farmland to build an over-the-horizon radar cistern. That's phase 1. In order to phase 2 to be successful, they need up to another 3,000. And the residents in that area have been asked to sell. They have no interest, and their fear is expropriation, similar to the Alto rail line. So there's deep concerns here because it's prime farmland. Number one, also it's right beside the menacing wetlands, extreme environmental spot, and we don't think, and I don't think, that they've looked at all options in other locations that would do this. So they're asking that the stop the building of the over-the-horizon site on the already purchased property, prevent further acquisition of prime farmland in the building of the over-horizon site on the prime farmland in Clearview Township, and register the previously purchased property with the Ontario Farmland Trust to preserve its agricultural status. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Burlington. Can't hear.
The first, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents in Burlington who want to reaffirm their support for the Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. They want the House to know that they request that all future budgets include adequate funding that keeps up with inflation and allows for the growth of the program. They believe it is essential to the healthy development of children, to the economic value of women entering the labor force, and to alleviate the affordability crisis that is affecting the well-being of families and communities across Canada. They deeply believe in the Canada-wide early learning and childcare program and ask that the House affirms their belief in this program as well. I will take this occasion to present a second petition. It is an e-petition, and the petitioners note that in January 2026, widespread human rights protests in Iran were met with state violence, including arrests, torture, enforced disappearances, and killings of 30,000 plus civilians. They state that the Iranian regime simultaneously shut down internet and telecoms, stifling witnesses, victims, preventing access for Iranians to reliable information and communication abroad. They are calling on the Government of Canada to publicly condemn the Islamic regime's ongoing human rights violations, using state violence and shutdown of digital and telecommunications. They demand the immediate restoration of internet access and telecoms to ensure governmental transparency and civilian safety, the cessation of lethal force against Iranian dissidents, and release of all political prisoners and detainees. They publicly support the Iranian people's right to determine their own political future, free from violence and repression. They call on the government to expand targeted sanctions, enforce accountability measures against those responsible for human rights abuses, and to pursue the above actions with international partners supporting R2P. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. First, from the good people of Vancouver Kingsway, over 600 residents signed a petition pointing out that the military strikes on Iran have caused significant civilian casualties and widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, schools, water systems, and heritage sites. And they point out that the war threatens irreversible harm to the civilian population, including children, women, and political prisoners, and poses grave risks to regional stability. They want this House to know that Iran's future must be determined by Iranians themselves, free from both foreign military intervention and domestic repression. And they're calling on this government to urgently advocate for an immediate ceasefire and an end to all military strikes on Iranian territory, and to use Canada's influence to facilitate a durable regional peace through multilateral engagement. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by over 30,000 Canadians who point out that the Canadian Charter of Rights exists to protect individuals and minority communities from discriminatory laws. They are concerned about recent legislation enacted by the governments of Alberta and Saskatchewan that, in their view, restricts the rights, dignity, and safety of transgender and gender-diverse people, particularly children and youth, including access to gender-affirming and medically appropriate health care. They note that the provincial governments have invoked the notwithstanding clause to shield that legislation from judicial review, thus preventing charter challenges. So they want this House to urge the government to exercise its disallowance power under Section 90 of the Constitution Act to better protect the rights of transgender and gender-diverse people in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise on behalf of the people of Richmond Hill South and the almost 10,000 people across Canada who have signed this petition, where petitioners are concerned about when a member of Parliament crossing the floor to join a different political party significantly alters the representation chosen by the electorate without providing voters the opportunity to reconsider that choice, and such that partisan affiliation can undermine democratic accountability, and Canadian citizens and residents require a formal mechanism to hold members of Parliament accountable when a fundamental change in party membership occurs mid-term. Therefore, petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to, number one, introduce legislation to establish a recall mechanism for any member of Parliament who leaves their caucus to join another political party. Number two, mandate that a recall petition process be automatically triggered within an electoral district once a member of Parliament formally joins a different political party than the one under which they were elected. Number three, establish a requirement that if a recall petition receives signatures equivalent to at least 20% of the total votes cast in that riding during the previous federal election within 90 days, the seat shall be automatically vacated. And number four, require that a by-election be called immediately following a successful recall petition to allow voters to determine their representation under the altered circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to table this petition signed by many people across Vancouver Island and Canada, and they're highlighting that approximately 165,000 new cases of brain injury annually are happening in Canada, and that health and community service providers require more education regarding the intersection of brain injury, mental health, and addiction. They also highlight, Mr. Speaker, that survivors and families are often left to navigate fragmented systems with little to no support, leading to further deterioration in health, housing, and economic stability. They've been calling, Mr. Speaker, for this to be in the budget, and they're hoping it's in the budget this fall. They're also supporting Bill C-206, my bill to develop a national strategy to support and improve brain injury awareness, prevention, and treatment, as well as the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with brain injury. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Questions on the order paper?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on economic policies, standing in the name of Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan, seconded by Mr. Patzer, moves that the House recognize that the Liberal Prime Minister has given Canada the 1. Only economy in recession in the G7, 2. Worst household debt in the G7, 3. worst housing costs in the G7. Number 4, second highest unemployment in the G7, a third higher than in the United States. Accordingly, the House call on the Liberal Prime Minister to immediately present a plan to reverse all the economic policies of the Liberal government, which have given Canada the G7's worst economy. The honourable member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to inform you I'm going to be splitting my time with my great friend and decent hockey player, the member from Swift Current Grasslands, Kindersley. Madam Speaker, where is this Prime Minister? He's been hiding and ducking and dodging since Friday morning. This is the guy that was supposed to be a master negotiator, the guy that would get a deal done. He said he was the guy that would get Canada back on track. And he was the guy with he said he was the man with a plan. But it all turned out to be a sham at the end of the day. Because Friday morning, Canadians got the devastating news, something that they've been already feeling in the last 10 years under this incompetent Liberal government, that Canada is in a full-blown Liberal recession. In fact, this Liberal Prime Minister is the only leader in the entire G7 to drive the economy into a full-blown recession. All the other G7 countries face the exact same external pressures, the exact same tariffs, yet why is it that this Prime Minister, who was supposed to be the guy, plunged our economy into a recession when no other country, and in fact, in the entire OECD, Canada is only one of 2 countries that are in a recession now. And, you know, Liberal pundits and their paid media, they'll keep saying this is just a technical one, a technical recession. But what is a technical recession? I mean, this full-blown Liberal recession meets the criteria with 2 consecutive quarters of a shrinking economy. But let's look at the time since this Prime Minister took power. 3 out of those 4 quarters since he became Prime Minister, the economy has shrunk. Business investment has declined for 5 straight quarters. $20 billion of net investment has fled the country since he's become Prime Minister. Just in the first 3 months of this year, 120,000 jobs are gone. 48,000 are people that are still looking for work as well. This Prime Minister delivered to Canada to have the 2nd worst unemployment in the entire G7. He is the 1st worst when it comes to housing cost. And entire G7, Canada under this Prime Minister is the worst when it comes to Canadian household debt. Now let's dig into that a little bit. What does this recession mean? It may be technical to the paid media, but in Canadian terms, it's that single mom that has to put groceries back because she can't afford them, or she has to buy in portions every week. Because the cost of living has skyrocketed under the Liberals. Food costs, housing costs, everyday life is more expensive because of Liberal taxes and Liberal failure in their policies. It's the dad in Windsor who's lost his job. He's one of the 120,000 people in the first 3 months of this year under this Liberal government who lost their job, who has to sit around the dinner table explaining to the kids of how many things they can't do over the summer, how many vacations they can't have, because he's more worried about how he's going to pay the bills, pay his mortgage or rent, and how he's going to put food on that table. It's that the mom that just got laid off that was barely hanging on. It could be one of those Canadians that are just $200 away from insolvency, a majority of Canadians who are $200 away from insolvency. It could be one of those 2.2 million Canadians who are waiting in a food bank line every single month that might even go up now because of the job losses under this government. This Prime Minister sold himself to be something different. He said he wouldn't be like the previous guy. He's actually worse. So he's right in one sense, but he's worse. Not only is he spending more, if you can believe that or not, he doubled the deficit that Justin Trudeau left. Then he corrected himself in the update and then became the 2nd worst as well, having the 2nd worst deficit in Canadian history outside of COVID. That's more costs, more debt, more taxes on Canadians, more of the same, and it's all on the Canadian credit card. And he doesn't care. This guy is better at going around, shaking a lot of hands, signing a bunch of fake papers, and jet-setting around the world. But it doesn't just stop at jet-setting around the world. He makes sure he has the finest meals on those planes. In fact, he just recently spent $200,000 on fine dining in those plane rides. While Canadians are lining up in record numbers at food banks, and even the food banks are running out of food now. Yet he gets to live lavishly, jet-setting around the world, pretending like he's doing something. And after all that showboating, all of that show, at the end of the day, he plunged Canada's economy into a full-blown liberal recession. These are families that are affected, that have been affected from before. And in fact, if you look at the business community, for consecutive quarters, there are more businesses closing in Canada than are opening. Business insolvencies are up. People are starting to miss their mortgage payments. People are starting to miss their credit card payments. The cost of everyday life has only gotten worse under this incompetent Liberal Prime Minister. In fact, if you look at the debt loads, that's why Canada has the highest debt load in the entire G7. Because of Liberal policies, the cost of food is way up. Housing is way up. And just those two pieces alone, now they make up about 120% of one person's income. 120%. What does that mean? Someone's entire paycheck gets eaten up, and then they have to either borrow or put on credit for food or other essentials. And then that just piles up, and piles up. And then they start missing payments, which is exactly what's happening now. Now, the amount of defaults or delinquencies and insolvencies, they're all up. We haven't seen some of these numbers since 2009, when we literally had a global financial crisis. And the difference back then was we had a really responsible conservative government that knew where to spend money, that knew how to create jobs at the time. We never seen an inflation crisis under the last time this happened. I don't remember an inflation crisis. I don't remember interest rates spiking at the highest and fastest rate in Canadian history. That medal goes to this incompetent Liberal government. Because all they do is spend, because it doesn't mean anything to them. This Prime Minister is more concerned about his banker, bondholder, and Brookfield buddies than he is about the average everyday Canadian. And in fact, this is the same Prime Minister that sold the illusion that he was the guy that was going to deal with Donald Trump. He was all elbows up. Now everything is down, including our economy. We're in a recession, and now he's all Team Trump. In fact, now he's parroting Donald Trump. Now it's make America great again. But what about Canada? We might as well get him a MAGA hat. You're right.
We'll just borrow
and
Candace's.
Madam Speaker,
Does Candace still have hers?
what we're asking for today is this incompetent Liberal Prime Minister to present a plan. Stop hiding. Come out of the witness protection program. You are supposed to be leading this G7 country, the same one that you've drove into a recession. Tell Canadians what your plan is. Conservatives have a plan. If they want a plan that'll help us get out of this mess that they created, they can take our plan, take credit for it. They can put their stamp on it. But at least Canadians will have a future that is more safe and more affordable. What Conservatives will do is end the anti-development laws that the Liberals passed, like Bill C-69, Bill C-48, that doesn't let our product leave the West Coast, doesn't let pipelines get built. We're going to get rid of the industrial carbon tax that makes the cost of everything more expensive. We're going to lower taxes for individuals, small businesses, and for corporations so we can create the business environment that we need. We're going to introduce a law that any time a Canadian company reinvest their capital gains in Canada, they will not have to pay those capital gains. They can defer them so we can create better jobs and better economy right here in Canada. And of course, we're going to put an end to all the Liberal waste. The billions and billions of dollars that go to Liberal connected insiders in consultant fees because their ministers are too incompetent to create plans of their own. the boondoggle of a project that's Alto that they've rewarded, a project that hasn't even started yet. They've already shoveled out millions in bonuses to. We're going to put an end to this Liberal corruption. They can take our plan and let's get working for Canadians together. It's time for the Prime Minister to come out of hiding and present a plan.
Comments, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
You know, it would be a lot easier to take the Conservatives at their word, Madam Speaker, if they didn't seem giddy about the fact that we're in the position that we're in. You know, I see on Friday, right after the Statistics Canada had announced this news, the leader of the opposition ran out like almost excited, like he was happy that we were in this position. He started challenging reporters when they were just basically asking him questions. They're laughing at it now. A question that was asked by a reporter was, well, are you overblowing this a little bit based on what the economists are saying? To which the leader of the opposition then said, well, what outlet are you with? And then they were going to stand there and accuse us of employing the Donald Trump tactics. Look at what they're literally doing. So my question to the member is, does he not think that perhaps just a little bit the Conservatives are overplaying their hand with this in the degree of excitement that they are showing for the circumstances that we are in right now?
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Madam Speaker, let me humble that out-of-touch mega Liberal. After 11 years of this incompetent Liberal government, no one is giddy anymore. No one is excited anymore. No one has anything to smile for. The 2.2 million Canadians waiting in a food bank line, they're not giddy. The dad that just lost his job because of incompetent Liberal policies, they're not excited or they're not giddy. The mom that has to put food back because she can't afford it for this week, she's not giddy. Conservatives are standing up for those Canadians because of bad Liberal policies that drove us into recession, that drove record numbers of people into the food bank and made more people food insecure today than we've ever seen in this country before. That's what Conservatives are standing up for.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Levant.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Calgary for his wonderful speech. You know what you always hear, what we always hear from these Liberals is, Canadians have never had it so good. And now that we've been talking about how Canada was on the wrong track and we are in a full-fledged recession because of these Liberal policies, they think this side is giddy. No, we're just disappointed. We've been bringing up stories about how everyday Canadians are finding it hard to meet ends for years and years, how taxes are burdening mothers and fathers, how the carbon tax, remember the consumer carbon tax? Well, they want all the credit for taking it away. They put it in place in the first place. They took thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars out of families' budgets every year, and now they want to think like Canadians are giddy that we're in a recession. No, it is such a difficult time right now for people around the country, and this Prime Minister is so out of touch, he won't answer a question about the recession, and when he did talk about it, about 3 weeks ago, he said Canadians' affordability has never had it so good. So could my colleague please respond to how out of touch this Prime Minister actually is?
Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you to my good friend from Regina Levant for that tough but fair question. And he's absolutely right. At a time when the Prime Minister needs to present a plan to Canadians for plunging them into this Liberal recession, he's hiding. In fact, just yesterday, he did the whole Biden point where you're going when you get asked a question and just walk that way. What he needs to do is present a plan. And my colleagues started off by saying they copied our plan when we said axe a carbon tax. That's where they started. Let's put some other solutions in front of them right now. Cancel the industrial carbon tax. Bring down the cost of food and everyday life. Cancel all the anti-development laws that this Liberal government put in place that doesn't let a new pipeline, a new mine, a new dam, any infrastructure get built. Cancel Bill C-69. Get rid of the tanker ban, Bill C-48, which my colleague from Calgary has a bill currently in this House to get rid of, so we can get our product not just to the West Coast, but off the West Coast into the Asian markets. Get rid of the industrial carbon tax so that we can make Canada more competitive. The world needs what Canada has. We just need the Liberal government to get out of the way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre. Yes.
South Centre. That's
South
right,
Centre.
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'm just curious to ask my colleague. The opposition has been talking a lot, understandably, as have we, about the importance of the development of the natural resource sector. The implementation agreement that we've negotiated recently with the government of Alberta is contingent upon some important factors that will ensure we find balance between that development and environmental protection. So I'm just curious, Madam Speaker, when my colleague across the way talks about scrapping all of these policies that are contingent upon a pipeline being able to be developed in partnership with the Premier of Alberta who supports it, does he disagree with the Premier of Alberta in relation to that question? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Madam Speaker, I think the only thing I can really agree with that member about what he said was the fact that the Liberals have just talked about natural resources. Us on this side of the House, we're all about action. Anywhere you go inside...
We are going to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grassland Skindersley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor and a privilege to be able to rise on behalf of the great people of Southwest and West Central Saskatchewan to talk about the opposition motion that we have forward here today. But before I do so, Madam Speaker, I just want to take a few moments here to just offer our sincere condolences to the families in Pelican Narrows who were impacted by a shooting that happened up there yesterday. Our thoughts and prayers are with the community and with the families of the victim up there. So I just wanted to start off by acknowledging that. So what are we doing here today? We are talking about a recession. And the Prime Minister himself, in an interview with BBC when he was over in England, said himself the definition of the technical definition of a technical recession is 2 straight quarters of negative or flat GDP growth. That's it. Pretty simple. So what do we got here in Canada? Well, let's take a look. Real GDP fell 0.1 in Q1, and the quarter before that it fell roughly about 1%. So based on the Prime Minister, his own words, meets the definition of a technical recession. So that's what we got. So the Prime Minister has been in power for a little over a year. He's supposed to be the grand master economist that was going to save Canada. He was bold enough to stand at the microphones and say that, the United States, they're on track for a recession, but Canada is not. But we might have some impact by what's happening in the States, but they're headed for a recession and we're not. That's what he said. And that was right around the election time. So that was one of the first things he was trying to sell to Canadians. And, okay, so let's look at his track record. When he was over in England, he said that, Brexit was going to be a massive recession, or what he calls a massive recession. Well, he was wrong. But with what I just told about what he said about the United States, he was wrong. He said Canada was not going to enter a recession. Guess what? He was wrong, because here we are right now. His very own definition that the Prime Minister said has been met, 2 straight quarters of negative or flat growth. So it's right there. I'm just quoting the Prime Minister. I know it's hard for the member to actually grasp his own leader, but that's what his own leader said. I'm only quoting his own leader. If he doesn't like it, he can take it up with the Prime Minister. Here. So let's talk a little bit more about some of the signs and the markers that we've been seeing when we talk to Canadians. So in Q1, and we've been telling the government for a couple years now that the pressures on households are getting to be very, very tight. And what we saw in Q1 was over 37,000 Canadians filed for insolvency just in Q1. That's the highest it's been since 2009 when there was an actual global recession, the housing market crash around the globe. Hasn't been that high since then. That's what we're seeing. When we look at household debt, let's take a look at that. Canadian household debt is 103% of GDP. Canadian non-mortgage debt is $43,300, up from $40,200 2 years ago, which is already a crazy high number. Now, when you look at homeowners, and you look at the snapshot for just homeowners, non-mortgage debt is $82,400, up 19% in 2 years. Canadians are feeling the pressure, and they're putting it on their credit card. But you know what? It would appear that they're just following what the government is doing, because what has the government done? They've been living off of the credit card that the taxpayers basically provide them. Every single announcement that this government makes, Madam Speaker, is borrowed money. The government has been running on constant deficits for a very long time. And we saw a little bit of a recent influx in government revenues because oil prices have gone a little bit higher. And the government has actually benefited from that. What did they do? They spent it. They blew it. Still sitting at almost $80 billion deficit for this year. for this year alone. Let's take a look at what the national debt looks like. Canada is over $1.3 trillion in debt. And that number is massively rising every single day. Now let's take a look at the Bank of Canada. What's the Bank of Canada telling us? Well, there's $523 billion worth of debt that is about to be, that has to be refinanced. And it was refinanced when the former Prime Minister said that, debt or interest rates are at all-time lows, Glenn. 1%. It's now being recalled at 3%. So the share for every Canadian is going, just on that number alone, is going from $1,500 to $1,900 because of that jump from 1% to 3%. That's going to have a massive impact. And that's just on the short term. There's other longer term interest that's going to be up for renewal as the years go on. And those rates are going to be higher and higher and higher. So we've got a continually snowballing and cascading effect that is going to rock Canadian households. But let's take another look at what's happening in the business world. Okay, business capital investment, it fell 0.7% in Q1, which was the 5th straight quarter that business investment in Canada has fallen. Wow. And this comes after 10 years run with this Liberal government where foreign direct investment with over $1 trillion left Canada. For every dollar that came in, $2 left. And that's what we're seeing here. That's the byproduct of what's happening here today. And when you look at some of the other stats, when you look at the Bank of Canada, a few others, they mentioned that government spending was down 2.5%, and that's what caused a bit of a drop in GDP. Well, the fact that it's government spending that also is driving that shows that the government is the one that's trying to artificially prop up the economy. The private sector is struggling. We're not seeing the massive private sector investment. There's a couple projects here and there, but we're just not seeing the large-scale investment that is required. So let's take a look at what the Liberals wanted to do. Coming out of the election, they said they wanted to build at speeds not yet seen. So what did they propose to this House? Bill C-5. They said they needed Bill C-5 because that was going to allow them to do what? To override their own bad laws that they put in place because they recognize that it's the problem. They said we need Bill C-5 so we can circumvent our own laws that we created. Wait a second. So we said, well, it'd be better if you just scrap the bad laws, but we'll play ball, we'll help you out. So we worked with the government to pass Bill C-5. We put some safeguards there to make sure that the Prime Minister wasn't greasing the palms of his buddies at Brookfield. But, so we helped them pass Bill C-5. Then they put a list of projects onto the list. And let's take a look here. There's a couple LNG projects on there, and they've been on that list now for well over 250 days. We're closing on the point where it's been almost a year with some of these projects being listed, and no movement. Nothing is happening. So Germany has come here and they said again they want our LNG, and this government said sure. This time we'll work with you to make sure that you get some LNG. When did they say that they would deliver the LNG to Germany? Sometime in the 2030s. No fixed date because they don't actually know. Well, what did Germany do? The last time that the former Prime Minister said there's no business case, Germany went home and built an import terminal in 194 days. Wow. That's a shorter amount of time than the projects have been on the major projects office with nothing being done. So what have Conservatives done? Well, we proposed the Canadian Sovereignty Act because we wanted to help the government get out of their own way. Okay, we proposed that the same way as we're doing here today with an opposition day motion to give the government a template to kind of get the ball rolling, to help them get advancing the football down the field per se. They voted against it. They had an opportunity to take another one of our great plans, implement it, and they voted no. They did take our advice, scrap the consumer carbon tax. Now they're saying this is one of the greatest cost-saving moves they've ever made because Conservatives were right. It was Conservatives who put the pressure on them to do it, and eventually they relented. So maybe if they would take the Canadian Sovereignty Act, which would repeal the bad laws like Bill C-69 and C-48, that would get them on the right track and get them going, because that's what Bill C-5 was supposed to be, the mechanism to help them circumvent those laws. So if they would implement the Canadian Sovereignty Act, it would get them in the right direction. It would also get rid of the industrial carbon tax, which we know is having some massive downward pressure on investment in Canada because there's nowhere else around the world that wants to have the same type of pricing mechanism that this government is going to enforce on Canadian industry. It's going to be devastating to Canadians. So if they want to take a look at what Conservatives are proposing, we've had some great ideas that would help them, and it probably would have helped them avoid entering this recession that has been made by this Liberal government. So if they want to work with us, we've got great ideas. They've said no to many of them, and now they have to pay for that, which means that Canadians have to pay for it because the government has no money. It's only because Canadians pay taxes and because they print money against the future of Canadians that they acquire any money. So at this point in time, if they want to get the economy rolling, they could take some of our great ideas that we propose, and that would actually help them to avoid this recession. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to ask one very specific question. First of all, what is this member's qualification to determine his world economic view? I'd like to see if he can provide me perhaps a list of studies that he's undertaken or degrees that he has achieved, because I think it's important that we take advice from folks that have a lot of knowledge, as our Prime Minister does, on world trading trends. And we often hear for the last several months, Mr. Speaker, about their plan. Can I ask that member, can you give me a copy of their plan today that they've been talking about for the last 2 months? I don't think they have a plan. It's a made-up plan with voodoo economics attached to it. So can he give me a copy of their economic plan today?
The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, that's a bit of a ridiculous question coming from that member who spent 26 years in a provincial government and destroyed Saskatchewan. That's his track record. Destroyed it. But you know what? Again, he takes issue with what I said. But guess what? I was quoting the Prime Minister. If he takes issue with what I was saying, I was quoting the Prime Minister. He should talk to his boss if he doesn't like what I was saying, because that's where I got it from. And if he wants to know what our plan is, just go back and look at the Blues. We have it right on record. We debated in this very house, and this member saying, "Oh, I've never seen your plan." Wake up and pay attention.
Order. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Levon.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the speech that was given by my good friend from Cypress Hills Grasslands, Swift Current. And the question we just got asked from the only Liberal in Saskatchewan who just asked about the qualifications of a member of Parliament. Our qualifications are we work hard and we get voted in by the people and we bring their voice to this House. My big problem with this member is he represents rural Saskatchewan, rural northern Saskatchewan, and he has voted against every common sense motion we had. He voted to add taxes to streaming services. He voted to not scrap the industrial carbon tax. He voted to keep the gun confiscation plan in place. So everything his people sent him here to support, Madam Speaker, he's voted against. I'd like some comments from my colleague on that.
Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Yeah, let's not forget about the snowbirds. What he said when the snowbirds were grounded, he said it was a very, very joyous and happy day when the snowbirds were canceled. That's what he said. So, yeah, let's take a look at some of the benefits of Saskatchewan. I mean, he represents the part of our province that should benefit the most because there's a lot of great resources in the north that could be developed. And the industrial carbon tax is going to hammer those projects in his riding. So it's shameful that he continues to prop up that policy. He's clearly not on Saskatchewan's side. Only Conservative members are truly on Saskatchewan's side.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to remind everyone that when the Conservatives were in power and also in the opposition like they are now, they made many decisions against Quebec's economy. They were opposed to the Davie site as part of the shipbuilding strategy, even though Davie is the greatest shipyard in Canada, and they were opposed to any public support for Bombardier when they were looking for liquidity, and we lost that contract to Airbus, and they were opposed to Quebec companies for maritime patrol aircraft. They were also ferociously against Quebec's energy policies. So I'd like to know if the Conservatives are now committing to be more favorable to Quebec economy in the future.
Well, yeah, let's talk a little bit about some of the some energy policy, because I think it's important. I think that member would agree with me that it's actually up to the provinces to decide what path they're going to go on. I mean, I know that Quebec has done a lot with hydroelectric, and they view hydrogen as, for example, as a plan to go forward. In Saskatchewan, we've got a lot of natural gas, we've got a lot of oil extraction that goes on. That's a provincial resource. It's up to the provincial government to deal with that. This federal government, the Liberal government, has been taking a top-down approach that is forcing provinces to take one path or a different path, but not the path that the provinces themselves actually want to choose. Resource extraction is up to the provinces and should be left to the provinces, and the Fed should just get out of the way.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in today's debate and to set the record straight in response to the opposition's frequent attempts to talk down the Canadian economy, Canadian industries, and Canadian workers. And just before I launch into my speech, I want to just take a moment here and thank my member from Northern Saskatchewan that's on this side of the House, who is by far the best representative for that province that we've seen in this House of Commons. He's advocated to ensure that Saskatchewan can supply uranium for the nuclear energy that India needs. He's advocated for our canola producers to ensure that we unlock the access to the Chinese market again for them. He's done an incredible job since he's joined this House, and members opposite should be ashamed for talking him down like they do to the Canadian economy every single day. While the members opposite seem to wake up every morning hoping for bad news in this country, on this side of the House, we wake up and we get down to work for Canadians every day. We know that Canada did not create the tariff and trade disputes that have knocked the global economy off its moorings. We also know on this side that Canada did not create the war in the Middle East. It seems obvious to say this in the House of Commons, but sometimes the obvious avoids the minds of the Conservative Party for some reason. Energy prices have pushed higher as a result of the war in the Middle East, again beyond our control, increased market volatility and geopolitical instability, fracturing supply chains and weighing on the global outlook across the world economy. Neither our economy nor any economy can escape the impact of these unfortunate developments. We cannot control everything that happens abroad, but what we do control is what we do here at home. And that's exactly what we're focused on. We're focused on what we can control. Madam Speaker, ascribing responsibility for the impact of world-shaking developments onto the Government of Canada is like seeing a bride dance with her father and concluding that the two are getting married. In short, it involves ignoring the full range of facts relevant to the analysis, which the Conservatives always seem to leave out, and jumping to the wrong conclusions. And that would be no way to run a country, Madam Speaker. The challenges being faced by Canadians and their government have their origins beyond our borders, Madam Speaker, and countries around the world are being hit, and in some cases, extremely hard. Now let's take, for example, some things that we know. We know the Canadian economy is highly integrated with our southern neighbors, making us even more susceptible to the impacts and the trade relationship that has often been one that we've relied on. That's why the most trade-exposed industry, think automotive, steel, aluminum, etc., are where the job losses are the most concentrated. But we also see half the sectors in our economy growing. Those are the ones that are less trade-exposed. They are expanding. Yet, despite these challenges that we see in the Canadian economy, with some of our industries being trade and tariff impacted and others growing at a time of crisis, the IMF still says that Canada has the strongest fiscal position in the G7 and expects Canada to record the strongest growth, the second strongest growth in the G7 in this year and the following year. The IMF believes, as we do, that the Canadian economy remains resilient with ongoing growth in household spending and business investment. In fact, we've seen consumer spending rise by 1.5% over the last quarter and is up nearly 2% year over year. We've also seen business investment, and Conservatives conveniently would ignore this fact, that business investment in new equipment and machinery and in IP protection is growing by over 10% this year. And that's a direct result of the productivity super deductions and immediate expensing measures that we put in Budget 2025, which are focused in those areas to help businesses make those capital investments at a time of global uncertainty. This may be bad news for the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, excuse me, but it's good news for Canadians. The Conservatives like to paint a picture of doom and gloom because it suits their narrative, and their social media clips, their fundraising emails, all of that seems to be the only thing that they care about when they're speaking in this House. They ignore that our per capita GDP is rising. In Q1, GDP per capita grew by almost 1%, 0.9%. The Conservatives stood up in this House for, I can't remember, it must have been 5 years, talking about GDP per capita as being the core measure of the strength of our economy. They went on and on and on about it, and today they don't give a hoot about GDP per capita. It rose by almost 1%, and you don't hear Conservatives say anything about it, not one word about it, despite having advocated for GDP per capita to be the core measure of the strength of our economy for over 5 years in this House. Amazing. They look past the fact that foreign direct investment is at a nearly 2-decade high and is running at twice the rate of our nearest G7 peer. They also conveniently ignore the fact that credit arrears and insolvencies remain broadly in line with historical averages. We just did a study on this at Finance Committee, which our government and the members on our side all supported the Conservative motion to study household debt. And what we saw was that their household debt is at historical averages after being at a pandemic low. And household debt in Canada, which is really interesting, is that Canadians have 5 times the wealth compared to the debt that they have on average. So 5 times the wealth. So that's a significant stat that obviously the Conservatives would like to ignore because it's not convenient for them to admit. They conveniently gloss over the fact that non-U.S. exports are on track to double over the next decade, up 36% with 20 new trade and security agreements signed in just over 1 year. Their petty partisan slogans conveniently ignore the fact that wages have outpaced inflation every month that this government has been in office. In fact, wages have outpaced inflation. They have doubled the rate of inflation in the most recent statistics. Now, the Conservatives, again, have sat in this House for years and years. I'm looking at 2 members that are relatively new, so they wouldn't have institutional memory of this. But they sat here and told us that wages needed to rise, people needed stronger incomes, reduced taxes. That's exactly what this government has done. What we've achieved is wages growing higher than the pace of inflation every year that this government has been in this House. They would rather ignore the fact that Canada now ranks as the most attractive country in the world for infrastructure investment. And just to top it off, Canada has added more jobs per capita than the United States. In fact, we've added double the number of jobs that the United States has. And let me also say, our biggest bank, our biggest pension plan, even the central bank governor, the Bank of Canada governor, have all come to Finance Committee and have all said that Canada is attracting global investors at a rate that they have never seen before. That's right. So I know it's not convenient for the Conservative narrative that they love to perpetuate, which is Canada is broken. Madam Speaker, simply choosing to ignore Canadian ingenuity, Canadian hard work, Canadian resilience, that grit of the Canadian people to grow despite the challenges that we face, it's not true. It's just not true. The truth needs to be spoken in this House. The resilience is rooted in the fact that our government has taken action to support Canadians through these challenges building a stronger economy at home, protecting Canadian jobs and sectors, diversifying our trading relationships, making life more affordable for Canadians, attracting investment, and boosting productivity. We know, for example, that as a result of the ongoing global instability, Canadians are facing challenges in managing the cost of living, and they are facing them right now. This means that while our plan to build the strongest economy in the G7 takes effect, affordability pressures, especially those related to food and essentials, demand immediate support for Canadians. So that's why we're stepping up. The Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit, for example, will help out Canadian families by building on the former GST credit. It is increasing its amount by 25% for 5 years as of July 2026. In addition to that, it will provide a one-time payment to be issued this Friday, June 5th, equivalent to a 50% increase in the 2025-2026 annual value of the GST credit. Combined, this means that a family of 4 will receive up to $1,890 this year and about $1,400 a year for the next 4 years. A single person will receive up to $950 this year and about $700 a year for the next 4 years. And that's literally making life more affordable for millions upon millions of Canadians. In fact, the new Canada Groceries and Essential benefit will provide additional significant support for more than 12 million Canadians. 12 million Canadians. That's a significant number. Now, the Conservatives fail to recognize that we're stepping up to provide these supports. They would, call tax measures and programs that we offer garbage. They don't seem to want to help Canadians at all. But here we are, while we're reining in government spending on operations, we are investing in the Canadian economy, and we're also offering federal benefits and supports tax measures to help Canadians. Not only are we putting more money in the pockets of those who need it most, Madam Speaker, but we're also leaving more money in their pockets with our middle-class tax cut. By lowering the first marginal personal income tax rate from 15% to 14% since July 1st, 2025, we're saving 2-income families up to $840 this year. And that measure is for 22 million Canadians. So the first measure I mentioned, 12 million Canadians. This tax cut is for 22 million Canadians. That is over half the Canadian population. It is a significant number of people that are going to benefit from that income tax cut. This rate reduction is providing meaningful relief to middle-class Canadians during the current period of economic uncertainty. What's more, the bulk of the relief will go to the incomes in the 2 lowest tax brackets. This is a commitment that we've always had, which I know the Conservatives do not share, which is to help the people who need it the most. That's a core Liberal value. It's a core value on this side of the House. I know the Conservatives have always just supported tax cuts for the rich, but at least we understand the challenges that Canadians face, and we're stepping up to help the people who need it the most. What's more, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we know that no one is more important to consider through the lens of economic security than our kids. I have 3 young girls at home, and I would bend the space-time continuum to ensure that their health, safety, prosperity, that their lives are protected, that they live the fullest life possible. I'm sure every parent would say that about their kids. That's why we made an investment in a national school food program permanent, which Conservatives have on the other side called garbage. They have misinformed Canadians, despite the fact that I've gone and seen the programs deliver food to schools and kids in classrooms, that I've actually participated in that program and seen the good that that program does across my region and Durham region. And Conservatives have said that there's no food in the food program. They've said that multiple times. They've tried to misinform people about feeding hungry children. They have actually voted against feeding over 400,000 more hungry children in this country while standing up in this House every day and then claiming claiming that they're with the people, that they support families, that we need to do more to support people who are food insecure. What a crock. I have never heard a bigger crock of nonsense in my whole life than the Conservatives feigning and faking that they somehow care more than we do about Canadian families and kids who are in food bank lineups. We're the ones stepping up to support them with $1 billion over 5 years, and then having made that program permanent. That's an ask from the Food Secure Canada and the Coalition for Healthy School Food that's been around for decades, and our government is delivering the investments needed in that program to make sure kids are fed all across this country. I couldn't be prouder of that measure. And on the home front, Madam Speaker, we're boosting housing supply across Canada through the Improving Housing Supply Act, which means $1.7 billion would go to provinces and territories to remove barriers and accelerate home building, such as through reducing development fees and levies on new home construction. And to help Canadians buy their first home, we introduced the first-time home buyers a GST rebate. With this rebate, we've effectively eliminated the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes up to $1 million and reduced GST for first-time home buyers on new homes between $1 and $1.5 million. Now, that tax cut for home buyers will save Canadians up to $50,000, allowing more young people and families to enter the housing market and making the goal of home ownership a reality for more Canadians. In my home province of Ontario, the agreement that we signed with Ontario will effectively achieve a 13% reduction on the HST charged on a new home purchase. That's up to $130,000 off $1 million home, with then a 50% reduction on development charges. That's significant support. It's up to $200,000 in savings. You can't argue with that, Madam Speaker. If you want to increase housing supply and deal with affordability in the housing market and help our young people, as Conservatives often say in this House they do, you've got to support those measures. Those measures are making an impact. We've already seen anecdotal and heard anecdotal evidence from our development industry. To further make life more affordable for Canadians, Madam Speaker, we're also reducing the fuel prices, the pressure on Canadians at the pump, by suspending the full amount of the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline, diesel fuel, and aviation fuels until Labor Day, September 7th, 2026. This is expected to reduce price pressure at the pump, lower Canadians' bills at the gas station, with expected savings of up to $5.75 on gasoline when filling up a 50-liter tank of fuel. All told, it is estimated this will provide over $2.4 billion in total tax relief in 2026, intended, obviously, to continue to ease the pressure on families. Madam Speaker, this builds on one of the very first actions we took as a government, which was to lower costs at the pump in provinces and territories, with having suspended the divisive consumer carbon tax. I could go on, Madam Speaker, but maybe I'll just say, we've also supported Canadians with childcare, dental care, the Canada Child Benefit, and I know families in my riding are saving a lot of money by having access to dental care and child care. The average family in my riding will pay about $1,800 per child per month for child care. As of having introduced our program, those fees went down by 50%. They've gone down even further. Families are paying about $410 per month right now. You just think about how much savings on a monthly basis. That's $1,400 a month that families are saving in my riding of Whitby. That is significant support for families that have young children. We also, I will say this, we've also preserved all the federal benefits that Canadians rely on. We've cut taxes. We haven't raised one single tax, and we've saved over $60 billion over the next 5 years on finding savings within government operations. That is significant. I was at the OECD last week. I had the chance to present on a panel on public finances with Greece, Argentina, Portugal, UK, and Ireland. And I tell you, our peers across the world look at Canada and envy the fiscal position and the responsibility that we've shown in relation to stewarding public finances in this country. I know Conservatives don't believe that, but that's fine. They often are out of touch with reality, and we just see more displays of that in this House every single day. Now, these are just a few examples that I've covered in this speech of how we're bringing down costs for Canadians. The bottom line is, Madam Speaker, to support Canadians through the current global energy market disruptions, our government is delivering timely, tangible, fiscally sustainable, and targeted relief for Canadians at a time when they need it, and we're doing so across a wide range of fronts. Now, today's motion, by failing to account for the most prominent causes of the economic pressures that Canadians are struggling with, presents an incomplete and therefore faulty analysis. The bride is not actually marrying her father, Madam Speaker, and Canada is not doing as poorly in comparison to the rest of the world as this motion would suggest. As the famous American philosopher and pragmatist William James rightly concluded, pessimism leads to weakness and optimism to power. We choose optimism and power. That's what building Canada strong means, Madam Speaker, and we urge this House to reject today's motion accordingly.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Richmond Hill. Oh, sorry. Yes. Richmond Hill. Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the rhetoric in that speech and the pat on the back that the member is expecting, there's a disconnect between what he said and what we're seeing on the ground. As a matter of fact, today in communities across the country, Canadians are struggling to afford food to put on their table. Young people can't find a job. Housing is completely out of touch for everyone, but I'm going to ask the member the following question. Does he know that schools are not open at dinner time? Foods Canada has told us 2.2 million people are visiting food banks every month, 1/3 of which are children. 24,000 children today, while he wants a pat on the back, 24,000 children today are going to walk into a food bank, Madam Speaker, hoping to find something on the shelf to eat because they're hungry. What does he have to say to those hardworking Canadians and those families and those children that can't afford to put food on the table today?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we see that the Conservatives are always concentrated on the problem, but have no solution. As usual, they present only the challenges that the country is facing without offering any solutions. Our government is actually creating good-paying jobs for Canadians all across this country. We're making record investments, generational investments in housing, defense, infrastructure, productivity. We've offered tax incentives and tax cuts to help, and new federal benefits to help families with the cost of groceries. The groceries and essentials benefit that Canadians will receive this Friday is a good example of that. Why did the member vote against the National School Food Program if he's concerned with feeding families? I can't understand where the Conservative Party actually stands on these issues.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine, Lestigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Despite everything he said, the fact remains that in Canada, our household debt is among the worst in the world. And who's most affected by that? Well, those who earn the least, seasonal workers, for example, who struggle to have enough EI, and we know that the cost of everything is going up. I want to tell the story of Lise Lapierre, who's someone I met in Sainte-Thérèse de Gaspé. She had no further EI benefits from early March to mid-April, so she had to take on debt. When will the government finally do something about this gap in EI?
Well, Madam Speaker, we just actually extended support for EI for seasonal workers in the spring economic update. We've also done lots for tradespeople, for example, where we have a trade mobility deduction that's been extended from $4,000 to $10,000. So those that are traveling to be part of building Canada strong and helping us build the infrastructure, housing, defense capabilities that this country needs. And we're making announcements every single day about new investments that are going into those industries. Members opposite can laugh and they can mock, but there's 21,700 jobs at the new nuclear project at Darlington that are in my region. And I've heard about displaced workers from our auto industries getting retrained and going to work in those construction jobs to build the small modular reactors. It's no joke to members on this side of the House that we're building a stronger economy. We're replacing those jobs that are displaced based on a trade war that we didn't start, we didn't ask for. We're doing everything that's in our power to help support Canadians with jobs.
Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, I know that Conservatives really like AI because it seems like half of their speeches and questions are written by AI. I'm a little bit more skeptical, but I'm going to tell you, Madam Speaker, while I was sitting here listening to that member speak, I took a picture of the motion and asked AI, what do you think of this motion? And this is the response I got. This motion is built for maximum rhetorical punch, not factual or analytical strength. The motion collapses complex economic indicators into a simplistic worsen the G7 narrative, cherry picks metrics without context, and demands the impossible remedy that has no coherent policy meaning. Now, I'm sure Conservatives will say, well, that's your woke liberal AI, okay? But I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can provide his comments on whether he or not he thinks AI got it right that time.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I'm going to have to clap for AI at this point. I certainly had never suspected that it could do that quick and that fast of a job of dispelling the illusions that the Conservatives are trying to purport and promote in this House with their motions, which they do every day in this House, Madam Speaker. But let's just take like the experts. So even if Conservatives don't believe in expertise anymore. Like the National Bank said, we're not fans of the term technical recession. 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth can mean very different things depending on what's happening to the population. Canada's economy registered a tiny contraction in Q1, following a decline in Q4, yet real GDP per capita rose nearly 1% in Q1 and has been trending higher for the past 2 years. Economic hardship, not arbitrary GDP thresholds, is what defines a recession. The economy remains fragile and uncertainty is elevated, but we are not ready to throw around the R word just yet. That's from the National Bank. I have quotes from RBC, Stephen Gordon, and many, many other professionals that analyze the economy and don't think that the Conservatives are accurate. So AI is right, and the experts agree.
Here, here.
Honourable Member for Riding Mountains.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, I guess we'll bring it back to how the topic today actually impacts many Canadians. This is a very special subject, and it impacts so many Canadians. It's about opioids. You were talking about the safety of children. Right now, we have a government that actually endorses fentanyl use and drug consumption sites next to kids here in Canada. Through an exemption, they're actually federally approved sites right now in Canada operating 50 steps away from schools and daycares. So in these drug consumption sites, there is fentanyl used 50% of the time. And this member has totally skewed what he means by safety for children. I cannot imagine his children being exposed to these drug sites every day going to school. So my question for the member is, does this member actually think that it's safe to use fentanyl beside children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, this is an example of the members opposite not even being able to stay on track with the motion that they proposed in this House. Today we're debating a motion that creates all kinds of illusions about an economic reality that the Conservatives seem to have created, which they do every day in this House to purport and disseminate narratives that are untrue. These claims that they're making in this motion are untrue. We have taken the time to provide information that dispels the many, many myths in the Conservative motion. In terms of children's safety and security, our government has advanced the most comprehensive set of legislative reforms in Canadian history to keep Canadians safe. I wonder why the Conservatives have stalled and actually obstructed many of those criminal code changes, many of those changes that have added tools to police services to ensure our kids and our communities are safe.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives may be exaggerating a bit, but nonetheless, these federal policies have certainly contributed to this technical recession, although I wouldn't call it an economic crisis. For example, this very poor migration policy, which has caused the cost of public services and housing to go up, and they don't want to compensate Quebec for that. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks of that. What he thinks of the fact that there are such high costs for migration in Quebec, and the Liberals are still refusing to compensate Quebec.
Parliament Secretary in 20 seconds.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for being a little bit more moderate in his assessment of the Conservative motion, which is obviously inaccurate and overstates and, in a way, exaggerates. It's nothing but hyperbole. But in terms of his question, our government has taken a responsible approach to immigration levels. We've reduced those immigration numbers in almost every category with the intention to ensure that we're not straining our healthcare and housing system.
And we have to resume debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank all of our colleagues who have risen to speak to this important motion. Well, I'll call it that. I'm not going to say that everything in it is great, but it is important. Madam Speaker, we do have concerns about the effects of AI, and I think that today we have seen an example of the unfortunate effects of AI on parliamentary debate. Here we have the government whip getting up and reading an AI statement, and we have no idea if it's true or false. We can't verify the source. And the member for Whitby, now we may not agree about everything, but we have a good professional relationship, and he studied philosophy. He's a philosopher, and yet he rises in the People's House to say that if it works for me on a partisan basis, well, then AI is clearly correct. And that's all there is to say about it. Madam Speaker, I think we could raise the level of debate in this House, especially given that this is a technical, numbers-based debate. In the case of this motion, what will ultimately determine how we vote will likely be whether or not the facts are true or not. The motion states that we're in a recession. We had 2 consecutive quarters where the economy shrunk. One of these quarters has preliminary data that still need to be reviewed, with only a decrease of 0.1 of a percentage point, as opposed to the other quarter, which had a higher decrease. Personally, I don't like the term technical recession. I spoke about it recently with member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin.
But he's certainly not saying the economy is going well. He's saying that it's not a recession, and then he pats himself on the back. But we should aim higher than that as a government. The goal of an economy is not to not be in a recession. It's supposed to achieve real growth, which would increase people's purchasing power and quality of life. So I don't like this term, a technical recession. It's as though you had pneumonia. Would you rather have a technical pneumonia or no pneumonia? Would you rather have a technical flu or no flu at all? It doesn't make any sense. We are in a recession. it's like in psychiatry. Sometimes someone doesn't meet all the exact critical criteria, but they can still be diagnosed. One thing is for sure, things aren't going well. And then the Liberals say that there's not a recession. Well, I sent a message to the member for Marco 410. GDP numbers are under constant review. So, yes, things aren't looking that good now, but maybe they'll be revised in a way that makes it more positive. But the other way around also occurs. In recent quarters, things have been revised in a direction that made them worse. So sometimes when the numbers are revised, it is not to the government's advantage at all. So we've been seeing numbers that were worse than we anticipated. And I think the government should put a little bit of water in its wine because of that. How do we know we're in a recession? Well, it's not Statistics Canada's job to make that determination, nor is it the job of the government. In the U.S., the National Bureau of Economic Research looks at a variety of different criteria, and generally those criteria line up with two consecutive quarters of negative growth. But that's not the only criterion. They have a committee that studies this issue, taking into account the scale of GDP fluctuations. Now, last quarter we saw GDP go down, but it went down the barest amount. The duration of negative growth is also important. You can have negative growth for just one quarter and realize you're in a recession. If it goes down by 3%, you don't need a second quarter to confirm a recession has taken place. You also need to look at how widespread the scale of economic slowdown is, how many industries are impacted. So, are we in a recession or aren't we? The answer is we don't know. The Conservatives don't know, the Liberals don't know, and because of this, the debate we are having doesn't make any sense. And why do I say this? Because this debate papers over the fact that the economy is just not going well. It doesn't make any sense that we are debating, do we meet criteria 1, or criteria 2, or will the numbers be revised? This is beside the point. Some people are out there and they think the economy is fine as it is. I think this is a distraction from the real question. It's legitimate to be afraid of a recession. I mean, after all, unemployment is high. However, unemployment is stable. That said, again, things are fragile. That could be considered one of the criteria for a recession. Some businesses are stockpiling resources because they're worried about difficulties with exportations. That means that warehouses are getting full. So warehouses are not having to lay everyone off. They're still operating, but of course, at a certain point, they're going to run out of space. We are sitting on a time bomb, what with the situation involving the trade negotiations with the United States. Eventually, businesses will need to sell off their stocks without hiring anyone new. This could be a sign of a future recession. Right now, businesses don't want to lay anyone off. We have actually talked about wage subsidies that would let people remain in the businesses they have. We certainly wouldn't want to see businesses having their expertise be poached by someone else. And we all hope that the tariff situation will be fixed. After all, that's what the Prime Minister has promised. But all of this is to say that we are in a fragile situation. I listened to what the member from Whitby had to say, which is not always an easy thing to do. And he broke down the situation. He talked about the productivity super deduction. That's sort of like the whipped cream of, or the chantilly cream of economics. It's normal whipped cream, but with a little bit of sugar in it. It's a fancy name for something that really isn't that fancy. It's just the government picking winners and losers. Some companies are talking about a lack of digital sovereignty in Canada and talking about a need for fiber optics. The finance minister has completely ignored that issue. And we're not talking about, when he talks about the super deduction, it's pretty bog standard accelerated amortization. I mean, it's taxation 101, dressed up with a beautiful name. The member also said that investment is up, household consumption is stable, and that's true. That's because a stimulus package went out, like we hear about in first-year economics courses. Checks went out to Canadians to stimulate consumption. Of course, this tax adds to the national deficit, and that money will need to be paid back at some moment. Sure, it's a bandage solution, and it's fine as a bandage solution, but it's not an actual solution. An actual solution would be growth. Sure, it keeps things afloat, but it will not actually lead to the real growth that will solve the problem. So let's keep breaking down GDP. The member for Mark Orel 410 understands. He's a nerd like me when it comes to economics, so he's delved into the numbers. If you look at GDP, you will notice that exports have plummeted. We are in an exporting crisis. It's almost an export recession. This is a term I've made up just to make people aware of what we're facing. That is one reason we need to fix trade relations with the United States. It won't be easy, but we need to do it. Perhaps we could, at the very least, trade with the American businesses who like us. We need to improve relationships with those who we can improve relationships with. Keep our relationship with the United States afloat. That's what Mexico has begun doing. They've started formal negotiations. When the Prime Minister was elected, this Prime Minister said he was the best negotiator in all of world history. He said, vote me in. I'll work miracles. I'll make the negotiations go well. That's what he told us. And ever since then, what have we observed? He's been throwing our relations with the United States under the bus to gain votes in Canada. And look, I don't like Donald Trump any more than the next guy. But at the end of the day, we have witnessed this Prime Minister deliberately harming our relationship with the United States to win votes in Canada. That's a costly strategy. And let me break down the data. You can take this however you want. But at the end of the day, we don't have a trade deal. And that has a negative impact on our exports and on our economy. What the member for Whitby said was interesting because he broke down GDP, but he didn't talk about any of this. So let's talk about the last quarter. You can analyze the numbers however you want. You could look year over year. You could compare quarters and quarters. But in the last quarter, exports went down by 4.1%. That's over 4%. That's a crazy number. That's the problem. And we haven't even started trade negotiations with the United States. So are we in a recession? That's not even the question we should be asking. The plane is falling out of the sky, and we're debating about whether or not it will hit the ground. So 4.1% down. In terms of exports in the last quarter, Q1. Let's look at the quarter before that. 2.9% down when it comes to exports. These are year-over-year numbers. And before that, 2.3% down compared to the previous year. Let's go before that. 3.5% down. And statistics are always a little bit delayed. We've just started a new quarter. But I've already covered data encompassing the Prime Minister's entire mandate. The Prime Minister was elected during a tariff crisis, that's true. And sure, you can't get everything done overnight, but every single quarter under this Prime Minister, with no trade deal, with no negotiations, we have been seeing exports plummet. And 80% of our exports go to the United States. And I get it. I know that the Prime Minister is going through his Rolodex and crisscrossing the world and signing deals, and all of that is a good thing. But it is insane to think that we can just set aside our relationship with the United States. That would be economic suicide. And that's what the Prime Minister is doing. That's what we're witnessing. 4.1% exports reduction. These are numbers, and numbers don't lie. At the end of the day, in Parliament, you need to tell the truth. Sometimes the government can say we created jobs, but it's really accounting tricks, and it's not. We're not talking about jobs technically created by the government. And also, it's not always governments that cause recessions. Stephen Harper got in during an energy crisis. He started his mandate. He had a recession during his mandate. That wasn't his fault. It wasn't Stephen Harper's fault that investment fell and jobs were lost when he was in charge. He just had to respond to the situation he was faced with. Sometimes that's the case. But in this case, the government has a specific role in what we are seeing. They are saying that the numbers are not their fault. I will ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to go deal with the noise outside in the corridor because it's quite noisy. The government repeats that we must control that which we can control, but that's basically nothing. So all the government can do is hand out stimulus packages and say it's a bandage solution and it's not the government's fault. But there is something that is the government's fault. This Prime Minister was elected based on the solemn promise that he, more than anyone else on the surface of the earth, was well positioned to negotiate with the Americans. That's what he promised. And today, we see our exports plummeting. That's a major issue. Now, I understand how the Liberals work. They're about to get up and say, but GDP per capita is on the rise. There's no recession on a per capita basis. But GDP per capita was falling over the last 2 years. And when we called them out on that, they called us racists and said that we were against immigration. And now they want to talk about per capita numbers? I've been talking about per capita numbers for years already. So let's talk about the numbers. What the government has recently done is reduce the number of immigrants because back in the day, people were following the Century Initiative championed by our current ambassador in Washington. People were being brought in hand over fist and I'm in favor of immigration. Immigration, I owe the love of my life to immigration. I'm not anti-immigration, but now immigration is down, the population has decreased, and that has led GDP per capita to increase. And we're all very happy about the fact that GDP per capita is up, but it's not up because of more productivity. It's GDP per capita is up because they changed the denominator, not the numerator. They changed the number of people in the country, and then they patted themselves on the back. But we told them to do this 3 years ago, and they went after us for it. So, do I agree with everything in this motion? No. But the Liberals know well that housing pressure will continue. 150,000 homes will not get built. In Greater Montreal, we have reached basically stasis. We reached a 3% vacancy rate. It doesn't matter who's in the country when it comes to housing. You just need to count the number of houses and the number of people. And the government would have us know that would have us believe that the higher vacancy rate is because of Build Canada Homes. But Build Canada Homes is completely incomprehensible. It's just a series of announcements that no one can even understand. There is increased vacancy because there are fewer people in the country, as we've been calling for years. And then they say to the Conservatives, they say, all you do is complain. You never propose anything. Well, for years, we have been proposing something. We've been proposing a well-thought-out immigration process, and they called us racists for it. We are calling out the Prime Minister now for his inability to conclude a trade agreement. We are calling out a furniture sector in crisis, and they talk about numbers on the rise. This is a crisis. This government has not delivered results. We've made proposals. They laugh at us. We've talked about wage subsidies because, after all, workers cannot be expected to undergo 2 crises in 7 years. We talk about EI reform. They've boasted about their temporary policies, but you can't do pilot projects for 15 years straight. It's been pilot project after pilot project. That's not policy. That's improvisation. We talk about compensating forestry workers for the countervailing duties that they are paid. They're being forced to deal with unjust American trade policy. Does the government think that this is mere complaining? We've suggested concrete things. Are we complaining? They talk about how hospital construction creates less jobs than building a military base. Maybe they should take a closer look at the numbers. Stop telling us that everything is going well and that when things aren't going so well, it's not their fault. And when things are going well, it's because of the policies, even though it isn't. Come on. I would call on all members of this government to just show a little bit more humility. Thank you.
Gentleman member. Edmonton.
You over. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mirabel for his excellent speech. His passion is exceeded only by his knowledge on the subject. And I understand his point about measuring and calling a recession. But we do have to set numbers somewhere. And the fact is Canada's economy has contracted for 3 of the last 4 quarters. Not a single country in the G7 has had a contraction in their economy in the last 4 quarters. The government, we hear constantly, is blaming it on the trade war with the U.S. Mexico, which is more reliant by a far amount on trade with the U.S. than Canada, has actually seen their exports to the U.S. rise. Mexico, which is again more reliant on the U.S., has not fallen into a recession or a contraction in the economy, unlike Canada. I wonder if my colleague could expand a bit on his talk about the government needs to stop blaming the U.S. for political gain and start working to improve the economy and start working to improve exports, much like Mexico has.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Often we get asked what we would do if we were negotiating on behalf of the Prime Minister. Well, look, I can't promise miracles. We've asked for the Prime Minister to deliver a clear strategy. That's not what we've seen. We've seen only 0.7% growth in Q1 2025, and then ever since then it's been negative growth. Well, there was a little bit of growth in Q3 of 2025. Basically, all the increases and decreases have cancelled each other out, and now things are not going well, and we are dealing with an issue with exports. Businesses are fragile these days. They cannot just keep stockpiling their wares. And then we also don't know how tariffs will go in April. Quebec is more impacted by tariffs than any other region, and they have not even used the new tariff formula, which will devastate the aluminum industry, among others. Across the way, Liberals seem to think that we're resilient and things are going well. Well, I think that they should wake up to reality, no matter what they think about today's Conservative motion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There's a lot of things we could have said on that, but we don't have a lot of time. But I'll just say two things. First, when we're going to look at the breakdown of the GDP, we'll note that one of the sources of weakness in Q1 were environmental expenses. That could be an adjustment. But I agree with the colleague. One of the main issues are exports. Yes, exports to the U.S. It is an important issue. But I'd like to also know, and we'll have to solve it over time, but I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about private investment, particularly against the backdrop of this uncertainty. Yes, this has an effect. There's a lot of effects that impact uncertainty, and often there's a freezing in private investment. So what does my colleague think of that, the Honourable Member for Mirabel? First, two things. My colleague, who I appreciate greatly, we don't have a lot of time to debate this, but I would suggest that he look at the cabinet members and stop the time allocation. They don't want to debate the issue because they're limiting time. There's a caucus tomorrow morning, and I think he should bring this point forward very strongly and change things. But in terms of private investment, we've seen stagnation. There's an issue. There's also an issue with productivity. And there are issues to be solved. But private investment is factored into GDP today, and it's one of the key catalyzers of growth for the future, Madam Speaker. It is true. There are some of these elements that have been around for a while, and we learned this first year at university. If the economy doesn't go well, we spend, and it's Keynes' economic theory that we learned. But the export issue is a fundamental one. We can't continue like this and cutting exports by 2 or 3% every quarter. Not only does it not slow down, but it's getting worse. And then not only is it getting worse, but we haven't even seen what the tariffs will be in April. And that's what we should be talking about today and nothing else. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When my colleague mentioned exports that are down in Canada, and we all know that the effect of U.S. tariffs will probably have an impact on these tariffs, on these exports rather, but the Prime Minister promised that there would be a new policy, that we would develop partnerships around the world, and this would offset the difficulties with the U.S. So I'd like to know, when you look at the data we have, does it show that the strategy is working? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. No government in Canada has ever said that diversification isn't good. When there was a government under the Conservatives, Stephen Harper had a free trade agreement with South Korea, and I think governments have signed free trade deals, and the government says, we're good. We have the most bilateral agreements with G7 countries. Of course, we've always wanted to diversify our trade. And there are ties between some industries in Canada. The automotive industry in Canada doesn't exist without the U.S. market. These are tightly knit markets. So we have to do both. What the Prime Minister is doing is opposing both of these ideas. They're saying that this diversification strategy seems to be pitted against our strategy with the U.S. trade. And there's a human factor, the impact on families and on jobs. This is real. And we can't just spend our lives sending checks to Canadians when our exports are on the decline. We need an open economy. Well, it depends on these exports no matter where we export. The Honourable Member for the Honourable Member. I'd like to tell my colleague from Mirabel, well, it's about the Bloc's economic approach. Perhaps the Liberals and the Conservatives have the same approach to the economy. they're just looking at economic growth, but not everyone's well-being. I'd like to hear from my colleague. What does he think about the Bloc's approach to the circular economy? What does he think about the donut economy from Kate Raworth's book? Does the Bloc member or the Bloc imagine something different? The honourable member from Mirabel. Well, growth and wealth, and it's not being shared. Our approach is simple. We've noticed that our fiscal capacity is focused in Ottawa, as is our leeway. There's education, daycare, health, social services, municipalities. They're facing a homeless crisis. And this is direct provincial jurisdiction. And we need to be more inclusive with social mobility. And we need more transfers. And Ottawa has to stop inventing this social security net. They can't send checks. Well, in terms of the circular economy, we need a more green economy, things that cost less. And we need to take account of all the issues. 20 or 30 years ago, we just filled up our garbage dumps, and now we realize that there are resources and we've created market for some of this waste. So it's an approach for the future. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He mentioned a situation earlier under the Harper government with free trade with South Korea. Yes, absolutely, Madam Speaker. We can remember that there was advanced leadership on this file under trade, under Mr. Harper. There were some 40 free trade agreements with other countries. And, Madam Speaker, in 1988, when there was a debate on free trade with the U.S., we had the support of Quebecers, and particularly people such as Bernard Landry and others who were in favor of free trade. So this explains how important free trade is for Canada today, and particularly for Quebec. The honourable member for Mirabel, less than 20 seconds. Free trade allows us to specialize and to do what we do best. It's not a question of who's the best, but diversification has always been an issue and a struggle, no matter what government's in power. And this Liberal Prime Minister, well, we've been working on this for decades. He promised this to earn votes, but it won't be happening in the next 3 years. It's gradual. And we shouldn't be reading more into this relation with our U.S. neighbor. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent, Akawang-Rak. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really happy to participate in the debate today with respect to the economic future of Canada, and particularly the reality that every Canadian is facing today. Because, Madam Speaker, yes, Canada, unfortunately, is in a technical recession. And I'd like to say it's a great pleasure to be sharing my time with my colleague from Calgary, Crawford. And I'd like to thank all of those who are paying attention. I don't want to make a mistake, but I would also like to say a few words about people who have made mistakes. But we have noted that Canada is in a recession. Like every economist knows, when you have 2 consecutive quarters where the GDP is negative, we talk about a recession. Anyone can use adjectives to describe this recession, but mathematically speaking and very clearly, it's defined by 2 consecutive quarters of GDP decline. So that is a recession, and that is what we are facing today. Madam Speaker, some would like to make this a battle of words with the technical definition of a recession. But aside from this terminology, it's the reality of the situation today. Canada has been facing many setbacks for all too long. And, Madam Speaker, we have the worst food inflation in the G7. We have 2 million or 200,000 Canadians who every month have to visit a food bank to survive. And this is in Canada, Madam Speaker. And of these people, 1/3 are children. Families, fathers and mothers who don't have the means to feed their family, they have to go to a food bank. And allow me, Madam Speaker, to thank people on my riding, Emily Frédéric, the food bank at Bel Air, and others. These people pay special attention to food support they provide, and there are volunteers from various organizations throughout my riding, and particularly in Louis Saint Laurent. And we're very lucky to have these people who are thinking of others. And what these people are telling us, Madam Speaker, is that for years, people were contributing to food banks, and those who used to do so, and now they're the same ones who are using the food bank, who are knocking on the door to receive support for their families. Because yes, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, Canada has the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. That's what the reality is today for our country. This is the situation, the setbacks that Canadians are facing, and this confirms in a sad way the recession we're seeing in Canada. There are thousands of jobs lost at the beginning of the year, and that's the reality of entrepreneurs. Their reality. These entrepreneurs want to invest, but they're facing major issues with stability. And we can't invest in a sector that isn't solid. The Canadian economy is suffering right now. And the result, Madam Speaker, and we've seen this with trade, $20 billion in investment has left Canada. And this is in addition to the trillion in investment that wasn't made in Canada over the past 10 years under Justin Trudeau, the former Prime Minister. And that is why, Madam Speaker, that we think that the Canadian economy is weak. It is taking a downward trend. It's facing a recession. And we also have to understand, Madam Speaker, that over the past 10 years, under Liberal governance, things haven't changed a lot. If we looked what happened from 2015 to date, well, from 2015 to 2025 and from 2025 to today, and we're on the same path. They're spending without counting. There's no concern for proper maintenance of Canadian issues. Canadians pay their taxes every month, their GST, and as parliamentarians, it's our main responsibility to make sure we spend wisely. Because, Madam Speaker, we have exceeded our means for more than 11 years almost. And we have added additional debt, twice as much as what we saw over the past 125 years. And that's the reality of this Liberal management. $1 trillion of debt and extra debt. And last year, I had an exchange with the Minister of Finance at the Committee of the Whole, and he was one of the longest-standing ministers of this government. Well, there's the Minister of International Trade and the Minister of Canada-U.S. Trade and the Minister of Industry. Well, both of these were appointed minister under Justin Trudeau. And 6 months later, the member for Shawinigan, the Minister of Finance, was appointed. And today, the Minister of Finance has signed for millions in debt and billions in debt. And for the past 10 years, this debt has been racking up. They're printing this money and they're billing it to our children and to our grandchildren. And these children haven't been born yet, but they'll have to pay for this debt. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful. And that's why we need a positive plan that's win-win for Canadians. Our Conservative approach is basically to leave more money in the pockets of Canadians. 2 months ago, we started a debate about transportation and gas taxes. It affects all Canadians, not necessarily those who drive a car that uses gas. Well, it affects also the goods we have. It involves gas that is used for transportation of these goods. So it affects all Canadians, this gas tax. And our proposal was very clear. Abolish all taxes, federal taxes on this gas. We'd leave $5 billion more in the pockets of Canadians. And we think that this would have been a positive approach, but the government took part of our idea. They decided to abolish the excise tax of 10 cents over a temporary period for a few months. To paraphrase Neil Armstrong. It might be a giant step for Liberals to abolish this tax, but it's just a small step for taxpayers. We wanted to go much further. We wanted to abolish all federal taxes and put much more money back in the pockets of Canadians. And we'd also, Madam Speaker, like to harness our full potential in terms of Canada's natural resources. I was able to debate this since I've been here at the House and also when I was at the National Assembly of Quebec. I have been a fervent admirer of all the natural resources we have and all types of our energy. When I talk about energy, I'm talking about green energy, renewable energy, fossil fuels. Canada has everything. Canada has all the energy resources that other countries have to wage wars for. We have everything we need for our full development and the full development of the planet. Canada is ready to go further. But unfortunately, this government for 10 years hampered this essential momentum for Canada and for Canadians and for the entire world. The whole world needs more energy and natural resources from Canada. And that, Madam Speaker, well, we can never go far enough in that respect, in my opinion. But we have to continue to open the door to free trade. Yes, free trade with all countries around the planet. And as I was saying a few moments ago, yes, Canada, since Brian Mulroney with the free trade deal in 1988 and the efforts made under Jean Chrétien to extend the North American free trade deal, but also under Stephen Harper, very proudly, we were able to strike trade deals with some 40 countries, and under the current government, they must continue this, while still recognizing that while Canada is the champion of free trade and we have pure wealth for Canadians, we need to combine this with less taxes. And even though we've been the global model for free trade around the planet, we need to do also free trade throughout Canada as well, domestically. And that is why, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, Canada isn't in recession and Canada deserves better. Questions and comments?
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, my concern is the Conservatives, whether it was on Friday, tend to want to jump up and proclaim that Canada is in a recession. Even the Bank of Canada has cautioned Conservatives and others that to say that Canada is in a recession is premature at best. And the Conservatives know that, Madam Speaker. Yet they seem to be wanting to glorify the word to plant fear in the minds of Canadians. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, many of the comments the member put on the record just now when he talked about trade and the importance of trade. We have 20-plus trade and defense-related agreements in the last year under this new Prime Minister, which was elected just 1 year ago. When he talks about energy, this Prime Minister has talked about making Canada a super energy supplier going into the future. And take a look at the major projects. I'm wondering if the member would recommend...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, Accoin-Grac.
Speaker, I always appreciate the comment from my colleague from Winnipeg North, even if it's all wrong. Because, Mr. Speaker, the problem with that is that where are the results? People are asking for real results. I'm sure the member remember pretty well a year and a half ago or 15 months ago, you remember pretty well his leader, the leader of the Liberal Party, making campaign from Notion, you know, making campaign, you know, saying, elbows up, we will be strong against America. And when he got elected, he went to the White House. What did he do? He was far away from elbows up. He was thumb up. And what did he do a week ago? He went to New York. And what did he say? Make America great again. Wow. Who could believe it? This is the truth reality, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine if a conservative would have said that in New York? Oh, my God, those guys will be in a nuclear war against us. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, this country needs real effect and real results.
Question et commentaire là, député de Gaspésie, les îles de la Madeleine.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, La Madeleine, Liste Gauche. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke, among other things, about natural resources. And one area that's in trouble in Quebec is the forestry industry. And these are often family businesses. They have been hit with countervailing duties since October. There is a business in my riding that is struggling. It has plants in Capcha and Matane. There are hundreds of jobs throughout Quebec that are threatened, but the government is not doing much to support the forestry industry. Does my colleague not agree that the government should do more to support our forestry businesses in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent-Kirenrack. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his efforts to support businesses in his riding. This is not what we've been seeing, that kind of support over the past 10 years. The way we see it is that natural resources need to be developed properly. And the best way for the government to support businesses is to reduce the fiscal burden and to help them find new markets. It's not about giving them hundreds of millions of dollars in subsidies. It's about helping them develop markets and help them invest in the future with the support of government. So the government needs to give them more leeway and open up markets, because Canada needs to be represented throughout Canada, and Gaspésie lumber can be sold everywhere in the world.
For his excellent speech today. Now, when you listen to the Liberal government, you get the same message. Canadians have never had it so good. And yet we have 2.2 million Canadians at food banks every month. We have out-of-control crime. We've got the only shrinking economy in the G7. We have the only shrinking economy between Canada, the US, and Mexico. 1/4 of Canadians are living in food security right now under this Liberal government. Does this member think that Canadians have never had it so good as the Liberals are claiming?
L'honorable député Louis Saint-Laurent-Kirenrack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. His hard work, and I can appreciate that, because I know him for the last 10 years. His hard work for Canadians and for people of his riding. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear with that. Unfortunately, all the promises made by the Liberal, and especially for the Prime Minister that we have right now, made campaign coast to coast a year ago, saying, "Well, I have the right way, and we'll be elbows up, and it will be very strong because I know when I talk about banking system." Well, there is no result yet.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to speak on opposition motions. So today, Conservatives call on the House to recognize that the Liberal Prime Minister has given Canada the only recession in the G7. And it is so sad that it's come to this, Mr. Speaker, that is actually what we have to debate today, to call on the House to recognize the sad fact that Canada is in a recession. Canada is in a recession, and it is the only country in the G7 for which that is the case. Now, why is Canada alone in the G7? Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has blamed international events and continues to blame international factors for Canada's poor economic performance. But I point out to the House that every other G7 country faces the same international factors. They cite war in Ukraine and in the Persian Gulf and Iran. This affects all countries, Mr. Speaker. They talk about the trade war that we certainly don't want and didn't ask for in Canada, but I point out that the United States is tariffing itself. They face tariffs. They have made the decision to tariff their own and make their own citizens pay tariffs on that which they import. But yet they're not in a recession. It's Canada alone among G7 countries that is in a recession. So we have to look at other factors driving this. And as our motion calls on the government to recognize that Canada has the worst household debt in the G7. We had devastating testimony at the Finance Committee about a month ago. We had Equifax and TransUnion, two of the businesses that track consumer debt behavior, and they informed the committee that Canadians are getting deeper in debt. Indebted Canadians are getting deeper in debt. They are going further into debt. So the credit balloon is continuing to expand, but not with additional players. It's not that Canadians are buying homes for the first time, this kind of thing, becoming new participants in credit, Mr. Speaker. No, indebted Canadians are getting deeper in debt. And what they are doing, Mr. Speaker, they are coping with this not with higher salaries and higher incomes to pay their debts. They are stretching out their payments, refinancing their loans, skipping out on essentials, Mr. Speaker, like cutting back on other expenses, and exhausting their savings. So this is not sustainable. This is not going to give us a consumer-led recovery, because consumers are tapped out, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Food Banks Canada has just released a report that says among lower-income Canadians, food, other essentials, and housing combined are more than 100% of the average household budget among low-income Canadians. So people at the lowest levels, they are the people getting deeper in debt, Mr. Speaker. They can't afford food. They can't afford gasoline. They can't afford housing. And they are coping with it by exhausting any savings if they might have, and getting deeper into debt. So affordability, Mr. Speaker, this is part of the crisis that we find ourselves in. And housing, we know that Canada has, we call upon them in the motion to acknowledge this, that we have the worst housing affordability in the G7. A first-time buyer, a young person or young family hoping to establish a new household and buy a home as part of a long-term financial plan and a place a way to put down roots in a community, they haven't had a hope under this government, Mr. Speaker. They have presided over this astonishing run-up in the cost of housing that has shut out a generation of young Canadians from home ownership and traps people in rents that they are increasingly unable to afford. So rent has more than doubled under this government. Even though rents have been coming down for the last 18 months, as they have pointed out, they're still more than double what they were when this government took office. So we see housing is unaffordable. They've killed the dream of homeownership for a generation of Canadians. They have created a country in which one's ability to become a homeowner is really tied up in the question of whether or not your parents were homeowners and are able to share their equity with their children, either by refinancing their own home, lending them the money, co-signing, all the different things. I mean, I was in the mortgage industry, Mr. Speaker, and for the entire length of my career, a normal person with a normal proper job that wanted to buy a home could save up the down payment over a period of a year or two and could come in, qualify for a mortgage, and buy a home. And Mr. Speaker, that is just simply impossible in any of Canadians' major, almost all of Canada's major cities, Mr. Speaker. And it's a real shame. We had testimony to that effect at the Finance Committee. So our motion calls upon the government to present a plan to reverse the situation that we're in. This government squandered the opportunity it had when it was first elected. Let's go back in time for a minute to 2015. In 2015, the government it was sworn in, it had a balanced budget and a conditionally approved pipeline to the West Coast. Literally days after this government was sworn in, they canceled the Northern Gateway pipeline. Well, Mr. Speaker, if that pipeline had been built, it would right now be pumping 525,000 barrels a day to world markets. Think of the economic activity just from that one project alone. At today's prices, that's nearly $50 million a day. Think of the tax revenue foregone by the government. Think of the paychecks that don't exist from all the jobs that would go into the production and transmission of 525,000 barrels a day at today's prices, Mr. Speaker. They blew it. And now they're having this out of, and that was just one. There was also not yet an application, but there was an intent to build an East Coast pipeline as well. And this government chased off that project when it started musing about changing, even before they put in Bill C-69, which really nailed the door shut and made sure no pipelines would ever get produced. So think of what they had done is they squandered the opportunity. There were strong world years for which there was a strong world economy in the early years of this government, and they blew it. They still ran up deficits. They spent the cupboard bare in times of relative prosperity globally, and then ever since then have been less able to cope with crises and left us where we are today, extraordinarily in debt, with a $70 billion, or $66 or $67 billion deficit that they just tabled, fiscal anchors that have been just cut loose. They announce one and then they abandon it. They have presided over a productivity crisis, which 2 full years ago, the senior deputy governor of the Bank of Canada said is a break glass emergency. Well, they didn't break the glass and deal with the emergency. They've just fumbled along right up to this very day. And so the Prime Minister told everybody about 15 months ago that he was the man for a crisis. He was the person who would guarantee, who said that he would have a deal with Trump's America by July of 2025. He said that this was time for prudent fiscal management, and that as a banker he had the skills to manage the national budget. He said he was a man for a crisis. Well, it was all an illusion, Mr. Speaker. Here we are at a time where we are now in a recession. We were the most indebted country in the G7. We have food bank usage that's off the chart. We have housing that is staggeringly unaffordable. We have the same global concerns as every other country, Mr. Speaker, but we are the one that is in a recession. And that lies, the responsibility for that lies on this Prime Minister and the 10.5 years of financial and economic mismanagement that has occurred under this Prime Minister and this government's watch.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member needs a reality check. The election just over a year ago, Canada went to the polls and elected a new Prime Minister with impeccable credentials. And what we have seen is rents actually have gone down since he has been the Prime Minister. We have seen the average household net worth increase since we've had this new Prime Minister. We have a AAA credit union, the best financial position in the G7 since this particular Prime Minister has been elected. We have that AAA credit rating, so many things taking place, the major projects to a budget that delivers in many different ways to Canadians, and yet the Conservatives go around spreading misinformation consistently to try to make it look as if Canada is broken. Not true.
Member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Well, there you have it again, Mr. Speaker. Another Liberal saying that Canadians have never had it so good. I really wonder who this member talks to. He raised the issue of the net worth of Canadians. I wonder if this member has bothered to determine just how that average number might work out. Is it that there are an extraordinarily small number of people who have seen their assets inflate in value, while the typical Canadian household is deeply in debt, getting deeper in debt, and is exhausting their savings just to keep up with their bills?
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
Merci, Monsieur.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague said that the Conservatives want to abolish all taxes on oil. That would cost at least $5 billion for the government in order to compensate for that, would he agree that we should put an end to all subsidies to oil and gas?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if what he meant was that we have called upon the federal government to eliminate all of the federal taxes on fuel, he is correct that we have called upon them to do so. We're disappointed that the government has not. And as for subsidy, look, we are the party of free enterprise, Mr. Speaker, and if this government would simply just eliminate all of the regulations and laws that it has passed since 2015 that prevent projects from being built, we would be much better off today. I spoke about a couple of specifics in my speech about that, but it is on this government and their red tape that is holding Canada back and holding our industries back.
Questions, comments? Now, member for Flamborough, Glenbrook, Brant, North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Calgary for an excellent speech. 12 years ago, the front page of the New York Times declared Canada the richest, most prosperous middle class in the world. And 11 years after these Liberals, my colleague has mentioned in his speech, record household debts, delinquencies, the middle class is suffering. How is this possible in a country that is so blessed with the resources that Canada has?
What happened?
The honourable member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, it's possible because there was a change of government in 2015 and the new government blew it. I mean, it really is that simple. They did inherit, I mentioned some of the other advantages from a government point of view that they inherited from the previous government. In fact, from previous governments, there was a decades-running consensus around fiscal discipline in this place, and they blew it. They inherited, yes, what the New York Times had described as the world's most prosperous middle class. This was a country where you could get ahead if you just did the work. That a normal person could go to school, get a job, apply, save a little bit of money, buy a house, put down roots, start a family in a nice, safe neighborhood. That is the country that they inherited, and they blew it.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Artificial Intelligence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin where this motion does not with the numbers, with the people that this motion is supposed to be about. Somewhere today, there is a parent at a kitchen table running the math on a mortgage renewal for a second time because the first answer couldn't possibly be right. There's a young person in the same house who did everything they were asked, now looking at the costs of a home and wondering whether this country still has room for them. And I'm not going to tell either of them that these things are better than they feel. They're actually not, and we all know that. That worry is real, and it deserves a serious response, which is exactly what this motion is not. So this is where I part ways with the member who has put this motion forward. The Conservative Party offers that family a story, that all of this is the fault of one or two people conjured in a single year, and that the cure, as the member just spoke about, is to simply tear things down. It's a tidy story. It asks nothing hard of the party that is telling it. It's a bid for power and a social media clip dressed up as an answer. And it's wrong. It's wrong about how we got here, and it's emptiest precisely where it ought to be the fullest, on what they would actually do instead. Because the members opposite are just about everything that they're not and have no ideas about what we should be doing. So let's give that family an honest answer. The pressure did not arrive all at once. It built slowly over decades through what successive governments of all stripes, at all levels, chose to do, and far more often chose to put off. Too few homes built year after year, infrastructure deferred and deferred again, productivity left adrift while other countries pulled ahead, and the one that I know best. For decades, we let it become too hard to build big things in this country. Governments left the wall standing between our provinces so that it stayed easier to trade with another country than it was with one another. None of it was inevitable. It was the accumulated cost of choosing not to act. And the bill for all of that was waiting came up at the very moment the global economy was being torn up and rewritten. Tariffs at levels not seen in generations, supply chains fracturing under conflict in Europe and the Middle East. The Prime Minister has called this what it is, a rupture and not a transition. Now, Mr. Speaker, I didn't come to this chamber as a political staffer. I didn't grow up in politics. I came from building companies and creating actual jobs. I know what it takes to start something, to make payroll, to scale a business past the point where it is fragile. And I know the pattern that the member opposite never names. In this country, we generate world-class research, we build competitive firms, and then sometimes we watch the industrial scale, the intellectual property, the jobs, and the talent migrate somewhere else. That pattern is not a law of nature, it is the result of choices. And this is a government, Mr. Speaker, that has finally made the other choice, to back our champions, to keep our IP here, to keep jobs here, to build talent here, and to let Canadian companies scale without having to leave Canada to do it ever again. We've made it easier to build big things again. The Major Projects Office, so nation-building projects stop dying in the queue, with ground already broken on projects like the port expansion in Montreal that will move Canadian goods to the world for decades, and 4 major projects in my own province of British Columbia. The One Canadian Economy Act that tears down internal trade walls that I just described. The productivity super deduction, so businesses can write off investment right away and have a reason to make it here. A plan to unlock $1 trillion in investment over the next 5 years, $6 billion and 100,000 new skilled trades workers through Team Canada Strong, so that we have the hands to build what we approve. And Build Canada Homes, not another task force, an actual builder with more than 7,500 homes already underway in this country. And here's how I know it's working, Mr. Speaker, because it's showing up in my own province. Anglo Tech choosing Canada as their headquarters, bringing blue and white-collar jobs to British Columbia. Tories opening up a new office in Vancouver. Lululemon keeping their headquarters in British Columbia. These are companies that could plant their flag anywhere on earth, and they are choosing here because they see what British Columbia and Canada have to offer, and they are betting on our prosperity. You don't place that bet on a country in decline. Conservatives are gleeful about the fact that there are challenges in this country. They propose no solutions. What they do is continue to tear down. But what the rest of the world is seeing, Mr. Speaker, through foreign direct investment, through companies moving their headquarters here, through talent coming to this country, researchers coming to this country, is that this is the place to build a future, because we have a prime minister and a government that is focused on that, knows what it takes to build big things, and is prepared to do the heavy lifting to get it done. The wider proof is real, Mr. Speaker. Wages have outpaced inflation every single month that this government has been in office. Foreign investment, as I said, is flowing faster now than to any of our closest peers at an 18-year high. Canada has now surpassed the United States as the most attractive market in the world for infrastructure investment. And our economy is now projected to grow second fast in the G7 this year and next. To me, this is not the portrait of a country in retreat. It is a country that has decided to build again. So when the member opposite asks the government to, quote, immediately reverse all the economic policies that got us here, I would ask him to be honest about what that actually means. Does it mean reverse the Major Projects Office? Does it mean eliminate the super deduction that rewards firms for investing in this country? The work to tear down the walls between our provinces? To eliminate the $6 billion for 100,000 new tradespeople? And while he's at it, let him tell that family at the kitchen table which of their savings he means to take back. Is it the National School Food Program that his own party has called garbage? Yeah. The childcare that his leader calls a slush fund that has benefited people in his own riding? Is it the dental care that seniors in his communities are currently benefiting from? Are those the programs that he chooses to roll back? To this party, that help that gets a family through the month is a line item that they sneer at, something to be looked down upon. To us, it is precisely the point, lifting families up so they can build success. You cannot rip out the scaffolding, claw back what families are counting on, and call that a plan to build, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand the impatience. After this many years, decades, of building too little, Canadians have every right to be impatient. But impatience is not a reason to stop building and tear out the scaffolding. It's a reason to build faster. A family that's having a tough time doesn't need a politician to name their fear back to them only louder. They've lived that fear. They don't need it performed as political theater. The young person wondering if there is room for their future in this country doesn't need another performance of outrage from members opposite, which sadly has become the only thing they seem to know how to do. They need us to build something worthy of their trust. And that's what our government has chosen to do. Mr. Speaker, in times of crisis, in times of difficulty, Canadians expect us to come together and build big things. They expect us to put aside pettiness. They expect us to put aside all of the things that we can't do to focus on the things that we can and should do. They expect us, Mr. Speaker, to show up with solutions. All of us who have kids know that when we have difficult conversations with our kids, a temper tantrum is not the way to a solution. Resolution comes through doing things together, showing by example. What Conservatives would have us believe, Mr. Speaker, is that by ripping up the paper, tossing our toys, and walking away, that somehow we're going to build a stronger economy. That's not how economies get built. They get built by people that are prepared to invest in this country, and that's what we're seeing now in record numbers. We're seeing that through workers that are prepared to get retrained for jobs of the future today. That's what we're seeing. And it comes with governments that are prepared to match that ambition that Canadians have with what they need, which is the resources and the support to be able to get to those places. Danielle Smith talking about how working with this Prime Minister is a joy. David Eby talking about how working with this government is a joy. So I'm really, really curious, Mr. Speaker, how it is that provincial governments from Wab Kinew and David Eby to Doug Ford and Danielle Smith look at this government and say, this is a government we can work with, and they can sit there and wonder how it is that their poll numbers keep going down. How it is that Canadians refuse to return them to office. It's because premiers of all parties have recognized that this is a government that is prepared to work hard for Canadians, build things for Canadians, invest in the type of economy that Canadians want to see built in this country for a future that their kids can look at and be proud of. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we all know times are tough. When times are tough, we work together. We provide solutions to people to give them the supports they need to get through this period by showing them a path to a brighter future with the dollars, the supports, the commitments, and most importantly, the compassion and the hope to be able to deliver on big things. And we're doing that. We're backing it up. We're backing it up, Mr. Speaker, with the provinces and with the private sector working with us. I encourage them to stop the slogans and get to work for Canadians with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I mean, this is coming from a Liberal government that is completely out of ideas. And here's why. So we let them have Bill C-5 because they said, well, this is the thing that we need to get business investment, to get things built at speeds that we've never seen before in this country. So we worked with them to pass it because we agree that Canada needs to get building and get things done. Yet not a single project from the Major Projects Office has actually been approved and advanced to any next stage. The Liberals then turned around and said, well, that's not working, so what else can we try? A sovereign wealth fund. Except for they don't have any money to put into it, so they're going to borrow against it. So they're going to use debt to finance it. It's going to cost Canadians $750 million a year just in debt service charges for their so-called sovereign wealth fund. It's going to be a debt fund. And then on top of that, to figure out, they're like, well, that's not going to work either. So now we're just going to have consultations to figure out how to speed things up. This government is clueless. They have no idea. Why don't they just pass the Sovereignty Act that Conservatives proposed to get projects built?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not exactly sure what the question there. It sounded yet again like a litany of complaints and not a new idea, and exactly what the opposition is devoid of ideas. So perhaps I could tell them something that they might be hopeful about. The fact that in my province of British Columbia there are now 4 projects at the Major Projects Office. I understand that the government of Alberta is looking forward to putting forward a proposition on being able to get energy resources to Tidewater. This, Mr. Speaker, seems to be provinces and countries and private sectors working together to ensure that we are building things. So, while I understand that the impatience on the other side, I mean, after all, the bill was passed less than a year ago, that they somehow expect mines to spring out of the ground, mills to be built overnight, pipelines to randomly show up. People who have actually built things, Mr. Speaker, know that that's not how things get done in this country, and that's not how you actually build real, resilient infrastructure.
Question and commentary. Questions and comments. The deputy.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
Colleague talks a little bit about diversification in his speech, and in their speeches, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative MPs like to talk a lot about market diversification to help our economy. But let me tell you this, Mr. Speaker, the only market diversification deal that the Conservative was able to strike is when they export their leader from a riding in Ontario to a riding in Alberta, Mr. Speaker. So I want to know if my colleague can talk about a little bit of the investment that the Prime Minister was able to bring to this country that will help his riding and our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary for Artificial Intelligence.
I want to thank my friend for his question. Look, if you look at the number of trade agreements we now have with countries around the world, you look at the fact that countries are investing, seeking to invest in Canada, whether it's countries in the Middle East, whether it's Europe, whether it's our partners at the EU. More and more countries are looking at Canada with confidence as the place to invest. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because they have a government that they can trust and they can rely on. They have Canadian workers who have talent, the best in the world. We have research and researchers in this country that are coming up with the ideas of the future today. And they see the convergence of those three things as a recipe for success, as a place where they can place a bet and know that our word means something.
Questions
and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to commend my colleague for his speech. The Conservative motion that we are debating seems to raise an interesting question. We might not agree with everything in it, but it raises a relevant question. And I didn't hear an answer to that question from the government. The Conservatives are saying that Canada is in a technical recession. Things are not going well, and it is the Liberals' fault. But don't they have some blame in all of this? After all, the Prime Minister was elected a year ago based on a promise that he would wave his magic wand and solve the tariff war. Nothing has happened since. Now, on the government benches, they talk about deals signed with other countries and not our neighbor to the south. But shouldn't the government be working with the Americans? After all, we won't be able to get by without them. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 30 seconds. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. In English, we say that you should be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
En français.
That's hard to translate into French, but at the end of the day, yes, we do want to work on the tariff situation with the United States. At the same time, we want to diversify our trade with other countries in the world. And for that reason, we have successfully signed deals with other countries so that Canadian products could be exported and Canada can diversify its trade. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's motion is on a serious topic, but the wording of the motion is far from serious. We know that the United States has fundamentally changed its approach to trade, not just to trade with Canada, but due to geographical reasons and the fact that the U.S. is our largest trading partner, we are particularly impacted by U.S. tariffs. Also, conflicts around the world, including the Middle East and Europe, have had a negative impact on supply chains and have shaken the global economy. But Canadians don't need political showmanship in this difficult time. What they need is a plan, a serious plan that will make our economy stronger and more resilient. During the last election, Canadians had a choice. They could have chosen between a party that offered nothing but empty slogans and a party with a real plan to strengthen the economy, and that's what they opted for. Since the election, we have been working to diversify the Canadian economy, get major projects built, boost internal trade, and help our businesses and business owners. In today's motion, the official opposition fails to seriously consider the challenges that Canada is facing. This motion is intended to create clips for social media rather than to propose real solutions that will benefit Canadians. I would like to give a few examples of how we are working and how we are achieving results. When it comes to economic diversification, for a year now, we have been working to strengthen our trade relationships all around the world. This will allow our businesses to have access to new markets, and it will allow Canada to attract foreign direct investment. Over the last 12 months, we have seen major progress on this front. We have signed over 20 new economic and defense agreements and secured foreign direct investment totaling $97 billion. This is concrete progress that will benefit both Canada as a whole and our individual ridings. In Madawaska, Restigouche, we have a number of potato farmers. Canada has signed a trade agreement with Mexico that will allow Canadian potato farmers to access the Mexican market, which has over 130 million consumers. People in my riding are very excited about the benefits this new trade agreement is set to bring. That's what it means to open up new markets and create new opportunities for Canadian businesses. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to talk a little bit about how, as we seek to strengthen the Canadian economy, we are working to develop new sectors, new industries, areas where we are not so competitive currently. And one example of this is the commercial space industry. Currently, Canada is the only G7 country to lack sovereign space launch capacity. This means that our country, our businesses, and our institutions need to depend on foreign countries, mostly the United States, to launch a satellite into orbit. This reliance has had concrete negative impacts. It chases away investment because since we lack sovereign launch capacity, investors are looking more at other countries. It also forces our businesses to go abroad to launch their satellites, and it puts our essential infrastructure at the mercy of decisions which are out of our control. In this uncertain world, Canada cannot depend on other countries to access space, which is why our government has introduced the Canadian Space Launch Act. That bill will completely change the situation. It will lay out the necessary framework to create sovereign space launch capacity in Canada, and it should trigger a boom in the commercial space launch industry. We will be able to develop a new commercial space industry here in Canada, creating opportunities for telecommunications businesses. Often we talk about rural broadband issues, but we can address this through satellites in low Earth orbit. By sending up our own satellites, we will be able to connect our regions ill-served by the current cell network to the wireless grid. We should be able to develop this technology in Canada and then launch our own satellites. Such a move will also create interesting opportunities for the sailing sector, supply chain info, defense. It will lower costs for Canadian businesses, and our plan is set to attract billions of dollars of investment. Even though the bill has not yet been passed, various foreign space industries and foreign governments have approached the government talking about their desire to invest in Canada and launch satellites from here. This will create new opportunities to cooperate with our NATO allies, and it will strengthen Canadian sovereignty. This is a concrete example of how, as we seek to strengthen the Canadian economy, we will also be able to strengthen our own sovereignty and our own defense capacity. As an Atlantic Canadian, I would note that this potential is particularly strong in the Atlantic provinces, where we are developing, for example, the Maritime Space Launch Facility in Canso, Nova Scotia, and the Nord Space Atlantic Spaceport Complex in Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, as we talk about investments to strengthen our internal economy, we cannot miss the topic of constructions. We need people to build our major projects, and for this we need to invest in our skilled workers. Through the recent economic update, we announced a concrete plan to increase the number of skilled trades workers. These workers will start out as apprentices, and then as they will receive financial support of up to $16,000 a year. We are also providing $5,000 for workers who complete their Red Seal certification as a bonus. So this is A to Z financial support. We are also assisting small businesses who are creating apprentice spaces. SMEs will receive up to $10,000 in wage subsidies if they take on an apprentice. And here we're talking about electricians, carpenters, plumbers, welders, people who will be able to help us realize our ambitions to build more here at home.
And when we're talking about creating opportunities, we're talking about young people. In the 2025 budget, we announced an enhancement to the summer jobs program in Canada. And this means, in my riding, concretely, more than 1.5 million in money that we're going to invest this summer for more than 400 jobs. So we're talking about concrete work experience where people in my riding will be able to work for community organizations, municipalities, construction, SMEs, all sorts of diverse opportunities. And that this funding, if it wasn't offered, perhaps they wouldn't be able to have these jobs. It will help our community organizations and our employers in my riding. So it makes a concrete difference. In the past weeks, I've been able to visit the various employers in my riding and give them this new good news that they receive this funding. And I can tell you that based on what I heard, it makes a real difference for them. And I also would like to wish them a good summer season, all the young people in my riding who will have these summer jobs. And when we're talking about building a stronger Canadian economy, we have to make sure we're building a fair and just system and help people who are in most need. And that is why we're making all of these efforts to strengthen the Canadian economy. And it involves a social safety net. I'm thinking about the programs we've established in recent years, such as the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Disability Benefit, the Canadian Dental Plan, the Child Care Program, the Canada Food and Essential Needs Benefit. So programs that make a real difference for those who are in greatest need. And the official opposition, what we've seen from them, what measures are they proposing to really help people? Well, they've been opposed to these programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we can see a contrast from one side to another. We've seen this motion. They put the wording so that it wouldn't be supported, and they just want to have a social media clip. It's not really concrete. There's just political posturing, but we're focused on our work. We have been since day one. Canadians gave us a clear mandate, strengthening our economy during this trade war, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're delivering today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, comments?
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague criticizing the Conservative, just saying we just want to have our social media clips. But at the end of the day, when we're talking about facts and all of the thousands of jobs in Canada or that have been lost, or people who are having a hard time making ends meet or putting food on the table, we can't invent this. These are statistics we're seeing. Statistics Canada has told us that for 2 quarters in a row, we are in a recession. What are we inventing there? Can my colleague explain what he thinks instead of just attacking us in a very strange way? The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask my colleague to read the entire motion from the Conservatives that was tabled. It's rare that the Conservatives put anything serious. There's not much concrete in there, and they know that we can't support the motion. On the Conservative side, we need more solutions, more concrete action, and results. Canada should be recording the second strongest growth in the G7 this year, and we'll see this over the next decade. There's FDI in Canada, and we'll see this through 20 trade deals around the world. So these are concrete results, and they're making a difference for Canadians. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gaspésie des Aiguilles de la Madeleine, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague who is in the neighbouring riding for his speech. We share a reality in terms of seasonal workers in our ridings. And right now, we've seen that the level of debt, household debt in Canada is one of the highest in Canada, according to the FMI, and it's low-income workers that are affected the most, people who can be essential for economic sectors that are the pillars of our region, such as the fishing industry. I met Lise Lapierre recently in Sainte-Thérèse de Gaspé. She works with crab and lobster, and she has fell into the employment gap over the summer. Does my colleague not think to deal with the economic situation, we could rapidly wake up and offer EI and put the end to this gap for seasonal workers? Honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the economic update, we announced an extension of the funding for the pilot project in 13 economic regions, 2 of which are in my riding. I think his riding is affected as well by this pilot project. So it's an additional 5 weeks of EI insurance to help people deal with this gap. And we also removed the waiting period for EI in that region. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Lémy-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague in the neighbouring riding for his speech. He talked a lot about infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. The infrastructure fund was very useful to both of our ridings, and it helped with transit, public transit in both of our ridings. Well, they're both linked by public transit now, something we didn't have before. Imagine, we didn't even have public transit, but now we have it in our ridings, thanks to the program that our government has established. So can he tell us how this program helped people in his region to move around so that tourists can also benefit from this new service? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Madawaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through this federal funding, we're able to mobilize to offer public transit that is truly adapted to rural regions. And we have an affordable service that meets the needs of seniors, of workers, and post-secondary students. And since this service has been in place, it has made a true difference on the ground for people. This investment helps the economic reality of our communities and provides an essential service for people who don't have any other way to get around. And since we've had this, we've seen a great success in terms of usage. It's even greater than expected. So it's a concrete example of how we're contributing to our rural regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Regina Louvan, brief.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. When the Prime Minister was asked about the recession he created, he ran away like a scared jackrabbit. Can this member tell me where the Prime Minister is?
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche.
The Prime Minister, on a daily basis, works to establish our plan to build a strong Canada. We've signed some 20 new free trade agreements around the world, and we have the second strongest economic growth in the G7.
I'll just remind members, we're getting close to that thin line. We're mentioning the presence or absence of members of this place, so we're not going to go down that road. Resuming debate. Reprise débat, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday morning, we learned that Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. This topic, will be mentioned by the member for Edmonton West because I'll be sharing my time with him. So we're the only G7 country in a recession. For 5 days now, we have been waiting for an answer from the Prime Minister. He said he was an economic genius and a genius in crisis resolution, but we have been in a crisis for 5 days now after having been revealed that we're the only G7 country in an economic decline, the only country in North America that is in a recession. And what is the Prime Minister saying about this? First, he said nothing. It took 4 days just for him to talk to journalists. And yesterday evening, he broached the topic with journalists. He thought he'd be asking a nice question and that they'd be complimenting him, but he was very happy when he got to the microphone. They asked him a question about the recession, and suddenly he was unable to speak. He started to stutter, and then he turned around and avoided the question. What type of answer is this from such a great economist? And then he was asked the question, is Canada in a recession? He did not answer, except to say that it is a weak economy. But no, it is one of the fastest growing economies in the G7, as promised. But it is a weak economy, and he started giving excuses. Yesterday, we wanted to address these excuses that the Prime Minister was trying to make. as the only country in a recession in the G7. And today he said that it's just by chance. Because if you look at the data closely, you'll see that investment as a percentage of our GDP is up. So if we look at the Statistics Canada report, what does it say in terms of investment? And it says that in Q1 2026, corporate spending has gone down by 0.7% for the fifth consecutive quarterly decline. Investment is down, and it has been for 5 quarters, Mr. Speaker. So one of the causes of this recession is a lack of investment. And if you look at the figures, Mr. Speaker, since this Prime Minister came to power, investment has dropped clearly by $20 billion. And we have the worst level of investment in the G7. And we've seen that the only aspects of our Canadian economy that have increased over the past quarter have been government spending and consumption spending. So it's not investment. The second excuse that we heard from the Liberals is that it's just a technical recession. And Mr. Speaker, there's no such thing as a technical recession. 2 consecutive negative quarters is the definition of a recession. But you can't just look at one type of data, say the Liberals. Well, so let's look at other examples of data. There are 112,000 jobs that have been lost over the past 3 months of this year. 45,000 jobs, net jobs, have been lost since this Prime Minister has come to power. And the employment rate in Canada is the second highest in the G7, 1/3 higher than in the U.S. Our economy has contracted 3 of the 4 past quarters since this Prime Minister has come to power, and more than $1 billion in a net investment has fled our economy, $109 billion, and 80 has left, and $80 billion has come in, and most foreign investment is for foreign companies to take control of Canadian companies and not true investment in our country. So Canada is by far has the highest household debt in the G7, and this is perhaps why Equifax has said that the number of insolvency cases has reached unprecedented heights since 2019, with a 19% increase on the previous year. 1.5 million Canadians missed at least one debt payment, and mortgage insolvencies have gone up 32% on the previous year. So when you look at the figures across Canada, it's clear we are in a recession because of Liberal policies that have been imposed. No, they can't use the traditional excuse that it's just the tariffs or the global economy. All other countries around the world are facing this, but there's no other country in the G7 outside of Canada that is in a recession. Mexico, that's part of North America, and it has a shared border with the U.S., is not in a recession. It's only here in Canada that we're seeing one. So that is why we need to overturn these Liberal policies that have caused the recession. They are taxing development, the red tape of the state, the doubling of the deficit. That is what caused this recession. And the Conservatives are proposing to cut taxes on work, energy, investment, and building of homes. We want to cut all the corporate BS, the consultants, gifts for refugees, etc., to keep costs down and the size of the state. Free enterprise will allow us to grow our economy and reduce costs. That's a real solution. That's what we're proposing today.
I rise today to address the news from Friday that Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. 5 days have gone by, and the Prime Minister has not bothered to answer a single question in the House of Commons addressing this terrible news. He said he was a man with a plan, a guy who could handle a crisis. And yet for 4 days, he wouldn't even take media questions on the fact that Canada was the only G7 country in recession. Yesterday, while walking out from a speech, a journalist called him over. He had a big smile on his face, expecting that the media was going to again throw rose petals at him. And when he arrived and found the question was about the recession, he said, and turned around and walked away, that being his first response after 4 days of learning that Canada is in a recession as the only country in the G7. Today, he finally took a few questions from the media, but refused to answer whether we were in a recession. He did make a number of excuses. One, he claimed that it was just that some aspects of GDP shrunk, but in reality, investment, he says, is up. Well, what does Statistics Canada say about that? Well, in the report that broke the news of the recession, I'm quoting, business capital investment fell 0.7% in the first quarter of 2026, the fifth consecutive quarterly decline. So no, it is not true, Mr. Prime Minister, that investment is up. In fact, the only things that were up were government spending and consumption, meaning Canadians had to spend more just to survive. The things you'd want to be up, things like the net exports, they were down. We have a trade deficit, and investment was also down. Then he went on to claim that, in fact, it is just a technical recession. Well, technical in what sense? The textbook definition of a recession is 2 back-to-back quarters of negative growth. That definition is met. Then Liberals say, and the Prime Minister said today, well, you can't focus just on one thing. Okay, I agree. Let's focus on the other data points. 112,000 jobs lost in the first 3 months of the year. Since the Prime Minister took office, on a net basis, there are 45,000 more Canadians unemployed. We have the second highest unemployment in the G7, a third higher than in the United States. Of the last 4 quarters under this Prime Minister, the economy has shrunk in 3 of them. Business investment is down 0.7%. Over $20 billion of net investment has fled since he took office. Equifax reported that insolvency rates have increased to levels not seen since 2009, up 19% over year. 1.5 million Canadians have missed a debt payment in the first 3 months of this year alone, with mortgage delinquency rates up 32% year over year. Canada has the biggest household debt load of any country in the G7, and the CEO of the Daily Bread Food Bank in Toronto said that 1/10 of Toronto is now eating at a food bank. That is the real cost. This is not technical. Hunger in the bellies of Canadians who can't pay their bills is not technical. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need a reversal in the Liberal policies, and that's what we are fighting for today. Let's have a strong, affordable, and safe Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. You know, I have a great deal more confidence in the Bank of Canada than I have in the leader of the Conservative Party. And the Bank of Canada has indicated that maybe the Conservative Party might be a little bit off on this. They might be glad that Canada, from their point of view, is in a recession. But in reality, Mr. Speaker, it is one of a number of factors when you take a look at the GDP that has to be taken into consideration. And I think even though they might be gleeful on the other end, we on this side of the House will continue to work to building a stronger, healthier Canada and economy. My question to the leader of the Conservative Party, does he have anything positive to say about Canada and how it is that Canada is going to in fact lead in growth in different areas?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he has 2 questions. Do I have anything positive to say about Canada? Plenty of positive things to say about Canada, particularly the resilience of the Canadian people who are, because of their hardiness, are able to endure the punishment that this Liberal government continues to mete out. And do I have anything to say about the growth that this government claims that the economy is going to lead on? Well, I can't say anything about that because this government and the economy it leads is not heading and leading the G7 in any metric, Mr. Speaker. Finally, the Prime Minister, other than the most household debt, the most expensive housing, the most fastest increasing food costs, in all of those areas, the economy is leading under this Liberal government. And, of course, the first economy to go into a recession. Mr. Speaker, that's not the type of leadership we want for our economy.
Question and commentaire. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my opposition colleague, the leader of the opposition. I've been here for over 10 years, and for over 10 years, I've been listening to his excellent speeches. They are always excellent, but each time he's spoken up in this House over the time I've been here, I get the sense that it's always the same. It always sounds like we're about to hit the apocalypse. I'm not saying our economic situation is positive, no, but this does seem like a very doom and gloom approach. He said that the Liberal plan is bad for our economy, but when we look at the record of the Liberal government over the past year, they have essentially only used measures that were proposed by the Conservatives. So is the leader of the opposition saying that this apocalypse is actually being caused by Conservative ideas? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I would love to say that the Liberals stole our ideas. In words, they've stolen our ideas, but not in their actions. They have not put them into practice. After 10 years of these Liberals, they have raised the national debt, they've increased red tape, the civil service, they are blocking natural resources. They promised they would turn that around in the election, but that's not what happened. It was just smoke and mirrors. This Prime Minister has kept in place all of the anti-development legislation. He doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit. He increased the cost of the civil service. The government makes up a bigger part of the economy than it has at any time in the last 30 years. And there are so many anti-development taxes. So I would love it if the Liberals were actually stealing our ideas, but actually, in reality, they're not.
Comments, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our leader for his speech. On Friday, it was announced Canada had entered a recession. And no coincidence, shortly thereafter, the Food Banks Canada brought out their poverty report. So if the Liberals won't believe what we're saying about their reckless policies that are harming Canadians, the Food Bank report gave Canada an overall grade of a D+, an F for employment rate, and an F for food security. Right now, 1 in 4 Canadians, 25% of Canadians, are food insecure. Can the leader talk about our policies that will bring back a Canada that will work for all Canadians?
The honourable leader of the opposition, a brief response.
Yes, this is the human cost of the Liberal recession. Canadians cannot afford to eat. In fact, yesterday's report demonstrated that about 25% of Canadians are food insecure, and 25% of food banks at some point last year actually ran out of food. Imagine being that single mother who's at the checkout, her bank account empties, and she tries to pay with her debit card and she's rejected. She looks at that lineup of people who all just saw her get rejected. She gets into her car, humiliated, and makes her way to the food bank, and it's empty. What does she do now, Mr. Speaker? When Liberals say that this is just a technical recession, I ask them to look that mother in the eye and say that her children's hunger is technical. There's nothing technical about it. There are real human costs for this Liberal government's failures, and if this Prime Minister cared at all about those costs and the people paying them, he'd get into the House of Commons and answer a question about it for once.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today on our motion. Now, Food Bank Canada had a stark warning and a stark quote from the most recent report, and I quote, "Something fundamental has shifted in Canada." They go on further to say, "A job in Canada is no longer enough to ensure a reliable pathway to security." 1 in 4 Canadians are facing food insecurity. 20% of those of the 2.2 million lining up every month at food banks are employed. I'm going to read that line again from the report. In Canada, a job is no longer enough to ensure a reliable pathway to security. That is what over a decade of this Liberal government has inflicted upon Canada. Something has fundamentally changed in this country, and it's fundamentally changed for the worse because of this country, or because of this government. In Edmonton alone, we have 2 separate food banks just serving veterans, those who have served our country in the military, but also RCMP, have 2 separate food banks to serve them, just for them to get by. At the same time, we have the Prime Minister spending close to $200,000 for gourmet meals on his jet just for 3 trips, while the Liberals are spending $200 million for Liberal insiders for a concrete pad, cement pad in Nova Scotia. Now, Canada has entered recession territory. The Liberals will quibble and say, well, it's only technical recession. It really doesn't count. But the economy is shrinking. And not just the last 2 quarters, 3 of the last 4 quarters. We are the only G7 country with a shrinking economy. In fact, even in basket cases like France and Italy do not have shrinking economies. We are, in fact, the only economy that has shrunk in the last 4 quarters in the G7. No one else, not the US, not Germany, which continues on its path to net zero economic suicide, not Italy without all the oil resources that we have, just us. Again, you think of the old world, the G7, all the issues that they're having with the Ukraine war about being cut off from their natural gas resources. And yet somehow they've avoided a recession like us. Now, this GDP issue reflects our stagnating standard of living and anemic productivity growth and highlights our weakness in business investments. Investments, according to the Fraser Institute, in plants, machinery, equipment, and IP has fallen 20% as a share of the economy in the last 10 years. So I wonder what happened 10 years ago that would cause us to be on such a decline. Further, the last 4 years has seen this decline accelerate, matching about 4 years ago when the current Prime Minister started helping this government as a special economic advisor. What a coincidence, I know. More sobering news is from the Bank of Canada Monetary Policy Report. Now, the member from Winnipeg North just previously was saying, we believe in the Bank of Canada. Bank of Canada has all the information. Don't you believe in the Bank of Canada? Well, I believe in the Bank of Canada Monetary Policy Report that actually shows this government is misleading Canadians on growth. Bank of Canada is predicting next year a 16% lower GDP growth than the government just did in their spring budget. The year after that, they're predicting a 13% lower growth. So I asked the member from Winnipeg North, who does he believe? Does he believe the Bank of Canada, like he just stated he believes? Or does he not now when it's not convenient for him? So even the Bank of Canada doesn't believe the government when they say they're the fastest growing economy in the G7. We're not. Further from the Bank of Canada, even more sobering, for 2026, of the anemic growth that we have under this Liberal government, Bank of Canada is saying 75% of that growth is from added government spending. Not from exporting oil, perhaps, not from IP or investment, from government spending. 2027, 44% of the growth of the forecast is government spending. The year after, 25% of all the growth that the Bank of Canada is seeing in GDP is coming from government spending. This is not a way to grow out of the troubles we're in by just simply borrowing more money, spending more money. I think over the next 5 years, we're going to have almost $400 billion just in interest payments. And what are we getting for it? We're not getting growth like we see in the other countries. We are seeing a shrinking economy. So what do we do about this? Well, apart from joining Marty McFly and Doc Brown and getting into a car and a DeLorean and go back to the future to 2015 and ensure Trudeau doesn't get elected, we can change the policies now. We can start undoing the Liberal policies that are wrecking the economy. The Chamber of Commerce just recently, in a submission to the Finance Committee, says the government needs to focus on competitiveness. They say we can't compete globally because of a regulatory and red tape regime that is seen as cumbersome and anti-investment. We have well over 300,000 different rules and regulations, over 450 different acts with thousands time per act adding regulations that are tying up and slowing our economic growth. So what does the government do? Well, normal government around the world would perhaps say, well, let's reduce red tape. Let's cut some of the red tape. This government instead, we know defense procurement's a mess. Instead of actually addressing it, they create another procurement, another agency, bureaucracy, to work around their own rules that they've created. For major projects, same thing. Let's add more bureaucracy to work around the other bureaucracy we created. Further, they created another bureaucracy for red tape reduction. 34 full-time equivalents that they've added to the bureaucracy to cut red tape. We submitted an order paper question asking what they managed to cut for regulations. Well, we ended up, for 35 full-time employees, 29 regulations repealed. Here's some of them. Well, they repealed regulations on UN regulations regarding Sierra Leone. Wow, that's going to grow the economy. They cut regulations on corded window covering products. They cut regulations regarding board elections for the wheat board, years after the wheat board went away. This is what 34 full-time employees managed to do over a couple-year period to cut red tape. They changed regulations on the wheat board elections for the board of directors for a wheat board that doesn't exist anymore. So how are we going to grow the economy if this is the best the government can do? Well, we could get our energy markets to market. We could build pipelines. We could get rid of the oil and gas emissions cap. The government will say, oh, well, we don't have that anymore. But they haven't equivalently come out and said that cap is dead. They could get rid of the anti-Alberta tanker ban, C-48. We have a private member's bill before this House right now to eliminate the oil and gas or the tanker ban. Liberals are opposing it. Perfectly fine to have Saudi Arabia oil come up the St. Lawrence, but you can't have Alberta oil off the North BC coast. We could get rid of the costly industrial carbon tax and the unconstitutional No New Pipeline Bill C-69. If we want Northern Gateway to get built, that is going to add billions and billions, tens of billions of dollars of added growth to the economy, this government needs to get out of the way. It needs to kill C-48, the anti-Alberta tanker ban. We need to kill C-69. We need to get rid of the oil and gas emissions cap. We need to get rid of this government's determination to wreck our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I would note in terms of, it's just been over 1 year when Canadians went to the polls and they elected a new government. What are some of the actions that we have seen in that 1 year? Tangible actions, such as the international exports that have gone beyond the United States. Significantly increased, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about rents that have been going down. We can talk about the average household net worth, which has actually improved. We can talk about Canada's AAA credit rating and that fact that we have the best financial position of the G7 countries. Wow. And yet we still provide the type of programs to deal with the issue of affordability. Things like the grocery and essentials rebate, such as providing assurances in regards to other social programs like our child care programs. My question to the member is, would he not agree that that is very much a holistic approach at building a stronger and healthier economy?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for Fiction Hour in the House of Commons. What has this government delivered in over 10 years? It's not a new government. It's the same old, tired Liberal government. What have they delivered? Rising unemployment, record debt, record deficit, record people, Canadians at food banks. They've delivered an economy that requires us to have 2 food banks just to serve veterans in Edmonton. That is what this Liberal government, this 10-year-old tired, corrupt Liberal government, has delivered for Canadians.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de la Pointe-de-l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Well, I'd like to thank my former seat neighbor in this house. This economic update does not take into account President Trump's new 25% tariffs on all aluminum and steel-derived products. This will particularly affect Quebec. 25% of Quebec SME exports to the U.S. will be affected. Does my colleague think that we should take measures to support those businesses? We are proposing a wage subsidy in order to keep a relationship between businesses and employees. What does my colleague think?
West.
Thank my colleague for his question. He brought up a lot of great points. The Prime Minister twice promised to get a deal done by last summer. Twice he hasn't delivered. The best thing we can do for my colleagues from Quebec and their constituents is to deliver a deal. The government has failed to do so despite repeated promises by the Prime Minister.
The member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, the Liberals keep saying that, you know, there's so much growth in Canada. So let's take a look at the growth that I'm seeing. I'm seeing growth in inflation, up 0.5% in April. Growth in unemployment, up in April. Food bank usage, up massively. What we're also seeing, Mr. Speaker, is business capital investment, though. It fell 0.7% in the first quarter of 2026, which was the 5th consecutive quarter that business capital investment in Canada dropped. Wondering how my colleague thinks about that and if he has any ideas how to get this government back in line.
Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks for the question to my colleague. As I mentioned earlier, the Chamber of Commerce of Canada, in a submission to Finance Committee, laid it out. They stated the current environment imposed on businesses by this government makes investment unwelcoming. Canada needs to change. We need tax reform and we need regulatory reform. As the Chamber of Commerce has stated, we need to fix our regulatory regime, we need tax reform, we need this government to stop standing here and pretending that all these announcements are serving Canadians. They actually need to take action.
That's right. Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Niagara West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can ask the same question, Doug. At the end of the day, if you're not investing back in your businesses, how are you going to grow the economy? I'd like to ask the Speaker again. After 5 quarters of negative growth in business investment, how exactly are we going to grow our economy?
Good question.
The honourable member for Edmonton West, about 35 seconds.
Makes a great point. The Canadian economy is shrinking. Mexico, which has a far greater reliance on the U.S. trade than Canada does, their economy is not shrinking. In fact, their auto industry exports to the U.S. are double what they are in Canada. And yet somehow they're managing to grow their economy with the same issues we have. What they don't have that's holding them back is a Liberal government.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Prime Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be happy to be sharing my time with the member for Kingston and the Islands. I will be.
Here we go.
Buckle up. I will be opposing this motion. We have a comprehensive plan. I am seeing it in my travels across the country. I am seeing in my riding that the plan is starting to deliver results. And I think if you look at Mr. Speaker, if you take an honest look at the full set of strategies that this government has announced, measures as early as June with the income tax cut and the delivery of a major projects office, forward to the budget in the fall, with major measures to prime our economy through to the spring economic update, and the strategies we've announced during and since then, I think you'll see a plan that is starting to work, that is starting to have impacts on the ground. And I want to refer to a couple of these strategies because they're important context when the official opposition is calling for a plan. The plans are being presented, have been presented, and are starting to land, I think, quite positively with Canadians. I'll give a recent example of the National Electricity Strategy, which we announced just recently, with an intent to double our capacity by 2050. Wow. And we know that electricity is a key competitive advantage for Canada, that we have abundant and relatively clean electricity. And this is an area where Canadian ingenuity, Canadian workers, and opportunities coast to coast are available to Canadians to develop the kind of technologies that help lower costs, help lower emissions, help prime and benefit industries at home, but also in some cases lead to an exportable technology. And I know there are a lot of innovators in Tyacon, Parkdale, High Park that are working on businesses, on innovations that are delivering, whether it's a more efficient grid, whether it's solutions that are putting power back onto the grid, whether it's solutions indeed that are using previously industrial or internal combustion engine-based technologies, fossil fuel technologies, and converting them into cleaner technologies. The National Electricity Strategy, I think, is a very prominent example of the kinds of things that one of the plans that exists in our broader plan to deliver economic well-being to Canadians. I would also refer to the critical minerals strategy, which is, again, a key competitive advantage for Canada, and we need to have the processing capacity. We need to identify those specific minerals that are available to us, and the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources and other ministers have taken a leadership role in creating buyers clubs, in bringing companies, countries, investment funds together to identify real opportunities, and then using the Major Projects Office to deliver opportunities to get those projects underway more quickly. A critical mineral strategy is key to our economic plan. I'll also refer to our auto strategy, which I, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry, have some considerable involvement with. The Minister of Industry's strategy, where she's working very hard to protect access to the Canadian marketplace, to the American marketplace rather, protect the investments that exist in Canada, but also attract new investments. Not only the investments that are around electrification, electric vehicles, but also related investments in software, electric vehicle charging infrastructure. And I'm very proud to see that some of these sectors, again, which previously were confined to Southern Ontario, are now spreading across the country. I had the pleasure of going to the Electric Vehicle Charging Expo recently in Toronto, and it was such a pleasure to see companies from coast to coast to coast delivering innovations, whether it's delivering electricity charging for vehicles to apartment buildings in Vancouver, or software, all-in software solutions out of Quebec, even the first green hydrogen vehicle, heavy truck vehicle developed by Elemental Trucks out of Rexdale. There are so many innovations that are coming out of Canada, out of Canadians, out of this opportunity, out of this, I think, this excitement around the kind of economy we're building. And we're seeing in the numbers, and my colleagues, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance and the Chief Government Whip have already referred to some of these statistics, some real benefits that are coming from these strategies. I'll also refer to an area that I spend a bit more time on, the research and science portfolio, where we are seeing by the hundreds people from around the world, some of the most talented scientists around the world, attracted by our Impact Plus Chairs program and our Impact Plus Scholars program, coming by the hundreds to say that Canada is a place to do science. We just recently announced 658 doctoral and postdoctoral researchers. The best and brightest in the world are choosing Canada, and they're choosing Canada in part because, yes, this is a place to do science and research in a place that is not going to be corrupted by politics. But secondly, because there's economic opportunity, there's that hope that comes from the ability to do this work and deliver these innovations in Canada on behalf of and for Canada and for Canadians. I see the benefits of our economic strategy starting to take root in places like at the University of Calgary, where I recently had the chance to visit a Genome Canada funded project. And this is one of the great stories, and I'm seeing so many of these stories coast to coast now, where we have Eastern and Western Canada coming together to deliver the kinds of innovations that are going to grow our economy. The specific project I saw was a project to make underground energy storage safer by using tiny underground microbes. So this is a University of Calgary set of researchers collaborating with a Newfoundland and Labrador startup, Triple Point Resources. And again, there's confidence that this is a Canadian startup out of Newfoundland and Labrador, which is investing its precious capital in innovation towards a carbon-reducing solution, collaborating with scientists out of the University of Calgary. This is the kind of national, I think, economic spirit that we are seeing more and more of, that this Prime Minister, this government is delivering. I was recently in Quebec, Longueuil, Quebec, at the Canadian Space Agency headquarters, and we know that this has been the year for space in Canada, and being part of the Horizons Conference, co-developed between Canadian Space Agency and Space Canada, an industry association and a government agency working very, very closely together to ensure that the future space economy is one that Canada can depend on, one that Canada can benefit from, that this year of science, where we have not one but 3 Canadian Space Agency astronauts intimately involved in some of the key missions around that have captured the globe's attention. Jeremy Hansen, Jenny Gibbons, and Joshua, soon to go to the International Space Station, Joshua Kutrick. That the Canadian inspiration around that has resulted in more interest and more investment. And the number of young people who I meet now who are starting rocket clubs, who are excited about participating in this sector, and who are often can then get support through our research funds to then develop the kind of science and innovation. This is part of our economic strategy as well. I see this locally as well with companies like Transpod out of my riding, which is developing a high-speed transportation solution between Calgary and Edmonton. Again, a Canadian company in Eastern Canada working collaboratively with those in Western Canada. I see it with a company like Beachman Industries, which is one of, again, in my riding of Tyacon Parkdale High Park, which is one of the first companies in decades to get certified by Transport Canada for motorcycle manufacturing. They're Canada's only electric motorcycle manufacturer. They have big ambitions to take this innovative technology and to grow it into other spaces, into the transportation space, delivering transportation solutions, Canadian innovators, auto manufacturing, in this case happening right in the heart of downtown Toronto. What I also appreciate about our economic strategy, though, and I don't hear much about it from the other side, is that the economy is not just the GDP. It is the GDP per capita. I do want to compliment my colleague, the parliamentary secretary, but it is about much more than any one statistic. It is about the kind of community we create that makes it possible to have economic activity. It's about the kind of community we create that gives people the confidence and the support and the resources to participate productively in the economy, like national childcare, like the PSW, the PSW tax credit. I had the pleasure of speaking at the SEIU Excellence Awards, the first ever award event that the Service Employees International Union put on for its healthcare Local 1. And to see those PSWs, mostly women, mostly educated in other countries, say that yes, because of the work we did together and because of the government recognition of that work, there's going to be a tax credit that's going to recognize their specific efforts during the pandemic and beyond. That's going to put over around $1,100 in those workers, again, mostly those women's pockets. And yeah, you bet that's going to help the economy in those households, because those families, those women are going to be spending that money out in the economy. I even see it in places like the many business improvement areas that I have, that we are blessed to have in Tyacon Parkdale High Park. Tyacon Parkdale High Park is the home of the original business improvement area in Bloor West Village. And what we're hearing from them is, yes, public safety is really important, and there is some appreciation for the new provisions around bail legislation, and that public safety, the public realm, as well as supporting people at different levels of the economic scale, at different income levels, is key to having a strong economy. And in Tyacon Parkdale High Park, we're very appreciative of the opportunity to see that. And then finally, in my riding, I see it in the housing that we're building, whether it's social housing, whether it's supportive housing, whether it's some of the cooperative or private sector housing that I'll be happy to talk about in future months in the riding. The kinds of housing opportunities that we're creating in the riding create an opportunity to participate economically in a much more productive way. A kind of investment in housing that unfortunately I hear is regularly criticized by the other side. We have an economic plan. It's starting to land with Canadians, and I look forward to the questions from my colleagues on it.
Comments. Question en commentaire, the member for Regina, Louvain.
I want to thank my colleague from across the way on his speech, and he talked about investment in research a lot. So I'm going to ask a straightforward question. When it comes to investment in research in Saskatchewan, we're losing 2 research farms in the agriculture industry because they've cut the Liberals have cut the funding for agriculture research. Also, in Environment Canada, they've cut funding for radar research, which is going to hamper our ability to give warnings when heavy snow, rain, falls, blizzards happen. So if he's going to brag about the research funding he has done, what about the people he's leaving behind in Saskatchewan with the agriculture research cuts and the radar research cuts at Environment Canada?
Good question. Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the chance to visit Saskatoon in January, February of this year, and I had the pleasure to visit the facilities and the labs that are being funded through at the University of Saskatchewan, in particular the Vido vaccine facility, a world-leading facility, as well as the cyclotron, world-leading major research facilities that are, again, attracting scientists from around the world, as well as the Saskatchewan, as well as at the SAIT SAIT and the University of Saskatchewan have a really strong collaboration that brings research together both at the college and the university.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. When you look at the performance of the Canadian economy, you realize that the real problem has to do with exports. The forestry sector has been hit hard by countervailing duties of 45%, which will limit the sector's capacity to competitively export to the U.S. market. In the Bloc Québécois, we proposed that the government should buy up the countervailing duties, basically buy up the debt and give it back to our businesses to give them some liquidity. Why will the government not listen to our suggestion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand the challenge that my colleague across the way is speaking of. I grew up in Bathurst, New Brunswick, just across from the Baie des Chaleurs, so I understand the challenges the forestry sector is currently facing. For decades now, Canada has been hit by U.S. duties. We are working very hard to solve this problem. We are in close cooperation with our American counterparts. We have supported industry with strategic funds and other initiatives, but of course, I would always be happy to have further conversations with the member about this.
Mr. Speaker, the Permanent People's Tribunal concluded that Canada's ongoing policies amount to genocide, pointing specifically to the government's seize value of Indigenous lands, territories, and resources. And the tribunal noted that part of the issue related to the failure of this government to obtain the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous people. So my question through you, Mr. Speaker, is will this government begin to uphold their constitutional obligations, uphold Section 35, Section 35(3) rights? And will they take this finding very seriously and respect the right to self-determination of Indigenous peoples, or are they going to continue building a pipeline to the court?
Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. UNDRIP and Indigenous rights, as well as doing Indigenous economic development with Indigenous peoples, I think is a foundational principle of this government. We've seen it reflected through some of the recent deals that have been announced, and I hope to be continuing to work on this side and with colleagues who are interested to continue to do that.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To have a strong economy, you need to support innovation. This is why we have tax incentives for research and development. Could the Parliamentary Secretary talk about the work we have done to boost and enhance our tax incentive program, which is very important to many businesses, especially in rural areas? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 35 seconds. My colleague is a great champion of science and research. We enhanced the Community College Research Fund through our spring economic update. We are making historic investments through our budgets in research, including defense research.
Resuming debate, reprise débat, the Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting in the House today for the better part of the debate, listening to what I've heard. And I want to tell you, earlier today I was here for the opening speech by the critic, the member from Calgary Forest Lawn, when he was introducing this motion. And I don't know if I just got bored of listening to the same rhetoric by Conservatives, but I started staring down at the motion as is written on my piece of paper. And Mr. Speaker, what I did was I thought, I wonder what AI would think of this motion. So I literally took a picture of it and asked AI, what do you think of this motion? And this is literally the response.
Point of order, the Member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. I believe the Chief Government Whip just acknowledged taking a photo in this House while he was sitting there, which is against the rules. I hope you'll urge him to delete that, Mr. Speaker.
Technically, I don't think he said that he took the picture while in the House, but of course the member will, of course, take the corrective action if that is so warranted. I'll allow the member to continue with his commentary.
So this is literally what the response was that I got, like word for word. This motion is built for maximum rhetorical punch, not maximum factual or analytical strength. The motion collapses complex economic indicators into a simplistic, quote, worse than the G7, end quote, narrative, cherry picks metrics without context, and demands an impossible remedy that has no coherent policy meaning. That literally, and I hear my friend from Saskatchewan across the way criticizing AI. I would remind him to probably tread lightly in this area, given the fact that I'm pretty certain that at least 70 to 80% of the questions that are asked during question period from the Conservatives are generated by AI. Before he goes down that path of trying to be critical of it, I can understand why he doesn't like listening to what was generated as a response to that, but it's the reality of the situation. And the irony is, I guess the real irony for this is not that AI spit out the obvious that everybody knows, but what it really comes down to, Mr. Speaker, is that this is exactly the feeling of Canadians right now in watching the response from the Leader of the Opposition to what has happened. Like, let's just take ourselves back for a second, Mr. Speaker, to Friday morning, when Statistics Canada released information that we were in a technical recession and by a decline in growth of, listen to this, negative 0.03%. Like, we're talking about a really small... And the Leader of the Opposition jumps on this like it is the biggest gift he's ever received. He jumps out there. He's so gleeful about it. He runs into the... He gathers whoever from his caucus has remained here on a Friday, because they usually disappear halfway through question period on a Thursday. He gathers them, drags them out in front of this building, lines them up behind himself at 9:30 a.m. and gives this press conference where he's talking about, with this gigantic smile on his face, so excited by this news. Can you imagine being a member of this House, one of the 338 members, let alone the Leader of the Opposition, who takes such joy in knowing that Canadians are suffering? And that's exactly what we saw from him. That's what he did. And that's not even where it ended, because it got even worse than that, Mr. Speaker. What happened is that, rightfully so, a reporter from the Hill Times just said, okay, on the topic of the economy, to the Leader of the Opposition, might you be going a little too far with this by suggesting that this is a massive, colossal economic situation? The Leader of the Opposition, the member from where's he from now? Battle River, Crowfoot. He starts laughing at the reporter and says, of course, you're making excuses for the Prime Minister. And they said, what outlet are you from? And the reporter said, the Hill Times. And he said, oh, yeah, the Hill Times. Like, we've seen this. Like, what I find so utterly amazing, Mr. Speaker, is that Conservatives, much less the Leader of the Opposition, are unable to recognize that although that strategy may have been really effective in 2024, with everything going on in the world right now, with the way that the U.S. is positioning itself against us right now and is treating us like an economic enemy at times, with all of that that's going on, with the sense of incredible pride that Canadians have in wanting to stick together and fight this together, why these Conservatives still think that it's a winning strategy to talk down Canadians and to talk down the Prime Minister and to talk down the position of where we're going. But listen, I can wonder all day long, Mr. Speaker, about why they think this is an effective strategy, why they're doing this, why they haven't realized that their 2024 tactics are just falling on deaf ears right now. But you don't even... even have to consider the fact that I'm bringing this to your attention. Just look at the fact that it's reflective in the polling. It's reflective in the decision in the last election. They don't want them. They don't want that rhetoric. They don't want that style of approach. They don't want a leader of the opposition who's going to laugh at reporters, challenge what outlet they're with, and then dismiss them. Canadians don't want this. And I really wish that my colleagues across the way who keep heckling me right now would take a moment to reflect on the fact that maybe there is just self-reflect for a second. Like maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of truth to what I'm saying. Maybe the Canadian people would like to see humility and would like to see a leader of the opposition that actually takes the time to reflect on the world that people live in and not jump at an opportunity to celebrate it because he can say, I told you so to the Prime Minister on what amounts to a statistical error. I said, negative 0.03% of growth. Wow. Well, I'm sorry, it's catastrophic. Look at them, and they're doing it right now, Mr. Speaker. They're doing it right now. They absolutely refuse. That they want to make this the biggest, boldest, worst absolute thing that could possibly happen. That's the narrative that they're going, and they're doing. And I'm actually not surprised because they're just parroting what their leader did on Friday when he went outside of this building and he took the opportunity to celebrate the position that Canada was in. And look, Conservatives can keep doing this, Mr. Speaker. They can do it all day long. They can keep doing it, but I'm telling them right now, this is not selling on the Canadian public. The Canadian public is not buying this. And by the way, they did this before, Mr. Speaker. They did this before. And what situation did they set up for themselves? Their approach always is not what am I going to do, what are we going to do to improve the lives of Canadians. Their approach is make the other guy look bad. That's right. Attack the other guy, beat him or her into submission so that we look like the champions. Well, guess what, guys? You tried that in 2024, and guess what? To a certain degree, you were kind of effective at it. But it didn't materialize into you forming government, did it? No, it didn't. You just ended up coming right back. Well, you are technically, I apologize, Mr. Speaker, through you, it certainly didn't result in Conservatives forming government. And the key thing that they're missing is that rather than just attack, you gotta provide solutions. You gotta provide alternatives. And I've said this so many times in this House, Mr. Speaker. You gotta provide alternatives in order to, I'm actually trying to give them political advice right now. Probably people back in my war room are probably saying, why won't he shut up? Because he's telling them what to do. But it's true, I'm just trying to help them because I feel like they really genuinely need it. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are going to keep doing this over and over and over, and it's not going to produce anything for them because the reality of this situation is Canadians are looking for parliamentarians, especially in the world that we live in right now, to work together, to collaborate together, to come up with ideas together, and certainly not to celebrate potential downfalls like the Leader of the Opposition and his caucus are doing.
Questions and comments? Question and commentary. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know what was amazing about the House Leader, or the Chief Opposition Whip's, Chief Government Whip, I'm foreshadowing that. You know what was amazing about his speech is he didn't mention Canadians once. Yeah. He didn't talk about the 2.2 million people at a food bank. He didn't talk about the food bank survey that just came out that gave them an F in food security, an F in employment, a D+ in legislation. He didn't talk about the things that rural Canadians are talking about, which we bring to the floor of the House of Commons each and every day, talking about how Canadians are struggling under their policies. He made it about himself. He made it about the Liberals. He even talked about our leader answering questions from the media, which is amazing he brought that up because his leader is in the witness protection program because he won't talk about the recession he created.
That's right. Hello, Chief Government Whip.
Look, I know I'm not supposed to address the presence or absence of members in the House, but That member listened and sat here for my entire speech. And now after walking away from that, the only thing he could say was that I only talked about myself. I literally gave them political advice for 8 straight minutes, talking about what they can do better. I'm literally trying to help that member. Like, and he says, I talking about myself. Of course I was talking about the struggles that Canadians were going through. But what I was criticizing was the way that the leader of the opposition appears to be celebrating it.
Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Pierre Pouget, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across the way, both in his speech and in his previous interventions, seems to be boasting about referring to AI to analyze the Conservative motion. And this makes me wonder. It seems that we're elected as measures to be able to think by ourselves in terms of what's proposed as a debate here in this House. And then what we see, we have representatives and elected officials from the Liberals and a government spokesperson rely on algorithms from foreign countries to analyze bills and motions from the opposition. So I'd like to know, is this something that is widespread on that side of the House?
A very nice try, Mr. Speaker. I'm probably one of the very few members in this House that doesn't read or use a script or anything when I'm speaking in this House. I literally spoke to you the whole time, and I read 4 sentences off of something that was on my phone. Compare that to the countless. We're about to go into question period, and every single question that we hear, including from the bloc, at least 70 or 80% of the time, will be a written out question. I'd love to know who writes out those questions for the bloc or for the Conservative. But as far as it goes for me, Mr. Speaker, I stand here, I speak my mind, and I speak it without notes or assist.
Order.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brown-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, does he not find it surprising that Conservatives say that Canada is a complete failure, even though there are millions of Canadians that create companies, investment, and contribute every day to one of the most solid economies in the world? Thank you.
Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Well, it's absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that we live in a world right now that we could not have predicted 2 years ago. And we are responding to the uncertainties in that world and laying the framework and the groundwork to have a stronger economy that is not reliant on one particular trading partner, but that can be diverse throughout the world. And I have full confidence in this Prime Minister's ability to do that, and I think it's glaringly obvious to Canadians that the alternative in the Leader of the Opposition just doesn't measure up.
Question comes, the member Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. And Mr. Speaker, he talked about AI, and I want to talk about AI because we know Canadians right now are facing rising costs, economic uncertainty, financial fraud is even becoming a greater threat, and it's not being talked enough about today. Organized crime are using AI-generated scams for deepfakes, spoof calls, and fake investment schemes to target people already under financial pressure. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a record amount of fraud impacting seniors in my riding that are losing their life savings, families that are being defrauded, and victims that are often left to recover on their own. And protecting Canadians requires urgent government intervention, blocking scam calls, holding financial institutions and digital platforms accountable, ensuring victims have access to support and recovery services, growing the scale and urgency of this problem at a time when every dollar counts, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals finally see that combating fraud and use the measures and tools they have as a key tool, Mr. Speaker, in protecting Canadians' financial security and their economic well-being?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip, a brief response.
It is obvious that this is something that this government takes extremely seriously, Mr. Speaker. This is the first government to have a Minister of Artificial Intelligence who's directly overseeing how we can safely implement artificial intelligence, which is inevitably going to make its way through society, how we can safely do that in a way that protects Canadians, but still see the maximum potential that can come from this technology, including when that potential uses the opportunity to critique the opposition motions from the Conservatives.
Resuming debate. Please, debate.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to support this Conservative motion that calls on the Prime Minister to take action with respect to this recession. I do so with a deep feeling of responsibility and also with great concern for the economic future of our country and of our children and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, it's clear and absolutely undeniable Canada is in a recession. The motion that was tabled before us clearly says it asked this House to recognize that the Liberal Prime Minister has led Canada to be the only economy in a recession in the G7. The Prime Minister is in the unenviable position to be the only leader of all of our G7 partners to have led their country to a recession. International partners have shown resilience, but Canada is sinking. The Liberals like to hide behind words and their speeches. They say it's just a technical recession. But allow me to be very clear, Mr. Speaker. There's absolutely nothing technical in all of this. There's nothing technical for a family that has to choose between filling up their car or putting groceries on the table. There's nothing technical for thousands of workers who've lost their jobs, while our country is now showing the second highest unemployment rate in the G7, higher than one-third higher than in the U.S. There's nothing technical for the simple Canadian that seems their dream of home ownership floating away because this government's policies has led to the highest housing costs in the G7. What the Liberals call a technical anomaly is in reality a crisis created by their own decisions, which are choking Canadians by creating the highest household debt in the G7. It's very bad news for Canada, for Canadians, for Quebecers, for people from Beauce, like my colleague. From across our country, Canadians need a strong economy and a government that supports them rather than these weak Liberals. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. No one on this side of the House is surprised. This recession did not happen by chance or because of something unpredictable. It's the direct result of a decade of poor Liberal management. After 10 years under this government, Canada's debt has more than doubled. It has gone from over more than $1.4 trillion. This Liberal government has racked up more debt on the Canadian credit card than any other previous government combined. They have flooded the economy with printed bills, causing inflation and making everything more expensive for everyone across our country. Canadians are suffering, and they have to pay the price for this. While our economy is collapsing, where is the leadership from this Prime Minister? How is he responding to this major crisis that is affecting Canadians? Radio silence, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has not said a word about the recession. He even refuses to say the word recession. He refuses to face reality. He refuses to answer legitimate questions from Canadians. And rather than presenting an economic plan that is serious, he prefers to show ignorance and ignore it. It's an insult for workers who are losing their jobs. He's lacking leadership. The Prime Minister has decided to hide behind his ministers and his communication lines. His lack of communication on this subject shows a clear lack of connection and a lack of regard for the distress of Canadians. It's having devastating impact. And while ordinary Canadians are cutting in their budgets and food banks across the country have seen historic levels, this government continues to tax taxpayers and to throw money out the window. They're not managing public funds responsibly. They have no accountability. And let's look at these programs that are wasteful. The ArriveCan scandal, this IT app that was supposed to cost $80,000. Do you know how much it ended up costing? $60 million. And worse still, the QRAM fiasco. They talked about 1.5 million roughly, and the result, Mr. Speaker, $6.6 billion. And in the economic update, they added an additional 500 million. It's a cost overrun of more than $5 billion. And a cost overrun of $5 billion. Who's paying for that, Mr. Speaker? Canadians. Those sitting in this chamber, those who work hard every day. It'll be our children and our grandchildren who'll have to pay for what? They'll have to pay for this poor Liberal management. This is a shame, a national shame. And it continues. This week I spoke with a private company that rents a piece of land for $13,500. It's a private company, and they're renting it to the federal government for $20 million a year with a 10-year contract of $200 million. So I repeat, a private company that rents this from a provincial government for $13,500 a month, and this private company turns around and rents it to the Liberal government for $20 million a year for $10 million. All of this money out of our pockets for a piece of land that is being rented for $13,500. Rather than providing true answers, do you know what the minister responded this week? He wants to set up a meeting with the astronauts. My member from Beauce could come to the meeting. They asked us to meet with the astronauts, even though they're renting it for $13,500, and the others are, and now they're going to spend millions over 10 years. It doesn't make sense. And the recession we're facing today didn't happen by accident. It's the result, the unavoidable result of 10 years of structural deficits, of punitive taxes, bureaucracy, and a lack of respect for healthy public financing. And we won't be able to be prosperous and tax people to get rich. As a result, as this is the subject of our motion today, the House asks this Liberal minister to immediately present a plan to reverse all economic policies of the Liberal government, which has given Canada the G7's worst economy. Canadians are tired of this government that's asking them to tighten their belts while this Prime Minister remains silent and is wasting billions on these IT systems, and nothing justifies wasting taxpayers' money. Quebecers and Canadians deserve a responsible government, one that respects every hard-earned dollar that they pay. They deserve a government that understands that taxpayer dollars are important, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, I proudly support with determination this motion. Enough of Liberal waste. We need to balance the budget and reverse these destructive policies, and finally give Canadians the control of their economy, hope, and allow them once again to have a proud and strong country. Thank you.
We're going to do questions and comments. We'll only have time for one question.
The honourable member for, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very quickly, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I find it rather sad. It's an alarming speech because, yes, I'd like to congratulate him, but on this side of the House, I'd like to be able to have dreams for my grandchildren thanks to the decisions that this government is making. They've started working at Davy, and it will get people in the Beauce to work. So does he really find it so alarming, or can he side with the government to help his grandchildren? The honourable member for Richmond-Thoracre, 30 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, who I appreciate greatly, also is a grandparent, and for our grandchildren, we don't want them to be born with the debt of $44 billion the day they're born. And this Liberal government has ballooned the debt to over 1.4 trillion over 10 years. This is unacceptable.
Members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to highlight Canada's leadership in strengthening global health system. As Unite Chapter Chair for North America, I had the honor of welcoming Dr. Ricardo Batista Lette to Ottawa, who's president of Unite. Alongside colleagues and leading health experts, we discussed how legislators can work together to advance innovation, preparedness, and stronger outcomes internationally. Unite is a global parliamentary network with more than 552 members across over 120 countries, working with partners such as the WHO and the United Nations to promote fair and sustainable health systems, digital innovation. Canada has the expertise and institution and the credibility to help shape global solutions, from prevention and preparedness to supporting women, children, and vulnerable communities. Mr. Speaker, by working together with partners through Unite, we can drive meaningful progress that reaches communities in every corner in the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond, Athabasca. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this year the Cégep de Victoriaville Vulcan Sport Programme proudly celebrates its 55th anniversary. For over half a century, the Vulcans have embodied the spirit of pushing one's limits, perseverance and teamwork. Thanks to their dynamism, the Mauves, as they're called, teams and athletes have put Victoriaville on the map throughout Quebec and beyond. For me, this anniversary also holds personal significance, as my brother Carl and I had the chance to wear the Vulcans' colours. There, we developed values, friendships, a sense of belonging that remain with us to this day. I would like to pay tribute to all the generations of athletes, coaches, volunteers, and staff members who have built this great Vulcans family over the past 55 years. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all alumni and the public to the Big Vulcans reunion on October 9th to 11th, and at the same time, the inauguration of the Boralex Sports Centre. And as we say around here, once a Vulcan, always a Vulcan.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Call Collective Foundation, a national organization advancing South Asian women, health, equity, and collective care. Founded and led by Jessica Lehel, Core Collection Foundation work at the intersection of women's health, culture, and power. It leads health equity research and projects that improve access to culturally safe care for South Asian women. Core Collective Foundation also pushes government and institutions to see intimate partner violence, human trafficking, and food security levels through a cultural lens. I ask all members to join me in thanking the Core Collective Foundation for the vital work supporting the South Asian woman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
There's a time of year on the prairies when the alarm clock is mostly just for show because the work starts long before it rings. In Manitoba, the last few weeks have thrown just about everything at us. Snow, sleet, and wind that tried to relocate about half of the province. You can have the plan made, the equipment ready, and the fields waiting, and still end up in a fight with the weather. Farmers don't get to press pause. Only the weather can do that. That's just farming, Mr. Speaker. They repair equipment, seed, spray, fuel up, pray for rain, pray for sun, and then get up the next morning and do it all over again. And through it all, farm families just keep going. That's just what they do. It may surprise some to learn that food does not magically just show up on the grocery store shelves, Mr. Speaker. It starts with families who take risks that most people never see. It's parents, kids, siblings, grandparents, neighbors trying to pull together through long days and late nights for the kind of work that simply needs to get done. Thank you to the farm families who feed our country and keep rural Canada thriving. I'm wishing you all a safe and prosperous season.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie Atataken. Mr. Speaker, the government knows how difficult it is to be an SME, especially when it comes to hiring well-trained workers. We want to meet this difficulty by offering subsidies to apprentices that are designated Red Seal, and we also want to help SMEs that hire them. This could be at the Boulangerie Le Duo HoC in Candiac with Catherine Deguire and Florent Lehmann, where they will learn from the best. Florent, for example, and his assistant Félix Jandot recently distinguished himself at the Canada Bakery Cup by winning the awards for the best croissant and the best baguette. Félix was awarded the prize for best assistant. Truly wonderful achievements. Bravo to them, and great success to Le Duo HoC Bakery that will be representing Canada at the World Cup in France next year.
For Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart today to pay tribute to one of Oshawa's most devoted and generous community leaders, David Burns, who passed away this past Wednesday. Cherished husband of Christine for 62 years, loving father and proud grandfather. Born in Halifax, he moved to Ontario to start a life grounded in faith, family, and later politics. While his family will miss him terribly, he also leaves a deep void in Oshawa's tightly woven conservative family. He was a longtime federal PC supporter who would become one of Oshawa's original reformers, and in 2004, a founding member and director of the Oshawa Conservative Association, whom he served continuously until just last year. From the 90s through to my own campaign last year, Dave was on the front lines of nearly every single Oshawa election. Known for his dry humor and quick wit, he was a passionate man who stood unapologetically for his principles. That is the man that our team and I will miss and remember. Dave, thank you for your unwavering service, humor, and generosity. God bless you, Christine, and the entire Burns family.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Saint-Boniface,
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital.
Today I rise with great pride to recognize an extraordinary group of young girls from my riding of Saint-Boniface-Saint-Vital, Team Bison. These 5 students recently competed in the 2026 Canada-wide Science Fair in Edmonton. In their 4th consecutive year at the fair, they earned a bronze medal, as well as several prestigious awards and scholarships. As someone who believes deeply in the potential of young people, I'm especially proud of what they accomplished. Their curiosity, hard work, and passion for discovery are inspiring. They are helping show the next generation of girls that they belong in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Their example reminds us of the importance of continuing to support and empower women and girls in these fields. To Team Bison, thank you for making our community proud. Your accomplishments inspire us, and I have no doubt this is only the beginning of what you'll achieve. Congratulations on this well-deserved achievement.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Sometimes I think this Prime Minister is trolling us. What did he propose to protect the Jewish community? An advisory council on rights, equality, and inclusion with Omar Al-Gabra of all people. It's an insult. That's the Prime Minister's solution to synagogues being shot at, thugs harassing senior homes, or marching in North York and chanting for Intifada? Liberals love advisory councils. It's grade school level. Why not take some real steps? Enforce the law. Call the RCMP's Integrated Security Enforcement Team. This is a national security matter. Deport the 700 IRGC agents from Canada. So far, they deported 1. Listen to the Association for the Chiefs of Police. Pass my bill, 257, to criminalize the willful promotion of terrorism. Work with us. Let's pass my bill. And to the 400,000 Jewish Canadians, I'm embarrassed by this Liberal government. Conservative leader and all of my Conservative colleagues will not tolerate this nonsense. We will always protect Canada's Jews.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, when you think of Warwick, you think of cheese. Indeed, for great cheeses, great renown, for delicious dishes and terroir that are the best. I'm sure the best cheesemonger in Quebec, cheesemaker, is at Saint-Étienne de Warwick. Jean Morin, who is generous and the unavoidable master of the Fromagerie du Presbytère, has been named as Artisan of the Year at the Quebec Food Laureate. Yet another many distinction for Jean Morin and his team, to whom we owe in particular the Louis d'Or, le Bleu d'Isabelle, la Religieuse, and the Thalia. A happiness in every bite, especially when associated with Quebec wine. A lover of the land, Jean, every Friday unites tens of thousands of tourists around a delicious picnic with great music. Jean is a pillar of one of the best and most delightful and delicious regions of Quebec. Bravo, Jean.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, the Yukon has recently lost a treasure in the beloved and historic Westminster Hotel. I caught a last glimpse of this famous establishment, affectionately known as the Pit, while attending Dawson City's Gold Show just a couple of weeks ago. Though closed after flooding during December's deep freeze, the hotel still glowed with rose-coloured pride in the evening light of Dawson's early summer. Sadly, it was just the next morning that we watched this storied Pink Dame of Dawson give way to a fatal fire. Built during the gold rush in 1898, the Pit weathered repeated challenges from permafrost thaw as it witnessed over a century of Dawson's countless colourful chapters, earning its reputation as Dawson's shared living room, informal post office, and obligatory gathering place. My mind floods with memories soaked in the cheeky artwork of Alain de Repentigny, while I still hear echoes of music of all brands, festive seasonal celebrations, or the quiet murmur of chatting locals. An era has ended. Farewell to the Pit, and a fond, nostalgic embrace to all in Dawson City.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
The Liberal Prime Minister's latest report card is out. Canada is the only G7 country whose leader took its economy into recession. Canada's economy declined in the last 2 quarters and contracted in 3 of the last 4 quarters. 112,000 jobs lost in just 3 months, 46,000 more Canadians jobless than when he took office. Business investment fell for the 5th straight quarter. $109 billion in investment has fled Canada since he took office. Canadian households now carry the highest debt in the G7, the least affordable housing in the G7, the highest food inflation in the G7, the lowest investment per worker in the G7, and the second highest unemployment in the G7. Consumer insolvencies are up 19%, 1.5 million Canadians are missed a debt payment in just 3 months, and mortgage delinquencies are up 32%. Nationally, food bank visits have doubled. 1 in 4 Canadians is food insecure, and households pay 120% of their income on rent and food. Canadians don't need more bureaucracies and slush funds for Liberal insiders. Conservatives will end inflationary deficits, repeal Liberal anti-development laws, cut red tape, and bring home jobs, investment, and hope.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the weekend, the Pakistani community in Canada lost a giant with the passing of Khalid Usman. And for me, he was Khalid Bhai, a friend and mentor to so many. He always had a smile on his face and never lost his sense of humor. A Markham City Councillor for 14 years, he lived a life of public service and gave back to the community in so many ways. A dedicated philanthropist, he raised millions for charity, including Markham Stouffville Hospital and for Shaukat Khanum, a cancer hospital in Pakistan. For Canadians of Pakistani origin, he was a trailblazer, showing us what a career and a life dedicated to building a better Canada could be. I appreciated his encouragement and support from the earliest days of my career. My prayers are with his wife, Dr. Abida Khalid, his 3 daughters, Hina, Rabia, Maria, his grandchildren, and all the extended family members, and all those whose lives he touched. May Allah grant him the highest place in Jannah. Inna lillahi wa inna ilaihi raji'un.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Well, the current Prime Minister is the only G7 leader to take his country into a recession. The consequences are felt by Canadians from coast to coast. Food Banks Canada, for example, just released its poverty report card for 2026, and it shows that 1 in 4 Canadians are food insecure. And food bank visits have doubled since 2020. These are not just stats, these are real people with real stories. Parents call my office saying that they're giving up meals in order to make sure that their kids have enough to eat. But this Prime Minister refuses to take responsibility. Hardworking families cannot get ahead when they are left carrying the cost of Liberal waste, runaway spending, and failed policies. Canadians cannot afford more of the same. Instead, they deserve a government that will end inflationary spending, that will repeal anti-development laws, and that will cut excessive red tape. We, the Conservatives, will unleash Canada's economic potential. We will ensure Canadians keep more of their hard-earned dollars, and we will build a more prosperous future for generations to come. Canadians don't need a government that stands in their way. They need one that's going to help them get ahead.
The honourable member for University Rosedale.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the Red Shirt Day for accessibility. In recent weeks, both in my riding of University Rosedale and in the work of the Standing Committee on Finance, we have heard from Canadians with disabilities and the organizations that support them. Too many Canadians with disabilities live in poverty, Mr. Speaker. I was so pleased to see our government announce important improvements to the disability tax credit and to join the Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency and financial institutions at Community Living Toronto, an extraordinary organization in my riding, to highlight how we're simplifying the application process and making it easier for eligible Canadians to access supports. Along with the Canada's disability benefit, these measures represent meaningful progress. I look forward to helping to build on this work because I know our government is committed to a more inclusive and accessible Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
This Prime Minister has made Canada the only G7 country in a recession. Even though the other countries face the same global challenges and tariffs, Canada's economy shrunk 75% of his term, with the lowest investment per worker in the G7. That's less opportunity and more stress for Canadians who can't afford it. A year in, almost 46,000 more Canadians are jobless. Homeless savings are at their lowest, and millions of Canadians, especially kids, visit food banks just to get by. Predictable results with deficits double Trudeau's, higher carbon taxes, and a decade of top-down Ottawa knows best chaos and division. So much for the elbows-up man with a plan for Canada. Canadians get photo ops, discussion papers, and a self-identified European PM who just said he wants to make America great again. Conservatives will cut taxes and inflationary spending, slash big bureaucrat bonuses and corporate cronyism, axe anti-development laws, red tape that block building to unleash Canada's economy so Canadians can hope to thrive, not just survive.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May was Prader-Willi Syndrome Awareness Month, a time to recognize individuals and families across Canada living with rare genetic disorder that requires lifelong medical, behavioral, and social support. Last Wednesday, families from across the country gathered on Parliament Hill for FPWR Canada's first day on the Hill, raising awareness and advocating for stronger supports, timely access to therapies, and more inclusive policies for Canadians living with rare diseases. This cause is especially meaningful to me because one of those remarkable children is Olivier, my very own nephew. And like so many families, ours has witnessed both the incredible resilience of individuals living with Prader-Willi syndrome and the daily challenges they face. These families are not asking for sympathy, they are asking for equity, dignity, and the opportunity for loved ones to live full lives. And I want to thank FPWR Canada and the families, caregivers, researchers, and advocates who continue to push for progress and bring hope for rare disease communities across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The question is for the Prime Minister, the Liberal Prime Minister. 5 days after learning that Canada is the only G7 country in a recession, the Prime Minister finally decided to take a question from the media and offer new excuses. He said that the reason that we're in a recession is because immigration is too low, and if we look at GDP per capita, things are very good. GDP per capita has gone up by 0.2%. 0.2%. Is the Prime Minister expecting a parade for that result? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister answers questions instead of insulting media, first point. Second point is that it's important to understand that our plan is working. Exports to outside of the United States have increased. They are doubling. And if you look at salaries, salaries are going up constantly compared to inflation. And what's more is we're seeing that Canada is the destination within the G7 for foreign investment. So we can see that our plan is working.
The Leader of the Opposition.
The growth rate for GDP per capita is as high as the Prime Minister's participation in question period, Mr. Speaker. He's avoiding answering questions about the fact that we're the only G7 country under his leadership in recession. Today, he said that investment in Canada has gone up in the last 2 quarters. But let's look at StatsCan's report. In the first quarter of 2026, capital investments in businesses went down by 0.7% for the 5th time in a row. Why is the Prime Minister spreading false information?
The Honourable Government and House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan, and we are also facing headwinds. It's clear that with the tariff threat, the war in the Middle East and the war in Europe, Canada is facing headwinds. But we have a plan. Our plan is working. We have a plan for defense, to spend money here in Canada. We have a plan for industry, and the purchasing of materials by businesses has gone up. We have a plan for major projects. The real question is, why is the Leader of the Opposition, why does he seem so happy? Why is he celebrating that Canada is facing headwinds, and why isn't he tabling his plan?
Mr. Speaker, the question is for the Prime Minister. We don't need more excuses. He's delivered the only recession in the G7. Mexico is not in recession. They are just as integrated with the United States and share a border with that country. So the Prime Minister finally emerged to take media questions on his recession today, and he blamed it on the fact that immigration, he claims, is not high enough and that per capita GDP is actually not so bad. Only problem is, in the last year, per capita GDP has only grown by 0.2%.
Oh, wow.
0.2%. Does he really expect a parade for 0.2%?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand, all Canadians understand except for the Leader of the Opposition, that we have the most integrated economy in the world with the Americans. They understand our economy continues to show resilience in the face of illegal and unjustified tariffs. They understand we are facing 2 global economy-destroying wars. What Canadians want is us to work to build, not to talk down Canada. That's why we're building nuclear. That's why we're building transmission. That's why we're building ports. That's why we're building roads. We could keep going. They should stop.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They're building a recession and they're building excuses, Mr. Speaker. That's right. The fact is, all other G7 countries face tariffs and global wars. Mexico is just as, if not more, integrated with the United States, and none of those other countries are in a recession. Only this Liberal Prime Minister has delivered that. After 5 days, he finally emerged to talk to the media after hiding from answering questions and blamed the recession on the fact that he says that immigration is not high enough. Mr. Speaker, per capita GDP is 0.2% increase. Why the...
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has some kind of phony and artificial narrative. I don't know where he's drawing this from. He picks up pieces of information, he tries to weave it together. You know what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? He has no plan. He has nothing to say. The last time he had a plan, he told Canadians to go invest in cryptocurrency. For God's sake. Yeah, look at it exactly. Let's take a look at where that's at, Mr. Speaker. So why doesn't he get up and give us a real plan instead of running down this incredible country? Build this country forward. Build it up.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the question was for the Liberal Prime Minister. His Prime Minister said experience shows that when an economy enters recession, the poorest are hit the hardest. And the lower-skilled, lower-paid people tend to lose their jobs first. And recessions disproportionately affect young. Graduating in a recession is generally bad news for someone's earnings. In the extreme, prolonged recessions, They can lead to permanent labor market scarring with potentially devastating effects on livelihoods, identities, and communities. This is people's lives. This Prime Minister caused this painful recession. Will he show up, stand up, and own up?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Do you know what Canadians are excited about? Canadians are excited about building up this country, building Canada strong, whether it's things like a new NORAD base, whether it's things like a new wind project or mining projects in my neck of the woods in Northern Ontario, Mr. Speaker, new ports, new opportunities for people to participate in the skilled trades. Every opportunity that Canadians have, these guys talk down, Mr. Speaker. Canadian workers are tired of being undermined in this place. They know we have their back. They know we're building big, and they're going to do it with us.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Canadian workers are tired, Mr. Speaker. They're tired of working 6 days a week and not able to afford their rent. They're tired of showing up at the grocery store and having to hand products back at the checkout because they can't afford to pay them. They're tired of making their way over to the food bank and finding that the food bank is empty. They're tired of a Prime Minister who causes this recession and then does not have the courage or the decency to show up in the House of Commons and take ownership for what he
I must say, I was expecting that on the last question because then I couldn't remove a question from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, last year Canadian exports to non-U.S. markets grew by more than 17%. Canada is the fastest growing economy, secondly speaking, in the G7 this year and next. And in the first 4 months of this year alone, we secured more than $10 billion in commercial deals for Canadian businesses. Speaking of infrastructure investments, Mr. Speaker, Kissy-Lissums, Mackenzie Highway, Contra Coeur, Canada was ranked the world's most attractive destination for foreign direct investment. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason we are building Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, we were promised that in June 2025 the tariff crisis would be fixed, but it's been a failure. But it's not the Prime Minister's fault, it's the fault of Donald Trump. 1 year of excuses later, we're at the same point, and the Prime Minister now wants a 16-year agreement. I agree, that's fine, except that it's certainly going to take a little bit more than 2 weeks to get it. In the meantime, will the government help small and medium-sized businesses with wage subsidies that would preserve expertise and jobs in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are there for our businesses, particularly our SMEs, in Quebec and across the country. And a month ago, we announced new funding, $1.5 billion for the steel, aluminum, and copper sectors. I've been in contact with many players in Quebec and across the country. They are very happy with our aid measures. And in the meantime, what we're doing, while the Minister of Canada-U.S. Relations is in Washington, we are going to be there for not just any agreement, but a good agreement. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. In all of that, there's not what everybody on the ground is asking for, a wage subsidy program, which would maintain jobs, it would preserve expertise in businesses, and it would mean that foreign workers wouldn't have to be sent home. We could keep their expertise, but there's nothing on that subject, nothing for those businesses. By the same token, in the meantime, our forestry sector is in danger and our sawmills are closing. Will the government, in the same spirit, apply the cost-neutral solution proposed by the forestry sector to buy back softwood lumber exports? The Honourable Government House Leader. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we are going to be there for our forestry sector, as we have been there for the aluminum and auto sectors and the steel sector. We are facing headwinds right now in the trade relationship with the United States, but we're always going to be there to help people. And as proof of that, the Prime Minister is in Quebec today, or rather will be in Quebec later today, to speak about investments of billions of dollars in big and small communities in Quebec in infrastructure. We will always be there for Quebecers and for communities. The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Mr. Speaker, the tariff crisis has just forced the largest employer in the Mattawani region to file for bankruptcy protection. The Saint-Michel sawmill and its 250 jobs need immediate debt-free liquidity. Otherwise, it's all over for them. The Bloc Québécois had warned the government that its support measures for the forestry sector would not be enough. Ottawa must buy back 50% of the countervailing and anti-dumping duties paid by our local businesses. It's a cost-free measure for the government, but it's one that can save companies like the Saint-Michel sawmill. When will the government understand that urgent action is needed? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are obviously with the workers in Saint-Michel because we know it's a very difficult moment for the forestry sector across the country. And that's why we are going to be there. We know that right now we have a plan for steel, aluminum, and copper, which is very good under the circumstances where we're facing unjustified tariffs. But we are working, and the Natural Resources Minister is working with me to make sure that these products will also be available to the forestry sector, and I'll work with my colleague on that because we need to save communities across the country.
The Prime Minister wants Canadians to believe that this recession is the fault of the world. Tariffs, energy prices, global uncertainty, all convenient liberal excuses. But every nation in the G7 faced those same conditions, and yet Canada alone has fallen into a recession. $20 billion in net investment has fled this country under his watch. That is a failure of liberal economic policy. So if the world is to blame, then why is Canada the only G7 country in a recession?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, clearly that member, that leader, is missing in action again when it comes to anything constructive with respect to the economy. Where is he? Where is he today with anything constructive? Canadians do not want political theater. They want a government that's serious about this economy. We are going to diversify our trade. We're going to build major projects, and we are going to invest in unions and workers. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are serious about building an economy, the strongest economy in the G7. That leader is missing in action again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let us try to stay away from metaphors. The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
The member can spin, deflect, and dress this issue up however he likes. But why should Canadians believe that this Liberal government's promises about the future are true when the numbers today prove that they cannot manage the present?
Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. The Prime Minister himself told Canadians that we have the best deal in the world with the U.S. Oil prices are surging. Canada should be thriving. Instead, our economy has contracted 3 out of the last 4 quarters. So I ask again, if the world is to blame, then why...
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, a newsflash for that leader and that party opposite. We are in a trade war. We are facing economic headwinds. Canadians do not want political theater that leader loves. Let's listen to the chief economist of Scotiabank, who characterizes his behavior as irresponsible. On this side of the House, we are going to build an economy for all Canadians. We are going to invest in infrastructure, in defense, in housing, in major projects. We will build Canada strong, a Canada for everyone. He's missing in action. Where is he?
I mean, you know, I know people are being very clever, but let's try not to be. The Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsula.
Mr. Speaker, a recession, 2 consecutive quarters of economic decline. This Prime Minister has had 3 of his 4 quarters in decline. That puts Canada as the only G7 country in recession. And while the Liberals are in denial, the facts don't lie. There are more small businesses in Canada closing than opening. More than half of small business owners do not recommend opening a business. When will these Liberals at least admit that their policies put Canada into a recession?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate the apprenticeship program, a program that's focused on getting young people trained, Red Seal status, with support every step along that process. We are building the economy, almost $1 billion in small craft harbors, support our rural communities, also economic boosts for communities. That's what Canadians expect, and that's what we're delivering.
The Honourable Member for Terranova, the Peninsulas.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think those words are very comforting to the apprentices or to the 112,000 people who lost their jobs in the past 3 months. Mortgage defaults are growing year over year. Canadian households are having the highest debt in the G7. Insolvencies hit their highest since 2009. $20 billion have fled this country. How much more data do they need before they realize that whatever this Prime Minister is pretending to do is not working?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
I want to remind the member in opposition from Newfoundland and Labrador that we are working closely with the Conservative provincial government to build the province together. Bay du Nord, $8 billion in Goose Bay, 5-wing Goose Bay, to expand the capacity of the base, but also this support moves out into the broader region. The work continues. Housing initiatives, on it goes. An announcement today from the Finance Minister in Newfoundland and Labrador. That's what Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and Canadians expect us to do. That's what we're doing. Laser focused.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, it wasn't that long ago this Prime Minister got up and said he was the grand economist that would turn things around, the guy you could go to in a crisis. Well, here we are, Canada, the only G7 country in a recession, and where is he? Nowhere to be found. Runs from a reporter to ask about it, doesn't rise in this House of Commons to speak to it. Well, Canadians are suffering and struggling and paying the price. When will this Prime Minister admit that Canada is in a recession and he is the one to blame?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I think it's time to get serious. I think members of opposite know that Canadians know that we're in very uncertain economic times, that we're engaged in a trade war that is not of our making, and that is why this Prime Minister and this government has a plan. That is why we're so focused on diversifying our trade, engaging in free trade agreements with countries around the world. That is why, Speaker, we're selling uranium to India. That is why we're selling planes to Malaysia. We're selling canola to China. Our plan is working. We'll keep working hard to make sure that we're creating good paying jobs for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, we're never going to get to net zero with that level of gaslighting. My goodness, the London Economic Region, which includes Elgin and St. Thomas, has the highest unemployment rate in Canada at 9.2%. 1,800 jobs lost. Does he expect me to go to my constituents and say, don't worry, you can sell all that uranium you've been working on? Families are struggling. Families are suffering. This government keeps spending more and more money and won't even acknowledge the consequences of their action. When are they going to get serious and account for the fact that they have put Canada into a recession and the only country in the G7 to be there?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, the members opposite can be as gleeful and as jovial as they want to, but Canadians know that this is a very serious moment in our country. That is why they require serious leadership. That is why they've elected a leader and a party that has a plan to diversify our economy, to make sure that not only we engage with the United States and Mexico and get the best deal possible for our country, we also build bridges and new partnerships around the world. China, India, Southeast Asia, Mercosur. That's where our focus is, Speaker, and we will not stop until we create good paying jobs for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Don't believe them when they say that we have the fastest growing economy in the G7. We're the only one in recession. Try telling that to the mom skipping meals so her children won't. Tell that to grandma at the food bank who's just trying to put Sunday dinner on the table. Tell that to the student whose future has been stolen. 112,000 jobs gone. $1 trillion of investment gone. $670 billion in generational jobs gone. It's not wars. It's not tariffs. It's a prime minister's record. What Liberal will get up to defend that?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
We're proud to stand up for our record every day in this House of Commons because that member knows very well that we're in the middle of a trade war. This country is facing headwinds, Mr. Speaker, but we have a plan. Mr. Speaker, Canada is building from LNG in BC to critical minerals in the prairies to nuclear and transit in Ontario, Mr. Speaker, to ports and mining in Quebec to offshore energy in Atlantic Canada, Mr. Speaker. This is how you create good jobs, great opportunities in the skilled trades, good union jobs, Mr. Speaker. We're building a Canada strong for all.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it's one setback after another when it comes to fighting climate change, to the point that the outgoing member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie has come to the worst possible conclusion, and I'll quote him on Cube Radio. We'll see that with the setbacks that we've experienced this year, the United States under Donald Trump are doing more to fight climate change than Canada. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year, according to that member, Donald Trump's record will be better than that of the so-called Green Banker. And the Prime Minister just shrugs his shoulders and says, that's life. How can the Liberals defend this? The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Mr. Speaker, we are defending all of the positions that we take because we know that in the conditions right now, they are the best positions that we can take to make sure that we defend our economic sovereignty, but also the survival of our planet. What we've done with our nature plan is going to have a major impact on biodiversity and also on climate change. The methane regulations will have a major impact on reducing pollution for the fossil fuel sector. The EV vehicle sector is going to have a major impact as well. The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, Thursday in committee, the Liberals proved that they haven't calculated the impact of all their setbacks when it comes to meeting their climate targets. They don't have the numbers. The so-called Green Banker, well, he didn't even take the time to count how much his setbacks are hurting us. But the outgoing MP for Laurier-Sainte-Marie believes that when we see those numbers, we're going to see that Canada's record is going to be worse than that of the United States under Donald Trump. If the minister disagrees, well, it's simple. She just has to show numbers that contradict that member. When will we see? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Well, the member is interested in numbers. I'll give him a couple of numbers. We have the strengthened methane regulations. That's 400 megatons in reductions. If he wants to talk about what we've done for climate and climate change at the international level, we are a leader when it comes to work at the international level to support the fight against climate change. If he wants to talk about what we're doing with electric vehicles, well, we're seeing a major increase in EV sales, and it's because of our government has made changes. We're going to keep working. The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's sad to see Canada is the only G7 country in recession. 10 years of Liberal deficits. They've gone from 700 billion to 1.4 trillion in debt since they came to power. 10 years of inflationary spending and economic mismanagement. The result, 112,000 Canadians lost their jobs in just 3 months. Many Canadians are having a hard time paying their mortgages, paying for groceries. And we have 2 million Canadians who go to food banks every month. Can the Prime Minister recognize the Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has a plan to build a strong economy, a resilient economy. And we see it in the 8,000 jobs at Contrecoeur. We see it in the 1,000 jobs at New World Graphite. And we see at the same time that on Friday, 12 million Canadians will get the groceries and essentials benefit. It's an important step to help Canadians with the cost of living. We've also cut the gas tax, so we are there to build a strong future and a strong economy for all, and we're supporting Canadians through these difficult times. The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All G7 countries are facing the same challenges. Among them, Canada has the second highest unemployment rate. While Canadians are tightening their belts and while we're in a recession, Liberal waste is out of control. Examples, Curem. The budget was $1.75 billion. $6.6 billion is the real cost. Renting a piece of land that's worth $13,500 a year, the Liberals are paying $20 million a year. Why is the Prime Minister asking Canadian families to make sacrifices while the government's spending without counting? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to be there for Canadian families. We're investing in a school food program to help families. That represents over $800 for a family that benefits from it per year. We also have a dental care plan that is helping Canadians and families with the costs of life. I'd also like to note that in my colleague's riding, there are over 32,000 people in his communities who are benefiting from dental care. It's a program that members across the way voted against, but that shows the impact that we're having to help Canadians and be there for them right now. The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is the only G7 leader who's led his country into a recession. This recession is the result of a lack of leadership, uncontrolled spending, and high taxes, which are causing record job losses. Over the last 365 days, GDP has fallen by 0.6%, but Brookfield's stock has gone up by 19.56%. While the Prime Minister and his friends at Brookfield are getting richer, the people of the Beauce are getting poorer. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberal Prime Minister show leadership and take this crisis seriously? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. Mr. Speaker, we always take what's happening in Canada very seriously. What's not serious is the Conservatives' dialogue. For 10 years, they talked about productivity. In the last quarter, productivity was up, and they're saying nothing against it. It's hypocrisy, pure and simple. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, all G7 countries are facing the same challenges, yet only the Liberals have driven the Canadian economy into recession. The Liberals are squandering taxpayers' money without a second thought. ArriveCan, budget $80 million. Actual $6.6 billion. And our Prime Minister is also spending a huge amount of money on travel, catering. When will the Prime Minister start managing Canadians' money responsibly? The Honourable Minister. I'll give him a concrete example, Mr. Speaker. The school food program, is he for it or against it? I'd like to hear him on that.
The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katascomique-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. Yesterday, my colleague across the way answered a question of mine trying to convince us that everything is working. Mr. Speaker, everything. But everybody in my region is saying they can't take it when they get to the grocery store shelves. They're not sure that they have enough money on a credit card or on their cards. How can this make any sense? A rich country like Canada has to count on food banks to feed its people? Explain that. The Secretary of State for Nature. Thank you for the question. Yes, it is working. It's working so well that when I meet with the people in my riding, they realize that we're working hard in extremely challenging circumstances. But these people that he's referring to, those who will receive the groceries and essentials benefit, they know they're getting that thanks to a decision we've made, but they didn't support, the Conservatives did not support that decision. When it comes to investments, they vote against those. Citizens here know that our approach is serious and will lead to results.
For Cumberland, Colchester.
Do you know what the difference is between this side of the House and that side of the House, Mr. Speaker? Conservatives wake up hoping for bad economic news that they can use to repeat pithy slogans, fire off fundraising emails, and talk down Canadian industries and Canadian workers. On this side of the House, we wake up knowing that Canadians are counting on us to build a stronger, more competitive, and more affordable economy. And that's exactly what we're doing. Can the Secretary of State for Financial Institutions update this House on how Canadian innovators, entrepreneurs, and workers are helping us navigate a rapidly changing world?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member from Cumberland, Colchester, for that great question. The last thing Canadians need right now is political theatre, and that is all they get from the leader of the Conservative Party. Political theatre and empty parking lot press conferences. We have a plan. We are going to diversify trade relationships. We are supercharging major projects. We are investing in workers. The plan is working. GDP is growing, and we are attracting federal direct investment at a pace not seen in decades. That's good news for Canadians, bad news for conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster Meadow Lake.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is now the only G7 country in a recession, and Canadians are facing the real consequence of that reality. Demand at food banks continues to surge across the country, and Food Banks Canada is now reporting that millions of Canadians are facing historic levels of food insecurity. The fact is, 1 in 4 Canadians is now food insecure. If the Prime Minister says this recession is being driven by global energy markets and tariffs, why is Canada the only G7 country in a recession?
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's time that we celebrate Canada, Mr. Speaker. More good news. Canadian canola sales continue moving to supply the world. Canada potash needed everywhere, and Canada will deliver. Canada uranium sales to India is steady on. Canadian agribusiness is booming, and we'll continue doing what Canada needs. We'll stand up for our industries impacted by tariffs. We will protect our workers, Mr. Speaker. We'll stand up for our sovereignty. We have a job to do, Mr. Speaker. We will get it done.
The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike that Secretary of State, Canadians do not get to ignore the reality of the recession caused by this Liberal government's terrible policies. Food Banks Canada is reporting that lower-income households are spending more than 100% of their income on basic essentials. Every other G7 country is facing the same global pressures, yet Canada is the only one in a recession. Why, Mr. Speaker, why are Canadians paying the price for this government's economic failures while every other G7 country has avoided recession?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is very, very important that we protect and defend our country, Mr. Speaker. All we get from the Conservatives is negative, negative, negative. You need to stop talking down your country and start backing up Canada. The rest of the Canadians are doing that, Mr. Speaker. We've seen in Saskatchewan for 10 long years, those Conservative MPs sat on their hands doing nothing. And that's why the people of Saskatchewan are angry, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, you come to Ottawa to work, they have done nothing in 10 years. I've seen this government move more things in their 10 years in 1 year, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is now the only G7 economy in a recession. It might be big news to the bankers and bureaucrats in Ottawa, but in my community, the warning lights have been flashing for months. The Cambridge Food Bank reports that hundreds of people with full-time jobs are using their services every month. These Liberals lecture hungry people about so-called global factors. But France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and UK all face tariff pressures from the US, and none of them are in a recession, just Canada. If our recession was about tariffs, war, and oil prices, then why is it that Canada is the only G7 economy in a recession right now?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality, Tourism and Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize that Canadians are facing challenging times, and that is why our government is providing real relief for Canadians. Through the National School Food Program, we are feeding 400,000 kids healthy meals at school. Good news, Mr. Speaker, on Friday, Canadians are going to get the Canada Groceries and Essentials benefit. An average family of four will receive $1,900, Mr. Speaker. This is real relief providing to Canadians right now, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, that minister's cherry-picking skills will put even the best fruit farmer to shame. Over 100,000 jobs have been lost since the beginning of the year. Business investment has declined for 5 straight quarters, but the Liberal government pretends everything's fine. Families in my community have real questions about how they're going to make ends meet, put food on the table, or just keep their jobs. And this Liberal Prime Minister's response is to go into hiding. He's been dodging the cameras and our questions for 5 days. Now that we have a real economic crisis, why is this Liberal Prime Minister missing in action? And why is Canada the only G7 country in a recession?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll point out that member is from the province of Ontario, continues to vote against supports in affordability to help Canadians. Let's talk about Ontario, Mr. Speaker. More than 4 million people have received the GST rebate, delivering $2.2 billion to Ontarians. And we're also helping first-time home buyers, Mr. Speaker. In the province of Ontario, that's an average of savings of up to $200,000 for first-time home buyers. We're going to help them with affordability. We're going to help them during these challenging times. And Mr. Speaker, that is how we're going to grow this Canada strong.
Exactly right.
The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
I don't know if I'm in the House of Commons or the Twilight Zone. Last Thursday, this Liberal Prime Minister went around telling everyone we have the second fastest growing economy in the G7. But Friday, Statistics Canada reported that our economy shrank in 2 consecutive quarters. We are in a recession. Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. Today, Liberals are blaming it on tariffs and global conflicts. But if that's the case, why is no other G7 country facing these same headwinds in a recession?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, only the Conservatives think that global factors, yes, like wars and climate change and tariffs, are a conspiracy theory. Well, they're not a conspiracy theory. They do have an impact on our local economy. And what is our government doing? We're responding in ways that help Canadians, like the Groceries and Essentials benefit, which that member from Hamilton Stony Creek voted against. How about the 20,000 people in his riding that rely on the Canada Child benefit, Mr. Speaker? He voted against that too. I suppose I'll congratulate the leader of the Conservative on one thing. He's managed to whip all those Conservatives up to only ask 4 questions in this entire period. At least they're consistent, Mr. Speaker.
Great job. The honourable member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Let me repeat to that out-of-touch Liberal, Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. That member has failed Canada. These Liberals have failed Canada. Parents in Hamilton want job security, a tariff deal, and paychecks that can afford groceries. The Stony Creek Food Bank is serving over 120 families per week. The Food Bank's Canada report card came out yesterday, and they got a D+. When will these Liberals stop gaslighting Canadians and start working for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
On this side of the House, we are busy making jobs happen in Hamilton East, Stony Creek, while that member votes against policies that support families in his riding, like the Canada Child Benefit, like dental, like the Groceries and Essentials Benefit, Mr. Speaker. That member is cherry-picking things out of the Groceries and Essentials Benefit, and also from Food Banks Canada. He should be ashamed of himself, Mr. Speaker. We're following the instructions from Food Banks Canada. We're putting on the record that we're here to help get families with jobs with the Groceries and Essentials Benefit. Well, all those Conservatives can do is read the same tired speeches from their leader over and over and over again into the record while we're busy on this side helping Canadians.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only G7 country currently in a recession. This made-in-Canada recession has caused food bank usage to surge. In my community, the Barrie Food Bank is now supporting 8,000 clients per month, up from just 1,000 at the beginning of 2020. According to the Executive Director of the Barrie Food Bank, the organization recorded more than 8,000 visits in March alone. This represents a 12% year-over-year increase, including 377 first-time visits, up 30% from 2025. If Canada's recession were truly driven by global energy and tariff pressures, why is no other G7 country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians, including this government, are hoping for an end to the volatility that we've seen across the world. That does affect us in our local communities. But I hope that member takes a moment to consider why he would have voted against the Groceries and Essentials Benefit, which is being delivered to Canadians this Friday, Mr. Speaker. Over 40,000 constituents in his riding are going to receive that benefit. These are important supports, and the Conservatives continuously vote against the very measures that are there to deliver a more affordable life for Canadians.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister delivered a speech on anti-Semitism so neutered that an anti-Semite would have given it a standing ovation. And his solution was a council. One includes a lawyer that went to court defending illegal encampments, a former minister whose organization lost federal funding for supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and then lobbied the former government to keep it off the terror list. And it's led now by a minister who wants to ban passages from the Bible and funded these same anti-Semites in his own department. Jewish Canadians are being attacked on the streets, and they're giving the keys to the very people that fueled the crisis. And I have one question for the Prime Minister. Is he serious?
The Honourable Minister for Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation.
There is a dangerous and serious crisis of anti-Semitism, and all the opposition can do is drive more division in a country when we do not need it most. At the very synagogue where I was bar mitzvah, it was shot with 20 bullets. We do not need lessons from the opposition as to the seriousness. That is why it is a shame that the opposition opposed our anti-hate bill to protect campuses, places of worship, and community centers from this scourge of anti-Semitism. They should stop the divisive rhetoric and join us and protect all Canadians.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Minister should ask anyone in Canada or even the 100 Liberal donors that were in that room last night if they feel safer today. And the answer is no. Exactly. Because what we heard yesterday was hollow. Reviewing previous reviews, studying studies on a crisis that this government presided over, funded, and fueled. And that is not a plan. Nothing he said will stop the bullets from entering his own synagogue or the genocidal slogans that are uttered in the streets every single day against Canadians. So will the Prime Minister finally stand up in this House and meet the moment he so spectacularly failed?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like all Canadians, I was proud to stand with the Prime Minister yesterday as he named the dangerous scourge of anti-Semitism, and he took action, not with divisive rhetoric. We have an anti-hate bill that will protect our places of worship, campuses, and community centers. We have put money to protect synagogues and camps, and instead of stoking division, instead of the hollow rhetoric, the opposition should stand with us and protect Jews who are facing unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism. Take some action.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, we know that Conservatives never let facts get in the way of a good soundbite, but let's talk about some facts. The Canadian economy grew by an estimated 1.7% in 2025 and is projected to post the second highest growth rate among G7 countries in 2026 and 27. Fact, Canada has just reached an 18-year high and attracting foreign direct investment. Fact, you're never going to hear the Conservatives celebrate our economy and our workers. Can the Minister of Industry explain why? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Brome-Missisquoi for his important question. You know, Canada is one of the most integrated economies, integrated with the United States. At the same time, we're dealing with a tariff war. In those tariffed sectors, despite all of that, we're seeing investments. Last Friday, in fact, along with the Premier of Quebec, Christine Fréchette, we inaugurated the new Rio Tinto plant in Saguenay to produce the best aluminum in the world, $100 million in the carbon neutral aluminum, and we can create jobs despite this.
Mr. Speaker, the temporary foreign worker program suppresses wages, creates poor working conditions, and kills entry-level jobs for our Canadian youth. Now, we've learned the Liberals spent $1.6 billion over the last 5 years to administer the TFW program and lost $500 million in the process. Instead of issuing 215,000 new foreign work permits this year, the Liberals should immediately abolish the TFW program and replace it with a fair deal for young workers, food-producing industries, and extremely low unemployment regions. When will the Liberal government abolish the expensive, wasteful, destructive temporary foreign worker program?
Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, the temporary foreign worker program is administered with three principles. First of all, to make sure that any Canadian that wants that job comes first. Second of all, to make sure that employers that are eligible for temporary foreign workers treat those workers with respect and honor the rules and follow those rules, and we have inspectors to make sure that happens. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that employers in areas where very tight employment exists can access workers to keep their businesses alive, something that many of that member's colleagues have written me to expand.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals blew $500 million on the temporary foreign worker program in the last 5 years. Who spent that money? Let's see. That $500 million was spent while the Minister of Justice had the file. That $500 million was spent while the Minister of Identity and Culture was in the role. And the current Immigration Minister, well, she's on track to spend even more. That's quite the list of captains on the IRCC Titanic. Will the Prime Minister admit that he has lost control and finally put someone in charge who will stop issuing new foreign work permits and abolish the temporary foreign worker program?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to point out a couple of years ago, and the headline goes, Canadian Conservative Party launches petition to fast-track students. That was the member from Saskatoon West. So, Mr. Speaker, he has to come clean. He has to come clean. On the immigration piece, when it comes to the issue of the member, he must clarify who he is misleading. The voters back in Saskatoon or the people of Canada?
The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In March, the government increased the temporary foreign worker program from 10 to 15% for thousands of work sites in remote and rural communities across Canada. At the same time, Canada lost 112,000 jobs in that same period of time. Youth unemployment rate was at 14.3%. So yes, in my order paper question yesterday, we did learn that the program for temporary foreign workers cost $1.6 billion with a net loss of $509 million. What will this government say to the hundreds of thousands of youth unemployed in this country when we're increasing the number of temporary foreign workers this year?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, that member's numbers are quite incorrect. In fact, temporary foreign worker use has declined. In fact, so much so that large corporations that many of his colleagues continue to advocate for are actually now focused entirely on Canadian talent. And that's the way it should be, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we've taken these actions. It's much harder for employers to hire workers, temporary foreign workers, in regions with high unemployment rates, in regions where people are looking for work. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this work is what we're doing despite the advocacy of many of that person's colleagues. Maybe they can get their messaging clear.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, First Nations leaders and communities in Ontario have called for a child and family services system that reflects their cultures, their priorities, and the right to care for their own children. Can the Minister of Indigenous Services update the House on the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal's decision regarding the Ontario Final Agreement and how this historic milestone advances First Nations-led child and family services reform?
Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that important question. I want to sincerely congratulate the Chiefs of Ontario, the Anishinaabe Nation, and the Ontario First Nations who have worked tirelessly to be the ones making the decisions for their own children. On May 29th, we honored the start of this work based in not only culture, but also in ceremony to undertake this work. Through this historic investment, $8.5 billion is going to mean predictable, stable funding. It's also going to ensure that prevention efforts are priority. We are supporting this critical work. We are committed to continue.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South East.
Canada is the only country in the G7 in recession. This is nothing technical about coming home from work and telling your kids that you no longer have a job. Canada's economy has shrunk from 2 quarters in a row. Business investment is falling. Food bank use is all-time high. This is not a technical recession. This is a full-blown liberal recession. If global factors are to blame, then why is Canada the only G7 country in recession?
Great question. Well
the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we are creating over 1,000 jobs through Nouveau Monde Graphite, supporting 18,000 construction jobs, and the Darlington Nuclear Project is supporting 18,000 construction jobs. Mr. Speaker, this is just an example of the type of investments that the Government of Canada is putting into the Canadian economy. Just recently, we secured the largest order of Canadian-built aircraft in our history, 150 Airbus A220s built by Canadian workers. At a time when Canada is facing a trade war, we're building, we're investing.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, ferries are essential highways for coastal communities. Of course, we support strong federal funding for ferry services in Atlantic Canada. However, BC Ferries receives only $1.63 per passenger in federal operational support, compared to about $291 per passenger in Atlantic Canada. Temporary relief measures and repayable loans for BC can't replace fair, long-term federal operational support. When will this Liberal government finally modernize these outdated agreements and provide fair support for British Columbia and BC Ferries?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We thank the member for his advocacy for British Columbia. I am aware that the letter he sent to the department has been received. We are looking forward to having conversations about how we can continue to invest in British Columbia, how we can continue to invest in Canada. We were elected with a mandate to build Canada strong, and we will proceed with doing that.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
I asked the immigration minister if she would do what France, Ireland, Belgium, and Germany had done, evacuate 130 Palestinian students with university acceptance and scholarships with deferred biometrics and grant them emergency travel documents. The minister said, quote, "We have directed officials to accelerate the student visa processing for people in Gaza, and I can confirm the decision will be made now, and in fact, all will be completed in the next 10 days. I'm now learning that is not true. Either the minister was deliberately misleading or inept and has no clue what's going on. Will the Prime Minister just fire her already?"
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We remain committed to what we have promised. Despite significant challenges, Canadians need to know that over 1,400 Gazans have arrived in Canada. Through our programs, I've directed my department to accelerate decisions on study permit for Palestinian students who have been able to exit. They are being interviewed and final decisions are being made. We will continue processing applications while upholding the requirements to protect our immigration system and those that it serves. Thank you.
Je voudrais signaler. I would like to note the presence of His Excellency, Mr. Claude Wiesler, President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Est-ce que j'ai pu comprendre qu'il y a...
I understand that there is a point of order.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for recognizing me. I understand certainly during question period there could be some heated moments, but during the questions from my colleague, the member of Thornhill, who is a Jewish member of Parliament speaking about the very real threats to her community, the member from York South-West in Etobicoke called her a liar on a number of occasions. And I would ask that honourable member if he would stand in this House and apologize and withdraw those words.
The honourable member for York South Weston Etobicoke. Sorry, I can't hear the honourable member. No, the sound system does not seem to be working. The honourable member, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I just did.
I couldn't hear what was said. Sorry. Go ahead.
Speaker, I withdraw the unparliamentary comment that I made. Thank you.
Any more points of order? I believe the honourable member for Vancouver East is rising. Colleagues. I believe the honourable member for Vancouver. Colleagues. Getting a little rambunctious in that corner over there. Okay. Colleagues. Order! I don't... Colleagues! Order! Order, please. The honourable member for Vancouver East, colleagues, I can't hear the honourable member from Mount Royal. The sound system does not seem to be working. Yes. I can't hear the honourable member. Is there something wrong with the sound system? The honourable member from Mount Royal, why doesn't he try to start and we'll see if we can hear.
There it is. Mr. Speaker, to be told that I've abandoned my people, my Canadian people, but presumably the Jewish people, that the minute that the member for Winnipeg has abandoned his people, to me is incredibly unparliamentary. It is unacceptable, and I would ask that member to withdraw his comment.
For Northumberland Clark.
I withdraw my comments.
So we've had a couple of withdrawals. We're going to start with a clean slate. The honourable member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of privilege, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on a question of privilege concerning information provided to Parliament by the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship during Committee of the Whole proceedings on Thursday, May 28, 2026. During those proceedings, I asked the Minister about approximately 130 Palestinian graduate students from Gaza who had been waiting for nearly 2 years for decisions on their study permit applications. I noted that many face requirements that are impossible to satisfy under war conditions, including biometrics collection and prolonged security screening. I further noted that several countries, including France, Ireland, Belgium, and Germany, have adopted flexible measures to facilitate the arrival of scholarship recipients from Gaza. I then asked the Minister whether Canada would do the same. In response, the Minister stated, and I quote, "We have directed officials to accelerate the student visa processing for people in Gaza, and I can confirm that decisions will be made now. And in fact, all will be completed in the next 10 days. Mr. Speaker, while part of the Minister's answer was delivered off microphone, it is not fully reflected in the transcript. It is audible in the video recording of the proceedings. I heard the Minister make those comments in the chamber. Given the significance of the statement, I subsequently reviewed the recording and confirmed what I heard. The Minister's response was not vague. It was not aspirational. It was not framed as a hope or expectation. The Minister informed Parliament that officials had been directed to accelerate proceedings and that decisions would be completed within 10 days. As members of Parliament, we are entitled to rely upon information provided by the ministers during parliamentary proceedings. Indeed, our ability to hold the government to account depends on it. Following the minister's statement, I understood that decisions on these applications would be forthcoming within the time frame identified by the minister. I communicated accordingly with stakeholders and advocates who have been working tirelessly on behalf of these students. However, information subsequently received has raised serious concerns regarding the accuracy of the minister's statement to Parliament. Just today, I've learned that officials in the minister's department are saying that the minister's response regarding a completion in the next 10 days is not the case. And as I've been contacted by Canadian advocates for the students who wrote me today to say, quote, "We just met with a IRCC representative this morning, and it doesn't sound like they will follow through on this," end quote. The students' advocates told me officials said to them that there is no 10-day timeline. This was further confirmed by advocates and university professors at a meeting that took place from noon to 1 p.m. today. Therefore, this is my earliest opportunity to raise the matter. This information shared at this meeting with 4 members of Parliament, including myself, from the stakeholders suggests that officials are not proceeding in accordance with the commitment communicated by the minister during Committee of the Whole, and that applications in questions may not, in fact, be completed within the time frame 10 days that she identified. Mr. Speaker, I fully acknowledge that findings that a member deliberately misled the House may be rare and require a high threshold. The authorities established 3 conditions. First, that a statement was misleading. Second, that the member knew it was incorrect at the time it was made. And third, that there was an intention to mislead. There are several factors that distinguish this matter. First, the minister made a specific and verifiable representation to Parliament concerning the proceeding of a defined group of applications within ministry staff at her side. Second, the representation included a precise timeline, completion within 10 days. Third, the statement concerned operational actions that would necessarily have been based on the information provided to the minister by her department, who were sitting right in front of her. Fourth, the information that has emerged since the minister's statement calls into question whether the commitment communicated to Parliament reflected the actual status of those files. Mr. Speaker, I'm not asking you to determine today whether the minister deliberately misled Parliament. Such determinations are not made likely. Rather, I submit the circumstances raise sufficient concern to warrant further examination by the House. Members must be able to rely on ministerial statements when carrying out their parliamentary duties. When a minister provides a specific assurance to Parliament and substantial doubt subsequently arises as to its accuracy, the House must have confidence that the matter will be examined. The privileges of members are engaged when our ability to perform our parliamentary functions is undermined by information that may be inaccurate or misleading. In this case, I relied on the minister's response in exercising my responsibilities as a parliamentarian. The House was entitled to rely upon that information. The integrity of our proceedings depends on the accuracy of the information provided by ministers when answering questions from members. Accordingly, I respectfully submit that there is a prima facie case of question of privilege. If you so find, Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to move the following motion: that the matter of the statements made by the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship during Committee of the Whole proceedings on May 28, 2026, concerning the processing of study permit applications for Palestinian students from Gaza be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs for study and report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. I thank the honourable member. Of course, we'll take that intervention under consideration. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the Conservatives would like to respond to this one at a future time, so I'd just like to advise you that we would like the ability to do that at a future time. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the point of order raised by the honourable member and point of privilege by the honourable member for Vancouver East, having been in those discussions on main estimates, and I know I don't need to reacquaint you, Mr. Speaker, with the serious nature of those Committee of the Whole sessions. Again, I'm very troubled by what the honourable member for Vancouver East has detailed in what she has documented, and I hope this matter will be investigated thoroughly.
Noted. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming consideration of an opposition motion regarding economic policies, standing in the name of Mr. Halan.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are moments in the life of a country when people stop asking for promises and they start asking for honesty. And this is one of those moments. Canadians are not confused about what's happening around them. They see it every day with their bills, when they put groceries back on the shelf, or when their adult children move back home, because even full-time work no longer guarantees independence. They know that something is wrong. And what makes it worse is that they are being told not to believe their very own eyes. The Liberal government says that the economy is not in a recession, that affordability hasn't been this good in 10 years. But Canadians know the truth because they are living the truth. The truth is that under this Liberal Prime Minister, Canada has become the only country in a recession in the G7. The truth is that Canadian households now carry the worst debt burden in the G7. The truth is that housing costs in Canada are now amongst the worst in the industrialized world. And the truth is that our unemployment rate is now the second highest in the G7. This did not happen by accident. Policies have consequences. The Liberal government has governed as though debt were imaginary, as though growth would somehow appear without productivity, as though governments could endlessly spend money they do not have without asking working people to eventually carry the cost. But Canadians are carrying the cost. They carry it every time the rent goes up, every time interest rates rise, and mortgages are up for renewal, every time they hear another announcement from a government that mistakes press conferences for progress. The Prime Minister likes to say that Canada will move at speeds not seen in generations. And I will say this. When Canadians first heard those words, they wanted to believe them. But now, after more than a year in government, the results have not matched the rhetoric. The Liberal recession means declining growth. It means our economy shrinking. It means Canada is not moving at speeds not seen in generations. It means Canada is falling behind. And this is not just a criticism, it's the reality that Canadians are living with and businesses are responding to. The Prime Minister is traveling the world trying to sell Canada to investors while blowing $200,000 on in-flight catering over 3 flights. But what is he selling? A Canada where major projects still take too long and approvals are uncertain. A Canada where the tanker ban remains in place. And Bill C-69 continues to scare away billions of dollars in investment. A Canada where housing starts are not rising at speeds not seen in generations, but slowing at a pace not seen in generations. We hear members opposite boast about the Prime Minister's resume. But a fancy resume does not matter to investors looking for opportunities in a business-friendly environment. In fact, in 2025, 45%, or $44 billion of all foreign direct investment into Canada consisted of foreign purchases buying up Canadian businesses rather than building new facilities or expanding productive capacity. Canada used to build national champions, but now increasingly we are selling them. We do not need better marketing, we need a Canada that is actually open for business. We have energy, critical minerals, the workers, the talent, the geography. We have people who are hungry to build, to work, to invest, to grow. What we do not have yet is a government creating the conditions for investor confidence. And the Liberal government has given itself extraordinary powers. It has the Major Projects Office. It has given itself a majority government through dirty backroom deals. So it should have the ability to move. So where are the major projects? Where's the urgency to meet this moment? They talk about unleashing Canadian energy, but the tanker ban remains. They talk about building homes, but housing construction in the GTA and Vancouver has collapsed, and 100,000 people are now out of work. They talk about mines, manufacturing, productivity, but the regulatory reform needed to restore investor confidence is still not there. They talk about moving quickly, but Canadians keep seeing the same pattern. Announcement first, action later, and too often, action never. And should we really be surprised? The Prime Minister is surrounded by the same Liberal team that delivered the last decade. He can steal our ideas, but does he really believe in them? Because we know the team around him is not willing to do what it takes to fully implement those ideas and restore Canada's economy. And so Canadians are stuck with the same Liberal pattern: announcement followed by failure to follow through. Conservatives put forward practical ideas more than a year ago. The Canadian Sovereign Act, the removal of industrial carbon tax, the removal of HST on all new homes worth up to $1.3 million, shovel-ready project zones, and capital gains deferrals so we can kickstart our economy and bring wealth home for our people. In the last election, we laid out an ambitious agenda for the first 100 days to set the tone on energy, crime, competitiveness, and affordability. Because urgency matters. Now, more than a year later, only a tiny sliver of that vision has been implemented, and the Liberals are wondering why things haven't changed. The Liberals dismissed most of those ideas. Then they copied them halfway and failed in the implementation. And the ideas that would have had the biggest impact are still sitting on the sidelines. Half measures will not reverse a lost decade. Yes, Canada faces challenges with the US, trade uncertainty is real, but Canada is not the only country facing those challenges. Yet this government wants to blame every failure on geography. On the one hand, the Prime Minister says Canada has the best trade deal with the US of any country in the world, and says he wants to help make America great again. On the other hand, he blames our proximity to the United States for our lack of growth and says that there is a permanent rupture in our relationship. So which is it? The truth is that Canada has what the world wants, but the world is not yet convinced this Liberal government will do what is necessary to unlock it. Think about this. Oil prices have soared, yet Canada is still in a recession. We have the best free trade agreement with the US, yet Canada is still in a recession. We have the critical minerals the world needs, yet Canada is still in a recession. And yet, as I sit in this House, all I hear from the Liberal benches is deflection after deflection and excuse after excuse. Wake up and take responsibility. This is not simply something that is happening to Canada. It is a result of slow execution, weak confidence, and a government that confuses announcements with achievements. When will the Liberals realize that the cause of their recession is not Canada or Canadians? It is them and their failed policies. Canadians do not need more hollow speeches. We need ambition, but ambition in law, in approvals, in construction, in energy, in mining, in manufacturing, in paychecks. We need a government that passes laws and delivers results. Because the problem is not that Canada lacks potential. The problem is that this Liberal government has not yet had the courage or the urgency to move beyond announcements and get serious about implementation and finally unleash our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Bank of Canada has indicated that implied that the Conservative Party is actually being a little unrealistic by trying to suggest that Canada is in a recession when in fact, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's a decimal one and there's a number of different indicators, yet the Conservatives seem to be glee over the fact that there appears to be a recession in their minds and that they're happy for Canadians on that fact. I'm wondering if she could just explain why it is the Conservative Party is so happy to see Canadians having a difficult time.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, the member says that we appear to be glee when the only ones in this House who stand up question period after question period to say, we have good news, we have good news, is that side of the aisle. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about statistics. Our economy has shrunk in 3 out of the last 4 quarters. The only country in the G7 to be in a recession, the worst household debt in the G7, the worst housing costs in the G7, the second highest unemployment in the G7. We have countless of indicators, Mr. Speaker, to tell us a story. And what is most concerning is that the member wants to deny all of this, pretend it's not happening. They're never going to fix this problem.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What explains the economic slowdown in part is the tariff war that we have with the United States. So it's one thing to criticize the government, but you also have to make proposals from time to time. There's a sector that is more affected than others, and that is the softwood lumber sector. And there's a solution that's been in the air for some time now that's been proposed in collaboration with unions and employers in the forestry sector, a program where we could buy back countervailing duties, part of the countervailing and anti-dumping duties. I'm sure that my Conservative colleagues are aware of this plan. Would they agree with giving a shot in the arm to the forestry sector by putting in place that program of buying back countervailing duties and anti-dumping duties? The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. He is right. Part of a solution, drafting a solution, is actually acknowledging the problem, which is what this Liberal government is failing to do. The Conservatives have put forward practical ideas more than a year ago, and I provided a list, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat it. The Canadian Sovereignty Act, the removal of the industrial carbon tax, the removal of the HST on all new homes worth up to $1.3 million, shovel-ready project zones, the capital gains deferral so we can kickstart our economy and bring wealth home to our people. And in fact, we had provided a plan for the first 100 days to set the tone, Mr. Speaker, on energy, crime, competitiveness, and affordability. This is the plan that the Conservatives have put forward and we have been advocating for.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Newmarket Aurora for her excellent speech and her excellent analysis of the situation that we find ourselves here in Canada, where the Liberals refuse, and this Prime Minister in particular, refused to acknowledge the data provided by Stats Canada, that we are in a recession, and we're the only country in the G7 in a recession. I'm wondering if the member has any thoughts on why the Prime Minister and his Liberal colleagues refuse to admit the seriousness of our financial situation here in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. I think it's inconvenient for the Prime Minister to acknowledge the reality. And it goes completely against what he campaigned for and what he says every single day. He talks about moving at speeds not seen in generations. He talks about, he delivers grand speeches, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is these indicators that we're looking at in terms of the economy are confirming the stories that we have heard from the people in our ridings, the people that are struggling. They already knew that these indicators were about to be released because they have been living it. They know the truth, but the Prime Minister is so disconnected that he can't even acknowledge the reality that Canadians are living.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just start off by commenting on the last statement that the member just put on the record. When you talk in terms of disconnect, I would suggest to you that if there is a party that's disconnected with Canadians, it's the official opposition. The Conservative Party is completely out of touch with the reality in terms of what's actually taking place in Canada. You know, when I think in terms of our Prime Minister, who was just elected just over a year ago, we had a new government, and I reflect on the many different actions, both legislative and budgetary actions, that this government has taken over the last number of months. One cannot help but see within that blueprint you will find the reflections of what Canadians are telling Liberal members of Parliament and the Prime Minister. So to try to imply in any fashion whatsoever that the government is out of touch with Canadians, nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Many of the actions that we have brought forward clearly demonstrate that. Clearly demonstrate that. And some of those actions that we have brought forward, Mr. Speaker, that are reflective in terms of the interests of Canadians, Conservatives have filibustered or they have outright voted against, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think in terms of whether it's economic development, the security of Canadians through the crime file, that we have never seen such a proactive Prime Minister or a government dealing in as aggressive of a way that this Prime Minister and this government has in the last 13 or so months, Mr. Speaker. And the numbers are, in fact, there to substantiate it. All one needs to do is take a look at some of the actions that have been taken by this government. There's one report that I thought was really interesting, and I want to quote, and it's coming from the International Monetary Fund. And for those that are following the debate and discussion of this so-called Opposition Day motion, which has no legitimacy whatsoever as a motion, quite frankly, this is an organization that has well over 185 or 190 countries that are directly involved with the issues of finances within the world. Here's what the IMF had to say about Canada. And I quote, "Focused strategically on investment that is pro-growth and projects Canada or projects Canada to have the second strongest growth in the G7 in 2026. That is the IMF saying that, Mr. Speaker. It's not members of the government side, it is the IMF. And they are not alone, Mr. Speaker. You know, we are going to have the second highest growth in the G7. That is what's being forecasted this year. You know, I was here last Friday when the Conservatives heard the news of the decimal 1% GDP on the negative side, Mr. Speaker. And they were jumping up and down, virtually celebrating the fact that had taken place. In public accounts yesterday, the Deputy Governor, on behalf of the Bank of Canada, warned that we shouldn't be taking one figure such as that in reading too much into it. You'd think that the cumulative brain thrust within the Conservative Party would understand the simplicity of when you go out and you start saying that Canada is in this deep recession as they try to give Canadians the impression, Mr. Speaker, which is not true. There are a number of things that one could look at that could very easily justify a second look, as the Bank of Canada will in fact do, as opposed to try to once again demonstrate to their followers, the Conservative followers, that far-right element, Mr. Speaker, that somehow Canada is broken when it's just not true. I mentioned the other day, whether it's the Prime Minister or other ministers, and I would suggest to you any member of this House that travels abroad, and if you talk to business leaders and other forms of different stakeholders, other governments, you will find that there is a high level of interest. People want to look at Canada. They want to invest in Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what you'll find, I believe it is, with respect to the per capita, that Canada leads on private investment coming into the country, the best, the highest in the world. Take a look in terms of some of the things that we've actually done as a government, Mr. Speaker. We have a Prime Minister and a series of ministers that is aggressively going out and expanding export opportunities for small businesses, thereby supporting jobs, Mr. Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. The Conservatives talk about, well, what about the results? Well, take a look. What was the commitment? The Prime Minister said during the last federal election, 13, 14 months ago, that we wanted to expand our trade beyond the Canada-USA border, that was important. And we are going to strive to double that, Mr. Speaker, over the next decade. And today, if you look at it, because of the efforts of this Prime Minister, this government, and I would suggest you every member of the Liberal caucus that continues to push and encourage trade between other nations, we're up in the double digits from the last year, Mr. Speaker. Depending on who you ask and how you look at it, it's anywhere from 15% to 30%. Trading opportunities continue to be enhanced. Is there any surprise when you have 20 plus agreements of trade and security over the last 13 months, Mr. Speaker? We've actually brought in trade legislation dealing with trade between Canada, Indonesia, Canada, and Northern Ireland, along with England, Mr. Speaker. That legislation is actually passed in terms of trade agreements, Mr. Speaker. There's absolutely no doubt on the trade file we are moving forward. Now, we recognize the value of the United States and the trade that we have there, Mr. Speaker. Well over $3 billion a day going both ways, Mr. Speaker, in terms of an cumulative total. But even that trade is up from last year, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Conservatives, we will continue to work with our American counterparts to achieve the best deal that we can for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We're putting Canadians' interests ahead of the political parties' interests, which is contrary to what the Conservative Party is doing, Mr. Speaker. Where ultimately, Mr. Speaker, they say capitulate. Remember the other day on their another opposition motion, they wanted us to capitulate completely on our arts community, saying, oh, we've offended the trade negotiators because of a decision that was made by CRTC, an arm's-length organization, Mr. Speaker, and they saw that, and right away they want us to capitulate. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that whether it's the Prime Minister or any member of the National Liberal Caucus, we're not prepared to just sign any agreement. We're prepared to fight and ultimately prevail on the best deal for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're going to ultimately achieve. When you take a look in terms of some of those indicators, when I think of the G7 countries, Mr. Speaker, I think of other aspects than what the Conservatives like to talk about. I think in terms of Canada's credit rating, the best in the G7. I think of our fiscal position. Again, we are the best in the G7, Mr. Speaker. When you think of growth for 2026, we're not the best for 2026, but we're next to the best. We'll be number 2. Mr. Speaker, that is what is being projected for Canada. We are, in fact, not only the best in foreign direct investment in the G7, we are way out in front, Mr. Speaker, from the closest one to us. It doesn't surprise me, given the actions that the Prime Minister has taken, the world leaders that he has met, the investors, the many different stakeholders, not only within Canada, but outside of Canada. I have made reference to it in the past, and I'll do it again now. We have, whether it's the Philippines or India, we have had a Prime Minister that has met with the leadership, and ultimately we're hoping to be able to achieve agreements with those two nations, Mr. Speaker, ideally in 2026. We actually had a number of individuals involved in trade coming to Canada just last week or 10 days ago in regards to improving trade relations and building a stronger, healthier trade relationship between Canada and India, Mr. Speaker. I've had a number of conversations with the High Commissioner where he talks very positively about the opportunities for both Canada and India. At the same time, we can still deal with the issues that are sensitive related to security and other issues, Mr. Speaker. But we understand how important it is that we grow our economy by looking at diversifying our trade opportunities, Mr. Speaker. So that foreign direct investment, you know, the Prime Minister goes abroad and ultimately attracts in literally billions and billions of dollars of foreign investment commitments to come to Canada. These are the types of things that can make a difference. The Conservatives seem to be of this opinion, all you got to do, okay, you won the election, 1 week later, everything should be done. It takes time. The major projects that we put together and legislation, we ultimately passed, Mr. Speaker, weeks after the election. We established a major project office to take in the ideas and flow and support the projects, Mr. Speaker, in the city of Calgary months after, a few months later. I believe it was August or September, Mr. Speaker, I'm not 100% sure. We have major projects now on the books that's in every region of our great nation. As I've highlighted in the past, we can talk about wind and tide energy in Atlantic Canada. We can talk about the port and other minerals in the province of Quebec. We can talk about nuclear energy in the province of Ontario. We can talk about the Thompson and the mines. We can talk Churchill in the province, my home province of Manitoba. We can talk about copper, potash, canola in Saskatchewan. We can talk about pipelines for Alberta. We can talk about not only pipelines but mining in BC and major developments of resources in the north, while at the same time, Mr. Speaker, being sensitive to Indigenous, provincial, and other stakeholders on critical issues such as our environment. When we talk about these developments, we have to ensure it's done in a sustainable way, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things that the Government of Canada is moving forward with. You know, and it's a type of things in which, you know, a pipeline doesn't appear overnight. It takes time, Mr. Speaker. But we have a Prime Minister and a government that not only have an MOU, Mr. Speaker, but it's gone a step further where we're even taking more actions on the MOU, Mr. Speaker. We have a government that understands the value of working collaboratively with Indigenous people, provincial governments, and more, Mr. Speaker. That's how we're going to build Canada strong. Building a Canada strong that's there for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That is the types of things that we have actually been doing. And then you have the Conservative Party, who ultimately votes virtually against everything, continues to talk negatively, continues to spread misinformation. Let me give you an example from yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We're having a debate yesterday, and the member from Brandon, Brandon Souris, talked about the military, and a part of the discussion that was kind of going back and forth was the Canadian Forces and investments in the Canadian Forces. Two things come to my mind on that issue. First, the issue of misinformation. Imagine you're the Member of Parliament from Brandon, and you tell people that the Veterans Office is actually closed in Brandon. And when I verbally challenged a member On that, the critic for Veterans Affairs from his seat tried to imply that I don't understand that the office in Brandon was closed. So when you have the member of parliament from Brandon saying that, and then you have the critic for Veterans Affairs saying that, Mr. Speaker, and all you need to do is just take a look in Hansard, one might be led to believe that the office no longer exists in Brandon. But of course, Mr. Speaker, like many other things that the Conservatives will say and do, it's just not true. There is a veterans office in the community of Brandon, Mr. Speaker. The reality of it is that it was the Conservative Party, the leader of the Conservative Party today, who actually closed the office in Brandon and 8 other veterans offices. And then they had the audacity to say that, look, how many members, or because of how we treat veterans, it's going to have a negative impact on recruitment to the Canadian forces. So the critic for Veterans Affairs implies. Do they not know that last year we had historic numbers of people applying to become members of the Canadian Forces? Make a suggestion as to why that's taking place, Mr. Speaker, is because we have a government in generations that has recognized the value of the Canadian forces and has actually met the 2% and is committed to go far beyond the 2% of the GDP, Mr. Speaker. Contrast that to where it was at when the leader of the Conservative Party sat in government around the cabinet table. It was at less than 1% for 1 year, Mr. Speaker. It is the absolute opposite in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party tries to feed their constituents and Canadians as a whole. Misinformation. And not only do they talk about misinformation here on the floor of the House, they'll talk about it outside of the House through social media and emails, Mr. Speaker. They talk about the issue of affordability. Yet take a look in terms of what they've said about issues such as the Grocery and Essentials Benefit Program, national program. By the way, the checks are going out this week, Mr. Speaker, or the deposits are going out this week. The National Food Program that feeds 400,000 children, young children, Mr. Speaker. They call that, some of them have called it a garbage program. Others have said it doesn't exist. The program doesn't exist, even though it's feeding hundreds of thousands of children. It's truly amazing in terms of how they oppose the government on affordable measures, and yet then, on the other hand, they criticize us for not having more affordability measures, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to you that the Conservative Party of Canada needs to rethink the way in which they present themselves, not only in the House, but also to all Canadians on a multitude of different issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm always surprised to see the member for Winnipeg North reinvent reality every time he stands to speak. Earlier, he referred to the fact that the Prime Minister could not solve the tariff crisis in his first few months as Prime Minister, but that's what the Prime Minister had promised during the election campaign. He said that with his past and his skills, he would solve the tariff crisis. So it's easy today to say that it was actually impossible. Hindsight is 2020, but it was a very important and major election promise. I would just like to tell the Parliamentary Secretary that there's some very terrible situation at the moment in the forestry industry. Quebec is the hardest hit through aluminium and forestry by these tariffs, and in among these solutions there is a repurchasing program that was supported by the forestry industry, but the government is not listening to them. Can my colleague explain why his party and the government is not listening to the forestry industry and their requests?
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the forest industry here in Canada, the aluminum industry, our steel industry, these industries are of great concern. Our automobile industry, our automotive industry, these industries are of great concern with the federal government, and that's one of the reasons why through tariffs and monitoring these industries that we come up with reskilling programs to just direct financial support. But what I wanted to pick up on is the members' comments in regards to the tariffs issue, the three T's, the Trump tariff and trade issue. The Prime Minister made a commitment to expand trade going outside of the United States, and we've been exceptionally successful at doing that. With regards to an agreement with the United States, we currently do have an agreement with the United States. We are prepared to sit down and continue negotiations in good faith to protect the interests of Canadians, but we're not prepared to capitulate. I think it's important that we persist and push for the best deal we can for Canadians.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Speaker, and I do have a question for the member over there because he gave a speech all about what the opposition is doing right now, and I'm actually a little dismayed because I think he needs to speak to what the motion is here, and the motion is about the recession Canada is heading into very clearly now. There's a number of data points that we have to give here, but the member has to identify and probably has to own, quite frankly, some of the policies this government has pushed the country to that have led us to the economic point we're at right now. Will he please address that as opposed to blaming others, either south of the border or on this side of the House, that we're the ones misspeaking this? The data speaks for itself. The country is in economic decline. Can he tell us what he thinks he should change on that side of the House in order to arrest that trend?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm more inclined to believe the Bank of Canada and what the Bank of Canada is saying on the issue of the recession than the leader of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker. I think that the GDP is, yes, a very important indicator, but there's also other important indicators that should be looked at. At best, the Conservatives are being premature by going around and shouting in glee that Canada's in a recession, when there are other indicators that show that Canada is building strong, that Canada's economy will grow. It will grow more so. As I say, the second largest growth is being predicted in the G7. I think there are some solid figures that are out there, and I look forward ultimately, Mr. Speaker, to be able to demonstrate very clearly in the coming months that we are, in fact, sticking to a strong build Canada.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member in his great speech, particularly around the misinformation. As we know today, AI feeds on all sorts of comments, whether they're right or wrong, collectively in the social media. And the misinformation will obviously lead to bias in results in AI. I wonder if the honourable member could speak on that impact to society in general. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. I don't think in today's technology, when you look at social media, and the ability to be able to communicate through a computer and internet networks, Mr. Speaker, one should be concerned. Because at the end of the day, I can recall a number of years back when you promote and you encourage things that are negative, that it does have a residual. There is an impact, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I think in part the Conservative Party of Canada, the official opposition, needs to be more, I would suggest you, more responsible in dealing with the facts, Mr. Speaker, on a number of different issues. I just cited one that took place yesterday. I could have just as easily cited another opposition day where they were saying that Canadians were paying 22% more on gasoline than Americans. I could actually show, I took a picture of 3 different gas stations in Winnipeg. They were all around $1.55 for a litre, Mr. Speaker, which is a whole lot cheaper than in California, Mr. Speaker, where there's 39 million people.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Mayor Okaktiye, and I always appreciate the members' speeches in the House of Commons. I always learn so much more about Canada, given his long time that he's been an MP in this House. I wonder if the member can share with us just how much changes that we've seen in this 45th Parliament, especially in regard to the focus that we're seeing in investments for Nunavut.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate the question from my friend. And, whether it's through the advocacy, ongoing advocacy over the years to where we are today, you can talk about the military investments, the importance of issues like the Rangers, which I know is important to my colleague. I think that the whole area of minings, yesterday she was giving a story about a trucker and how Indigenous people as a whole are there as protecting and advocating for our environment, the understanding and the relationship between the Government of Canada and recognizing that the North is such a critical component. Canada is not Canada without the North, and we need to invest in it. We need to make sure that we're there in very real and tangible ways. And I look to my friend and colleague to continue to do that advocacy both within this chamber, the caucus, and just in general, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's better and builds a stronger Canada in itself. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments to all. Member for Yorkton Millville.
I have a question in regard to the school food program. We do school food programs in Saskatchewan for kids that come to school hungry. I think it's really important. However, the government committed $216.6 million annually to the food program. They're making it permanent. An additional 400,000 children will benefit from this commitment every year. There are 5.5 million students in school right now. 3.5 million are in elementary. With the money that they're giving here, it works out to $2.70 per day per child. How is that caring for children? How about they give the money back to the parents through a proper economy and let them feed their own kids?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was about to give a compliment when the member made reference to with the Saskatchewan program. One has to remember this is not for all children in school. This is for the youngest of children, Mr. Speaker, and provinces and stakeholders have been widely supportive of the program. What I liked about her question was she acknowledged that it was a good program in the province of Saskatchewan. That's what she implied. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that it is a good program for 400,000 plus children nationwide, Mr. Speaker, because I've been a parliamentarian since 1988, and I can tell the member opposite virtually from day one, virtually from that time, I've heard about the issue of education, how important education is to our society, and a part of that is that you cannot learn on an empty stomach, and why it's so important for this government to establish a national program by demonstrating leadership on the issue. Hopefully other provinces and so forth will be able possibly to grow the program, but at least we're making a very strong positive statement, and the Conservatives should reverse their position.
Resuming debate. Reprise débat. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just split my time with the member for Calgary Centre. I rise today because Canadians deserve a government that lives in the real economy, not in liberal talking points. The facts are now impossible to deny. Canada has entered a recession. Canada's economy has contracted in 2 consecutive quarters. It has shrunk in 3 of the last 4 quarters. Business investment has fallen for a 5th straight quarter, and household savings have fallen to the lowest level in years. And business and capital investment has also fell 0.7%. And yet on Friday, a Liberal stood in this House and said not once but twice, let's be clear, Canada is not in a recession. That is not economic leadership. That is economic denial. Canadians do not need another lecture from the Liberals about projections, models, forecasts, or fine words. They need reality. They see reality every time they open their credit card bill. They see it every time they go to the grocery store. They see it every time they check their savings accounts, and they see it every time their paychecks run out. The Liberal Prime Minister likes to remind Canadians that he is an economist. He likes to quote projections. He likes to hold signing ceremonies. He likes the language of global summits, high finance, transition plans, industrial strategies, and bureaucratic frameworks. But Canadians live in reality. And the reality is this. This Liberal Prime Minister is the only G7 to take his economy into recession. Every other G7 country is facing tariffs. Every other G7 country is facing global uncertainty. Every other G7 country is operating in the same world economy, but only Canada, under this Liberal Prime Minister, is in recession. That means this is not simply a global recession due to global factors. It is not simply a tariff recession. It is not simply an outside shock. This is a homegrown, made by Liberal recession. Let's start with a simple economics lesson. Growth comes from work, investment, productivity, innovation, and capital formation. A country becomes richer when workers become more productive, when businesses invest in machinery and technology, when entrepreneurs take risks, when capital stays in or is attracted to the country, and when government policy rewards production and innovation instead of punishing it. Over the last 11 years, the Liberals have done the opposite. They increased the industrial carbon tax. They layered on anti-development laws. They buried our resource sector under red tape. They chased away investment domestically and abroad. They created new Liberal bureaucracy staffed by Liberal insiders, new Liberal slush funds that benefit Liberal friends, new bloated programs, and new political photo ops. They even doubled Justin Trudeau's deficit and told Canadians it was all an investment. In capital markets, there's a simple rule. Capital goes where it is welcome and stays where it is rewarded. Under these Liberals, capital is not being rewarded in Canada. It is being regulated, taxed, delayed, blocked, and politicized. That is why business investment is falling. That is why major projects cannot get built. That is why Canadian productivity is weak. That is why dollars that should be building Canadian mines, energy projects, factories, homes, ports, pipelines, and technology are leaving the country. Since this Liberal Prime Minister took office, $109.3 billion in investment has left Canada, while only $88.4 billion has returned. That is a net loss of $20 billion. That is not a rounding error. That is a lost opportunity, lost jobs, lost paychecks, lost productivity, and lost national leverage. Canadian households now carry the highest debt in the G7, the least affordable housing in the G7, the highest food inflation in the G7, the lowest investment per worker in the G7, the second lowest productivity in the G7, and the second highest unemployment in the G7. And now Canadians are paying the price of this Liberal failure. Canada has lost 112,300 jobs in just 3 months. There are 45,800 more Canadians jobless now than when this Liberal Prime Minister took office a year ago. There are now 3 unemployed Canadians for every job vacancy. The promise of a better future is being replaced by the fear of falling behind. That is what happens when governments forget the basic lessons of economics. When you tax production and innovation, you get less production and innovation. When you punish investment and capital, you get less investment and capital. When you make it harder to build, fewer things get built. When government consumes more of the economy, families and businesses are left with a smaller part of the pie. That is not complicated. It is basic economics. But after 11 years of Liberal economic policies, Canada has become a case study in how a rich country can make itself poor. The Liberals inherited one of the world's most resource-rich, highly educated, stable, democratic economies. They inherited a country rich with energy, minerals, farmland, ports, universities, entrepreneurs, and workers who want nothing more than to build a good life. They spent 11 years vandalizing this country by making it harder to work, harder to build, harder to invest, harder to hire, harder to buy a home, and harder to feed a family. And now the consequences of this Liberal economic vandalism are felt everywhere. Food Banks Canada's 2026 poverty report card found that 1 in 4 Canadians is experiencing food insecurity, and that food bank usage has more than doubled since 2019. 1 in 10 of the Greater Toronto Area residents now rely on food banks. In 2025, food banks in the GTA saw a record 4.1 million visits, up 340% since 2019. Food bank visits have doubled since 2020. 1 in 5 people now visiting food banks is employed, so a job is no longer enough to guarantee stability. That is an indictment of this Liberal government's economic vandalism. That is what this makes this homegrown, made by Liberal recession looks like. It looks like empty fridges, empty grocery baskets, empty bank accounts. It looks like parents skipping meals so children can eat. It looks like workers doing everything right, but still falling behind. The Liberal Prime Minister and his state-sponsored Liberal media machine may call it technical, but there's nothing technical about a quarter of Canadians being unable to adequately feed themselves. There's nothing technical about a young family paying double the rent they would have paid a decade ago. In 2015, rent for a one-bedroom unit in major Canadian cities was about $970 a month. Today, it's about $1,850. That is not a technicality. That is a generation locked out of independence.
There's nothing technical about housing costs. In November 2015, the typical housing cost in Canada was $435,000. Today, it costs $659,000, up 51%. In 2015, it took 39% of median pre-tax household income to own a home. Today, it takes 52.4%, and that doesn't even account for housing units having smaller square footage today than it did in the past. Every leading economic indicator is flashing. That is not prosperity. That is decline managed by Liberal press releases. In public finance, Liberal deficits matter because they have consequences. A deficit is tomorrow's tax bill with interest. It is a claim on future wages due to higher inflation. It is a transfer from young Canadians, working families, and seniors to fund today's Liberal ideological vanity projects. This Liberal Prime Minister is expected to increase our federal debt to nearly $1.63 trillion by 2031. That is $1 trillion more than what the Liberals took power. And Canadians are expected to pay $58.3 billion per year just to service the interest on that debt, which is more than what the Liberals collect on the GST and what the federal government pays provinces for healthcare. So while Canadians were tightening their belts, this Liberal government was loosening their own. While families were cutting back, the Liberals were spending more. While small businesses were watching every dollar, the Liberals were expanding government and bureaucracy. And these Liberals wonder why inflation became embedded, why affordability collapsed, and why household balance sheets are breaking. Canada now has the highest household debt to disposable income ratio in the G7. That's according to Statistics Canada. That means Canadian families are more exposed, more leveraged, and more vulnerable when interest rates rise, or when household costs increase, or when their jobs disappear. Equifax has reported severe stress in household credit. More than 1.5 million Canadians missed a credit payment in the fourth quarter of 2025. Mortgage delinquencies are up 32%. Consumer insolvencies are up 19%. The financial stability is gone for too many households. This is where economics and finance meets real life. When Liberal governments run inflation deficits, it pushes costs into the economy. When inflation rises, interest rates rise. When interest rates rise, households get squeezed. When households get squeezed, consumer spending slows. When consumer spending slows, business needs to pull back net new investment. When businesses pull back, jobs disappear and productivity tanks. That is how a homegrown Liberal recession is made. It is a chain reaction of disastrous Liberal policies. The Liberals taxed energy and made everything move by truck, train, ship, and tractor more expensive. They blocked development and weakened the investment case for Canada. They ran deficits that fed inflation. They created uncertainty with endless rules, reviews, delays, and political favoritism. They expanded bureaucracy instead of productivity. Then when the bill came due, the Liberals blamed global factors. But the world did not pass Liberal anti-development laws in Canada. The world did not impose Liberal carbon taxes on Canadians. The world did not double Justin Trudeau's Liberal deficit. The world did not create Liberal slush funds for connected Liberal insiders. The world did not chase away Canadian investment. The world did not tell this Liberal government to put politics ahead of everyday Canadians. The Liberals here in Canada did all that. Liberal excuses do not create growth. Liberal speeches do not create growth. Liberal signing ceremonies do not create growth. Liberal party slogans do not create growth. Growth comes from workers, builders, farmers, miners, manufacturers, entrepreneurs, innovators, and families who are allowed to keep more of what they earn and build more of what this country needs. That is why Conservatives are calling on this Liberal Prime Minister to reverse the policies that created this homegrown, made by Liberal recession. That means end inflationary spending and Liberal credit card deficits. Repeal Liberal anti-development laws, scrap uncompetitive Liberal red tape, stop creating new Liberal bureaucracies and slush funds for Liberal insiders. Get projects built, bring investment home, reward work, restore productivity, put money back in the pockets of Canadians. Canada does not need managed decline. Canada does not need another Liberal lecture. Canada does not need another glossy strategy document written by Liberal consultants and announced at a podium. Canada needs a government that understands the economy is not built in Ottawa boardrooms. It is built by Canadians who get up every morning, go to work, take risks, pay taxes, raise families, and keep this country moving. They have done their part. Now it's time for this government to let Canadians build again, let Canadians work again, let Canadians invest again, and let Canadians hope again. That is how we reverse this Liberal recession.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maybe if I can help the member, if we take a look at the issue of foreign direct investment, and when you take a look at it from a point of view of per capita, Canada is #1 in the G7 countries. Arguably, it would be in the top 3 worldwide. For people that are living abroad, deciding to invest in Canada, I would suggest you, is a very good indication in terms of why it is that we're going to have the second best growth in the G7 this year. That's what's being projected. The Conservative Party wants to deny that in favor of, ultimately, being negative about Canada consistently. That's all they do.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
This is another example of a Liberal Party mouthpiece laundering their disinformation here in Canada. It's ironic because the Liberals like to accuse Conservatives of cherry-picking information, but that's exactly what they're doing. They're cherry-picking statistics here. The truth is this: $109 billion investment has left Canada, while only $88 billion was attracted. That is a net loss of $20 billion. So they can brag about foreign direct investment, but the thing is, more money is leaving Canada at a faster pace, and about $1 trillion has been hemorrhaged, has been lost since the Liberals have taken power. And those are the facts. Liberals need to live in reality. Canadians don't live in liberal speeches.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want to talk about these fancy big things. It's complete disconnect with what we see, what reality is right on the floor. Food banks, 2.2 million people visiting them every month. In Richmond Hill, a municipality that the honourable member and I have the huge honour of sharing the responsibility of representing in this House, the Richmond Hill Food Bank, record numbers. I wonder if the member can tell us what he is hearing in the community about the fact that Canada is not one, not number two, not number three, but in fact the very last country of all G7 countries in terms of food affordability.
Member for Richmond Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank that honourable member for his question. And we've both visited the Richmond Hill Food Bank and have seen the conditions that everyday Canadians in Richmond Hill are facing. And the facts can prove what we're seeing on the ground. We are having Canadian households now carry the highest debt in the G7, the least affordable housing in the G7, the highest food inflation in the G7, the lowest investment per worker in the G7, the second lowest productivity in the G7, and the second highest unemployment in the G7. And it really pains me to see that we live in a G7 country, but the food banks are busting through the seams with people lining up at the food banks, but the food in the food banks are running out. That is the Canada that this Liberal government has delivered after 11 years.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad my colleague talked about food banks, because the Food Banks Canada are here on the Hill today, and they made it clear, Mr. Speaker, they actually warned that our employment insurance system no longer reflects the reality of working Canada, and this is impacting people. More Canadians are working multiple part-time jobs, contract positions in gig work, yet they're paying into a system, Mr. Speaker, that often denies them the support when they need it most. They highlighted while food bank use continues to reach record levels and families struggle with the rising cost of living, that millions of workers are being left behind by an outdated EI system designed for a workplace that no longer exists. Do the Conservatives and does my colleague agree with Food Banks Canada and their call for comprehensive EI reform so that gig workers, part-time workers, and precarious workers can actually access the benefits that they pay for?
Honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
I thank the member for the question. One thing we can bring immediate relief on food price inflation is by stopping the crazy Liberal inflationary spending, by scrapping the food taxes, like the industrial carbon tax, the package tax, the fuel standards tax that the Liberals keep piling on Canadians day in, day out. That can provide immediate relief. Conservatives have proposed a motion to scrap those food taxes. The Liberals called them imaginary and voted down our motion. It is shameful. The Liberals are not living in reality. They're living in press releases. Canadians are watching their credit card bills. They're watching their bank statements. They're watching their mortgage statements. That's the reality that Canadians are living in. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak about an economic matter in the House of Commons today again. But before I actually get into my speech, I want to talk about the broader terms we're talking about here. And the terms we're talking about is what is a recession? And of course, there's a technical definition for recession, but the real indication is usually in the rearview mirror, and it's an indication that there's been a significant decline in economic activity that has spread across the economy and lasts more than a few months. A wide range of data go into that, including GDP decline, which we've had, jobs decline, which we have. We're now at 6.9% unemployment. Income's going down, which is clearly the case in Canada. Production going down, so manufacturing, all these other industries that are actually declining in Canada at this point in time. An inverted yield curve, which we had in 2023, and it's usually an indicator that's down the road here where we're going to enter a recession. So all of these indicators are on the horizon, are here right now, so we're looking at where we're going to be. But again, falling consumer confidence. Once people are losing their jobs, people are out of work, we're actually going to see them participating less in the economy, and that makes it a self-fulfilling prophecy because they pull in their spending, they actually decide to forego the actual expenses that will lead us where we need to go as an economy. But rising bankruptcies. Take a look at the debts Canadians are in right now, and it is a significant amount of debt. We're the most indebted country in the G7. A whole bunch of statistics here. I know they're just statistics when we talk about numbers. They're not just statistics to real people. People that are losing their houses, that are actually having to refinance their mortgage at higher rates. These are things, these are pain points that people are feeling across Canada that we have to make sure that we're looking at rather effectively. Think about our employment right now, 6.9% in this last month, when we had what's called a technical recession in the rearview mirror in 2015, the unemployment rate was 7%. 7% versus 6.9. We are not far off of an unemployment indication here that is going to be severe for this country. But get down to the actual real pain points here. We've got 500,000 former students in Canada that are still unemployed, that don't have the jobs that they trained for in their educational institutions. These are real lives, real contributions that people are trying to make to our economy that aren't being fulfilled right now. We need to move in that direction. Payrolls are down, but think about the payrolls where they've gone. We have, in the last year, we have 300,000, pardon me, since 2023, we have 300,000 more public sector employees and what we call MUSH employees, municipalities, universities, schools, and hospitals, and fewer private sector employment. That's a problem in an economy running a huge deficit. And you'll note this government is not shy about running higher and higher and higher deficits. And that is what's contributing to inflation, and that's what's going to contribute to the fact that we are going to have economic pain here going forward, and we need to get ahead of that as quickly as possible. GDP is going down. Labor productivity is not improving. But this motion today, I want to talk about in support of Canadians who are increasingly asking a very simple question. Why is it getting harder to get ahead in this country? Because the debate is not just about G7 rankings. It's great to make sure we compare ourselves to other economies, but it is about whether Canadians feel progress in their daily lives. In my riding, Calgary Centre, and across the country, people are working hard, doing everything right, and still finding themselves falling behind. And that should concern every member of this House. The motion before us reflects a troubling pattern. Canada is underperforming relative to its peers. Growth is weak, household debt is high, unemployment is rising faster than in comparable economies. Mr. Speaker, this did not happen overnight, and it did not happen by accident. There are choices here that have been made all the way along that have caused us to be exactly where we are right now. For years, there were warning signs. Economists raised concerns about persistent deficits during periods of economic growth. My Conservative colleagues and I on this side of the House spoke about it repeatedly here. The Liberal government was told that continued spending without corresponding productivity gains would eventually create inflationary pressure. Those warnings were dismissed. We saw early signs of declining business investments, particularly in key sectors like energy. We saw capital beginning to leave the country. Those signals were ignored by the Liberal government. We told the Liberal government that global demand for Canadian energy would remain strong, and it has. But instead of positioning Canada to meet that demand, the Liberals layered on uncertainty and delay through job-killing policies like Bill C-69 and Bill C-48 that told investors loud and clear, take your capital somewhere else. And that is exactly what they did, leaving Canadian workers and communities behind. And again, the warning signs were there. Even on productivity, long before today, experts pointed out that Canada was falling behind our peers. Less investment per worker, slower output growth, weak gains in competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, None of this is new. The real concern is that these warning signs were not only ignored then, in many cases, they continue to be ignored now. Because instead of correcting course by repealing Bill C-48 and urgently amending the Impact Assessment Act to provide certainty, this government has doubled down on the very approach that caused the problem. More regulation, more delay, and more confusion for those looking to invest in Canada. Monsieur le Président, depuis des années,
Mr. Speaker, for years now, the signs have been clear. Economists have warned that persistent deficits would create inflation. Investors have signaled that regulations have pushed them to invest elsewhere. Workers have seen possibilities diminish in key sectors, but these warnings weren't taken seriously by the Liberal government. Today, Canadians are paying the price. It is time to recognize these errors and change direction to give Canadians the conditions that they need so that they can succeed.
Mr. Speaker, the consequences of these choices are now showing up in the daily lives of Canadians. Household debt has reached historic highs, not because Canadians are reckless, but because many have had to rely on credit to maintain their standard of living. At the same time, inflation drove up interest rates, and now families are facing the combined pressure of higher borrowing costs and higher everyday expenses. I hear it constantly. People who felt financially stable just a few years ago are now reassessing everything, from major investments to everyday spending. This is not abstract, this is real, and it is widespread. Nowhere is the gap between potential and performance more obvious than in Canada's energy sector. We are one of the most resource-rich countries in the world. We have the expertise, the workforce, and the environmental standards to be a global leader. And yet, at a time when the world was actively seeking secure, democratic sources of energy, Canada failed to step forward. That was a moment of opportunity, and we missed it. In Calgary, the consequences are clear. Investment decisions are delayed. Projects face prolonged uncertainty. The new Memorandum of Understanding does very little to solve that problem. Capital looks for more predictable environments. This is not because the resources aren't in Canada. It's not because the talent isn't in Canada. It's because the policy framework has not kept pace with reality. The world continues to need energy, and Canada should be part of that solution responsibly, sustainably, and competitively. This leads to a broader issue: productivity and investment. Canada is falling behind. We are attracting less capital per worker than our closest peers. We are seeing weaker productivity growth, and over time, that erodes living standards. Because when investment slows, everything slows. Job creation, wage growth, economic mobility. Investors are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for clarity, clear rules, predictable timelines, and confidence that Canada is a place where long-term investment is welcome. Today's motion calls for a plan, and rightly so. A credible plan must start with recognizing how we got here. Then it must focus on restoring the fiscal discipline to reduce inflationary pressures and rebuild economic confidence, reestablishing a Canada as a destination for investment through clear, stable, and competitive policies, and embracing a realistic approach to energy, one that supports both economic growth and environmental progress without undermining either, because growth is not accidental. It's the real result of consistent, coherent choices over time. Mr. Speaker, Canada has everything it needs to succeed: the resources, the talent, the entrepreneurial spirit, but potential is not enough. Without the right policies, opportunity is lost. I'm looking forward to the questions that the opposition has to ask me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate some of the comments the members actually put on the record. When I look at it, I think in terms of the prairie provinces and the province of British Columbia, where if you take a look at the Prime Minister and the government as a whole, working with the other jurisdiction, I believe there's a great sense of collaboration, and people out west are appreciative. They see the collaboration that's taking place. There is a very strong sense of optimism whether it's the resource development to many other common interests that we have in Western Canada, even going up north. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to the collaboration that's taking place today and over the last number of months, which is really leading to a great deal of optimism out west.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank the member for the question. There is a memorandum of understanding that some governments, provincial governments, say is a change in direction in the Liberal government. But that's a change in direction on paper only. When you actually analyze that paper, as many of us have, those changes in direction are not clear enough to actually indicate people want to invest here. Ask the private sector entities that are impacted by those announcements and those words on paper that this government has put forward. They're still not committing capital. The reason they're not is because there is not clarity about the outcome for the process they have to go through. To get infrastructure built in Canada requires an onerous process where the companies involved, large companies, have to spend more time and resources and money going through the progress than they actually have to spend putting the infrastructure in place. And that has to change, Mr. Speaker. Process cannot be the only thing that matters. We've got to get things built in this country again.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Flamborough, Glenbrook, Brant North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Calgary Centre for an excellent speech. 11 years ago, Canada was the best performing economy in the G7 and the OECD. After 11 years of these Liberals and their disastrous policies, we are the only G7 country in recession, and we have the lowest private sector investment of any economy in the OECD. What would Conservatives do to close that gap that he talked about in terms of the immense resource wealth we have, the smart people, yet the poor results?
Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague. That's actually an excellent question because people ask me all the time, what would you do differently? And I think we need to be very clear here. We would make sure that those rules are very, very clear, not these muddled rules that we keep coming up with where we're talking out of one side of our mouth to this group of people and another side of our mouth to this group of people. There will be clarity about how we get through process quickly and sustainably in Canada. And that's something that every investor is looking for. What is the process? How long will it take? When can we start building and get a return on our investment? That's got to be clear to all investors, to all proponents, in getting things done in Canada once again. Again, thank you for my colleague.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Calgary Centre for his speech, and a lot of respect for him despite our differences. And I also have respect for my colleague from Calgary Confederation, who, Mr. Speaker, on May 27th and 2025 in this place said, "We will ensure the future sustainability of programs that have already saved families thousands of dollars a year. This includes childcare and pharmacare." And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about pharmacare because right now in Alberta, they don't have a pharmacare plan, something that we fought really hard for as New Democrats. And I'm going to ask my colleague if he, says that, if he thinks that the reason that people in Alberta don't have diabetes medicine or birth control is the responsibility or to blame is his Premier, Danielle Smith, or is it the Prime Minister's fault?
Member for Calgary Centre.
I know that, and I appreciate the question from my colleague, I know that Alberta, frankly, has a very robust social welfare system, the envy of many provinces across the country. Whether those funds come from the federal government or the provincial government, they're stacked, and they actually represent what is a level of sustenance across the economy that people that in need actually require. And that includes money for housing, money for health, money for all the things that we look at as a social system where people need to kind of have a basic life and make sure that they're taken care of. That's part of governing in this country, making sure that we look after the people that don't have the abilities to quite look after themselves, make sure that we're there for them in that respect. Layering on a federal program on top of provincial programs is no way to approach federalism in Canada. That's something we want to make sure that we give the province the ability to solve at their level when they've got that jurisdiction to take care of. Thank you.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire.
These are the adjournment motion questions for tonight. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, Foreign Affairs. Second, the honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni, dental care.
North Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House today to provide some final words after almost 11 years in this place. I want to begin by acknowledging my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, as well as the many dedicated public servants and staffers with whom I have had the privilege to work during my time here. While I know there are some in all parties that cannot get past the at times partisan nature of politics, I have made many friends across the aisle during my time here, folks who are here to serve their constituents, their province, their country, but who can also be open to speaking to and even having fun with those of different perspectives. Honestly, the fact that many of us actually like each other as people across the aisle is something that Canadians should see more often. Je reconnais bien que beaucoup.
I recognize that many people have dedicated part of their professional lives to build a better Canada and a better world.
In this chamber, fortunate to have been allowed to play a role in shaping public policy in this country and internationally. It is a privilege that very few folks enjoy. Avant de parler des questions.
Before I address issues of policy and politics, I'd like to point out that in this place, we all give a lot, but we also receive a lot. One of the things that I am particularly grateful for is to have had the opportunity to speak the other official language of Canada. And although my French is far from perfect, this skill I have acquired is a great gift to me.
When I left the private sector to run for office, many in the business community thought I was mad. But it has been the most rewarding experience of my life. As an MP, as a minister at DFO, at Environment Canada, and at Natural Resources Canada, I have often said I had truly the best job in Canada. As MPs here, we know well the impact we can have on constituents' lives can at times be profound, but it can also be profoundly rewarding. I don't typically like to use the word proud, as those who've worked with me will know, but today I will. Over nearly 11 years in government, I am proud of several things that I, my team, departments, and government as a whole helped to accomplish. A few of the highlights: developing Canada's Strengthened Climate Plan, the healthy environment and healthy economy. The first plan in Canadian history to show in detail not only how you could achieve a climate target, but how you could exceed one. Launching Canada's first critical mineral strategy and the investment tax credit regime to advance clean energy development. Establishing what I believe will be transformational in this country, the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program. Catalyzing the full modernization of Canada's aging Coast Guard fleet. Creating the BC Salmon Restoration and Innovation Fund to address the decline of wild Pacific salmon, which is a critical issue in British Columbia. And expanding marine protected areas from 1% to over 14% during my time as Mr. Official. Everyone in this room will have heard many times people asking why they should engage in the political process, often saying that individuals cannot make a difference. And that attitude is particularly prominent these days with young people. But I would tell you that in my experience, that is simply not true. I entered politics over a decade ago to tackle climate change in a way that creates economic opportunity and is not simply about sacrifice. And over that time, working alongside colleagues, I've had the chance to make meaningful and, I believe, lasting contributions to climate policy that builds a strong future economy.
Hear, hear.
Individuals can make a difference through their words and through their actions. It is a message I often share with young people, whether in schools, through my youth council, or in communities across the country, many of whom presently feel the system doesn't work for them. On the climate issue that brought me into politics, while today's geopolitical climate may suggest that progress has slowed, I remain optimistic that Canada, Europe, and the world will meet this challenge. Le changement climatique ne disparaît.
Climate change will not disappear. It's a scientific reality with human and economic impacts that are growing every year.
Major challenge, but addressing it and building a strong economy for the future can, and indeed must, go hand in hand. Looking at actual global trends rather than simply rhetoric, it is clear that the world is moving to a lower carbon future and that many countries, China in particular, have explicit economic strategies to accelerate the energy transition. Progress is being made, albeit more slowly than science suggests we need. Growth in energy-related CO2 emissions is continuing to decouple from global economic growth. And very importantly, increasingly, climate progress is not simply being driven by government policy, it is being driven by technology. Simply put, many low-carbon energy technologies are now cheaper, and they're often much better than conventional alternatives. And this is something we should all celebrate. Climate change and its impacts are a matter of science, not politics, but how we choose to respond remains a fundamentally political decision, one that requires foresight, thoughtfulness, and courage. The past 11 years have been enormously rewarding, and I am grateful for the opportunity to continue serving this country in a new capacity, as the Prime Minister has asked me to take on the role of Canada's ambassador to the European Union. J'ai accepté ce rôle pour la même.
I accepted this position for the same reasons that I entered into politics. A commitment to Canada and the conviction that here is where I can contribute the best at this moment.
The Prime Minister has an ambitious vision for what this partnership can become, and my role will be to help implement that vision and ensure it delivers concrete results for all parties. I love this country more than I can fully express. Canada is the best country in the world, not because we are perfect, but because we face our flaws and choose again and again to do better. Ours is a story of resilience, of expanding rights, of building a more inclusive and just society. Whether that story continues is up to us. Our willingness to stand up for what we believe in, to defend democracy, advance reconciliation, confront climate change, and build an economy that works for everyone. Serving as a member of Parliament and a minister has been the privilege of my life. Serving in this new role will be a different kind of privilege, one that I approach with the same sense of duty and determination. I would conclude by waxing a little bit philosophical. I think most of my staff that are here will probably find that funny. I believe that we are capable as a species of enlightened self-interest, and in this regard, acting on climate change is firmly in our collective self-interest. But I also believe that many of us are also very much capable of altruism, of thinking not only about how building a better community or helping those less fortunate may benefit us in the longer term, but actually about how we are morally obligated in the direction of social justice. To all here and outside this place, I say that we can indeed work to build a better and more just world if only we have the courage and the will to try. And in this vein, I would conclude by quoting the words of William Blake taken from his poem Jerusalem. And here I freely admit I took these lines from the conclusion of speeches from the great Tommy Douglas. But as a Saskatchewanian originally, and as someone who actually watched him in person and met him as a young person, I think Tommy would think that's just fine. These lines, I think, capture the essence of a commitment to community and to public service, which is, I believe, about striving each and every day to make this country and this world a better place in which to live. Blake wrote, and I quote, "I will not cease from mental fight, nor shall my sword sleep in my hand, till we have built Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land." Ce fut un plaisir et un honneur.
It's been both a pleasure and an honor for me to know you and to work with all of you.
And my honor to know and to work with all of you, and I look forward to seeing many of you in Brussels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I believe it is the honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna, who will be speaking.
Today, to note the departure of the honourable member for North Vancouver, Capilano, who will be leaving this place to serve Canada abroad in a new capacity. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member and I have spent a good deal of time on opposite sides of some very important debates on net zero legislation, on the 2 billion trees initiative, and on broader conservative concerns about the government's environmental approach. Now, those disagreements were real. I stand by them, just as I'm sure the honourable member stands by his. Now, while most of those exchanges were during his time as the Minister of the Environment and Minister of Natural Resources, I also do want to thank him for his service as the Minister of Fisheries. In particular, I know that he cared much in that role about salmon policy, and it's always welcome, as I've said many times, to have another British Columbian voice in Ottawa, particularly in a position of authority. Now, in fact, when it comes to the debates we had, I suspect we may both continue to believe that we were on the right side of those debates. Perhaps the only fair way that we can resolve that, Mr. Speaker, is that we compare notes in the years ahead, say 2030, maybe again in 2050, when the results of those policies are clear. But what is worth noting is that even though through those disagreements, we never lost the ability to have a conversation, whether it was in the House, at committee, or at the parliamentary gym, or even when we found ourselves seated next to each other on a long flight. There was always professionalism and mutual respect. As a fellow British Columbian, I can also attest to the travel and the demands that come along with representing a riding on the West Coast. It is not always an easy schedule. I recall mentioning to the member at the gym that perhaps in his new role, he might finally find himself ahead of events happening in Ottawa rather than living life feeling 3 hours behind. Now, I recall one moment during COVID at committee where I yielded my time, and of course, Mr. Speaker, you would know that opposition, we never have tricks for ministers when they show up at committee. But when I yielded my time to the member for Saanich Gulf Islands to question the minister on his net zero bill, in that instant, Mr. Speaker, a minister's staffer flung into action, diving onto the desk, pulling one book out and somehow switching it with a completely different book. It was a small moment, but again, it allowed him to switch the answers from the perspective of a Conservative to a Green Member of Parliament. Now, it may have been a small moment, but it reflected not only the preparation, but also the strength of the people that we count on. Mr. Speaker, moments like this remind us that none of us do this work alone. We often rely on dedicated staff who work behind the scenes, often under pressure, to help us perform our duties as elected officials as ably as possible. They may not all often be recognized, but they should be, and we should thank them not just today, but I believe every day. Mr. Speaker, there comes a time when many who serve here look for new ways to continue contributing. Canadians have been well served by former parliamentarians at the federal and provincial level who have stepped into roles abroad. It was Prime Minister Harper who began appointing experienced political leaders such as Gary Dewar, followed by Gordon Campbell. Prime Minister Trudeau continued this practice with Stéphane Dion and John Horgan of British Columbia. These individuals said yes to continuing to serve, to putting their years of insight and experience to work for Canada in a new way. I suspect having a Prime Minister make that personal call helps in one's decision-making. And I would just point out before I finish, there are many experienced parliamentarians who have since left active political life whose insight and perspective could likewise be drawn upon. And on that basis, Mr. Speaker, I wish to the honourable member for Vancouver, North Vancouver, Capilano well. While I've said we've disagreed, I respect his willingness to serve. I have no doubt he will continue to do so in his next role. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It truly is a pleasure for me today, Mr. Speaker, to discuss the trajectory followed by the honourable member I think I will call him Jonathan, even though that may slightly sidestep the rules. Mr. Speaker, I was trying to see today what I might find online. And apparently we did both political science and philosophy in university, apparently. And colleagues have said he was Minister of Fisheries, Minister of the Environment, Natural Resources Minister. That's in that position, in that capacity that I knew him. But in the 1990s, I found out that he was with Mr. Romano on constitutional negotiations, federal provincial. That's Roy Romano. But for a Quebecer, Roy Romano is kind of like a bad word. You can't really fault anyone for it. I have to say, I worked with a member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie in the private sector, so you can't help it sometimes. One thing I'd like to say is nonpartisanship. Oftentimes in the House of Commons, there can be some tough debates. And aside from the answers on the carbon tax, in general, I would say my friend Jonathan would answer the questions that had been put to him. And this lack of partisanship is something that I've also noted in the work we did with him. And it is thanks to him that we were able to have phosphate on the list of critical minerals in my region. That was a critical aspect. There's also the idea of building green homes. Some failures there. But he was also very open to help colleagues, even on the opposition side. The 2 billion trees program that was less successful, shall we say, but that he always defended, again, fairly. I don't think there's any harm in being proud of the works that he's done for the environment. For many people within groups, he was an example. Even though there had been efforts to downplay his credibility, it was actually unsuccessful, which means that my friend Jonathan had a strong reputation within environmental groups. I also wondered, when people refer to zero-emission vehicles, I wondered if anyone ever had a hydrogen-powered vehicle. Jonathan is the only person I know in Canada who does have a hydrogen-fueled vehicle. And I want to thank him for a trip we took to Berlin, where we met with the representatives from Siemens. And there were people from Siemens who thought I was a part of the government, so they would speak frankly to Jonathan about sequestration and capture and storage for hydrogen idea. Jonathan showed true nonpartisanship. I want to thank him for this trust he had in me. In his speech, he really did mention that he had learned French. He did really learn French in the context of his time in office, and I think it's really honorable. And I'd like to get back to one comment. Once Jonathan asked me, actually he asked his assistant, Kyle, why I was speaking to him in English, whereas I would speak to French. I would speak to Jonathan in French. I would say it's a sign of respect, actually. I'll explain why I'll speak French to a minister. Often when you're not speaking your own language, there might be some nuances that you don't capture. For instance, I'll give him an example. When I found out that he would probably be appointed ambassador, we had a discussion, and I asked him what his wife thought about it, whether she was going to quit her job, follow him. He said, yes, because my love is open to new adventures, except for the fact that having adventures in French has another connotation. It doesn't necessarily mean the same thing at all. And that is why I tend to speak my mother tongue. My father always says two things. My father would always tell me, don't trust anyone who doesn't drink, but trust a guy who laughs frankly. Jonathan has always laughed broadly, and I think that is something that shows that he's quite a friendly person. And I'll close in saying this, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, and myself hope that we can get there's a spare bedroom over there in Brussels. We were joking around about that.
Québécois, je lui souhaite le...
On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I wish him the very best in his new position. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a genuine privilege to pay tribute to the honourable member from North Vancouver, Capilano, on behalf of Canada's New Democrats, and to wish him well on his upcoming post as Canada's ambassador to the European Union. I was told I had a minute and a half to say what needed to be said, and I find myself with a little bit more time. So I'm going to use that time because there's much that can be said about this member. He has always brought intelligence, collegiality, and dedication to service to this place. As a cabinet minister with several critical portfolios, he has made significant contributions to our nation. His voracious reading, attention to detail, and commitment to hard work are now the stuff of legend. He centered much of his efforts on preparing Canada for a sustainable future. We know that through his efforts, we have made profound progress on salmon conservation and plastic pollution. In fact, the largest investment in Canadian history in salmon preservation was done because of his efforts. The House, in their wisdom, has already anticipated my next line, which is, I applaud him for his vision and passion in this regard. As BC members of Parliament, I can say for us that we deeply appreciate the positive impact that he has had, in particular on our province and our coasts. Mr. Speaker, I think the very best that can be said about any elected representative is that they made a difference. Well, the honourable member has certainly done that here in spades. We wish him all the best in his new duties, filling a critical role that will benefit greatly from his skills and talents. I know that he will make a difference in Brussels and do Canada proud. As he does so, I urge him to hearken back to his early days as a Saskatchewan young New Democrat,
Yes.
an excellent pedigree, and in times of doubt or difficulty, never hesitate to ask, what would Tommy Douglas have done? Thank you for your service. Thank you for the member's service, and we wish him all the best.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, North Vancouver, Capilano, it is bittersweet to see him leave this place. The only sweet part is knowing that he'll be representing Canada so well as our ambassador to the European Union, a jurisdiction that hasn't forgotten climate change. I was earlier today meeting with a colleague from the German Greens who serves as a member of the European Parliament and was describing to me what it was like to work in Brussels and Strasbourg and back and forth. And she thought it was a long trip. I explained what it was like to be a British Columbia member of Parliament in this place. But anyway, she's from Hanover. You may run into her someday. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member may run into her someday. I must still speak through the Speaker. But to my honourable colleague and friend from North Vancouver, Capilano, we've become friends. I don't think we started out that way, but and it was one of my favorite moments in any committee meeting when the honourable member from I always want to say Nicola, and it's changed writing name. Anyway, our honourable colleague who gave me his time at the beginning of the Environment Committee. It was a choice moment, and it doesn't happen very often. But you were able to, you didn't really need a briefing book either way. I'll just say that. You're one of the ministers in this place who is not in need of someone telling you what the facts are, or telling him what to say. Unnecessary. But in reviewing, of course, all the years that you've served in this place, first under, primarily under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, as Minister of Fisheries and Environment and Climate Change and Energy and Natural Resources, anyone here will know that we hardly ever cross paths. In other words, pretty constantly. And the work that the honourable member did on fisheries, and as honourable friend from Vancouver Kingsway has pointed out, the work to ban single-use plastics and get them out of our oceans, the work, as has been mentioned, for wild salmon, the work on carbon pricing, the work to move to a post-carbon economy. These lessons and the hard fights that you had must not be lost. So I'll turn to just to say, as from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And to say that when, and I'll say this voicing perhaps, your child Max perhaps might say, when you get to Brussels, change Canada's position and make ecocide a crime under the International Criminal Court provisions of, yes, well, that's just something to take away with you. No one asked me to say that. And additionally, I would say to the honourable member for North Vancouver, Capilano, as he leaves here, we are always in the right to remember one of Canada's greatest, one of the greatest Canadian parliamentarians ever, in Tommy Douglas. The fact that the honourable member was able to be brought into cabinet to represent Saskatchewan while the Vancouver MP is one of those things that we know will define him as a great Canadian to represent Canada to the EU. And just remember other lines that I recall about the William Blake's Jerusalem, which I also love, is not that the sword sleep in my hand and this green land, but remember how William Blake described industry. The dark, satanic mills. So continue the good work to the honourable member. We look forward to seeing you at home in Canada, and in the meantime, hope to be able to come now and then to Brussels. Thank you so much for your service. There aren't enough words to thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would also like to say how much I appreciated working with the minister. I've always appreciated his intelligence and the fact that he was always accessible when we wanted to know more about a certain question to do with his portfolio. Personally, I wish him the best of successes representing Canada on the international scene.
The honourable member for the honourable member for Burnaby Seymour, Burnaby North Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for North Vancouver Capilano will be deeply and profoundly missed in this House, on the North Shore, in BC, and across Canada. We were nominated as neighbours within weeks of each other, and for more than 12 years, I've had the pleasure to watch his impact on our community and our country. And the only solace I have is that Europe and the world and Canada get to continue to benefit from His Excellency's new position. He didn't do this alone. Jonathan is notorious for surrounding himself with the best people, and I thought he might want to take this opportunity to acknowledge some of the great Canadians that he's had the opportunity to work with over the years.
Honourable member.
That's very nice, and it does give me an opportunity just to say a few thank yous. I would start with the dedicated public servants who worked with me in various departments, and in particular the deputy ministers who honestly were all excellent, excellent folks. Catherine Blewett at Fisheries, Stephen Lucas, John Moffat, Chris Hogan at Environment Canada, J.F. Tremblay, John Hannaford, Molly Johnson, Michael Vandergrift, Jeff Labonte at Natural Resources Canada. Canada should be very comforted and proud that we have such amazing public servants. My constituency staff, who I often said, no offense to the other members in this place, but they ran one of the best constituency offices in the country. Certainly the director who has been long serving there, Cynthia Bunbury. many volunteers in my riding, in particular Duncan Frostick and Kevin Evans, who were great sources of guidance for me. And of course, the folks who worked in my offices here in Ottawa, the chiefs of staff that I've had, Marlo Reynolds, Claire Seaborn, Alexis McIntyre, Kyle Harrietta, and a whole range of amazing staff, many of whom have chosen to be here today. Laura Mitchell, who's been with me for 10 years. A number of other folks that came with me from North Vancouver, Richard, Kieran, Sandy, who ran all of Atlantic Canada for me very ably, and Aaron Flanagan. I hope I'm not missing somebody. Sabrina Kim, who sometimes drove me crazy, but she was one of the best communications directors I had. You know, it's because of folks like that we're able to actually do our jobs in this place, and I was very fortunate to have amazingly dedicated, talented people. So, thank you.
Great.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill will have about 2.5 to 3 minutes. And I invite members who are standing between the members about to speak and the speaker to take a seat so I can see the member clearly. Standing Order 16.2 still applies. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a great honour and privilege to rise in the House and speak on behalf of the citizens of Calgary Signal Hill. Firstly, I recognize the honourable member and the comments that have just been made in the House. While I didn't know the honourable member on a personal level, the degree of emotion and genuine goodwill expressed today is a testimony to the depth of commitment, sacrifice, and hard work undertaken by members of this House, and it should hearten all Canadians. We've all been struck by hard news that Canada is in recession. Given the Prime Minister's background in economics, I suspect more than a few Canadians were surprised and dismayed at this news. Just earlier today, the government House leader told us here in the House that the government has a plan that is working, he said. But Mark Carney's been Prime Minister for over a year, and Canada is in recession. So it is clear to me and to Canadians that whatever the plan is, it isn't working. Now the Liberals seem to have been leaning heavily on what they seem to think are a couple of bright economic statistics. As a Canadian, I'd like to say that thank goodness there's at least a tiny bit of hope. But then again, let's have a closer look. A collection of Liberal MPs from cabinet ministers further back in the ranks have stated that Canada has, quote, the second fastest growing economy in the G7. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, I have no idea how the Liberals put that statement together with the fact that Canada is in recession. Recession means economic contraction, shrinkage, not growth. Second suggestion has been that Canada has foreign direct investment at twice the rate of our nearest G7 peer. That's an awfully strange statement from the Liberals, given that the report just last week by the Royal Bank of Canada stated that more than $1 trillion in investment left Canada between 2015 and 2024. That's $2 leaving for every dollar that came in. In fact, just late last week, Stats Canada announced that in the first quarter of 2026, more investment left Canada than came in.
I have to interrupt the member. It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Halland, seconded by Mr. Patzer, moved that the House recognize that the Liberal Prime Minister has given Canada the may I dispense. Puis-je dispenser?
May I dispense?
1. Only economy in recession in the G7. 2. Worst household debt in the G7. 3. Worst housing cost in the G7. 4. Second highest unemployment in the G7, a third higher than in the United States. Par conséquent, la Chambre demande.
Accordingly, the House call on the Liberal Prime Minister to immediately present a plan to reverse all the economic policies of the Liberal government, which have given Canada the G7's worst economy.
Participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member if a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Yeah, we request a recorded division, please, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 45 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, 3rd of June 2026, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S4, an act to amend the Energy Efficiency Act. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's in response to a question of privilege the other day. I am rising to respond to the privilege raised on June 1st, 2026 by the member from Louis St. Laurent, Aki Owenrak, respecting statements made in the House by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. I submit that in the matter before the House, at no time did the Parliamentary Secretary mislead the House. The matter of the dispute is clearly a difference of opinion between the Parliamentary Secretary and the member opposite. This amounts to a dispute as to the facts and not an attempt by the honourable member to deliberately mislead the House. In such matters that involve interpretations and of perspectives, speakers have consistently stated that it is not their role to pass judgment on such matters. In addition to the fact that the claims related to the disputed facts are not grounds for prima facie findings of privilege, there are two long-standing practices of the House when it comes to statements where there is a disagreement between members. The first is the members are to be taken at their word, and the second is that many disputes relating to matters raised in the House amount to a dispute as to the facts. I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that these are both central to the matter at hand. As the practice of taking members at their word on December 6, 2011, the Speaker ruled that members' involvement in inviting individuals to the gallery that were the cause of the disturbance. In this case, the Speaker referenced a ruling of Mr. Speaker Milliken from November 5, 2009, and I would quote, remembering the time-honored tradition in this place that members are taken at their word, and so in keeping with the precedents, and it goes on to say the Chair is prepared to consider this particular aspect of the matter to be closed, end of quote. The second matter relating to issues raised in this place concerning alleged misleading statements more often than not are deemed a dispute as the facts. On February the 27th, 2020, the Speaker ruled, and I would quote, nor is there any evidence to suggest that there was an attempt to deliberately mislead the House. For these reasons, the Chair cannot find that there is a prima facie question of privilege in this case. In keeping with this well-established practice, the current complaint does not lead me to believe that I have a basis to depart from the past Speaker's decisions. Judging the accuracy of the response is not something that previous Speakers have attempted to do, nor is it something I will do today, end quote. Moreover, on February the 8th, 2005, Speaker Milliken ruled on a matter respecting a response to a question, and I would quote, any dispute regarding the accuracy of this response is a matter of debate. It is not something upon the Speaker is permitted to pass judgment, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I would finally point out to the member of Louis St. Laurent, Aki Ewan Rak, remarks on this matter on June 1st, 2026, as to the fact that this is not a question of fact, rather a question of interpretation of opinion. He stated, and I would quote, the definition that economists generally accept, end of quote. By using this phraseology, the member himself is clearly stating that the matter is not universally accepted fact. Accordingly, the dispute as to the definition is a matter of opinion. Therefore, the members are entitled to their own opinions. This is the nature of the debates in this place. This is the conclusion Speaker Jerome reached on a matter before this House on June 4, 1975. In that case, he ruled, and again I would quote, the third point on which there is agreement is that a dispute as to the facts, a dispute as to the opinions, and a dispute as to the conclusions to be drawn from an allegation of fact is a matter of debate and not a question of privilege, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, I submit to this House this is precisely the case with the matter raised on June 1st, 2026, and therefore should not be constitute a question of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Parliamentary Secretary, it's so noted. I think the Parliamentary Secretary has another point of order he'd like to raise.
Your canvass the House should find unanimous consent at this time to call at 5:30 so we can begin private members' hour.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Come, Ina.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as indicated on today's order paper. Orders of the day. Private members' business.
Fourth stage of Bill S-227, Arab Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. Hussein.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Hussein, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill S-227, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, be concurred in at report stage. The member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Carried? Carried? Carried and so ordered. When shall the be... So, sorry, I have a member for Northumberland Clark.
Okay, sir. Is it?
So ordered. When shall the bill be read? Right now? I heard right now. Right now. Mr. Hussein, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that Bill S-227, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for York South, Weston, Etobicoke.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a profound sense of gratitude and optimism as we approach the final stage of Bill S-227, an act respecting Arab Heritage Month. Today we stand at the finish line of a journey that began several years ago with the Member of Parliament from Ottawa South, and that has been built upon through collaboration, goodwill, and a shared belief that Canada's diversity is one of its greatest strengths. This legislation is simple in its wording, but powerful in its purpose. Mr. Speaker, this bill is not new to Parliament. Today we have the opportunity to complete that work. We have the opportunity to fulfill the commitment made by Parliament and deliver a recognition that Arab Canadians have long sought and richly deserve. For more than 140 years, Arab Canadians have helped build this country. They have served as entrepreneurs, teachers, physicians, engineers, artists, public servants, military personnel, community leaders, and indeed elected representatives. They have opened businesses on our main streets, cared for our patients in our hospitals, educated our children, strengthened our communities, and enriched our national culture. Their stories are not separate from the Canadian story. Indeed, they're woven and they're part of the Canadian fabric. Bill S-227 is about ensuring that future generations understand that reality. It's about ensuring that young Arab Canadians see themselves reflected in our national narrative and know that their heritage is valued, respected, and cherished. It is about education as well, Mr. Speaker. Arab Heritage Month will provide Canadians of all backgrounds with an opportunity to learn about the history, contributions, traditions, and languages of Arab Canadians. At a time when misinformation, stereotyping, and division can too often find space in public discourse, education remains one of the strongest tools that we all have to build social cohesion. This understanding builds trust, recognition builds belonging, and belonging strengthens our country. Mr. Speaker, throughout this process, I've been reminded of what makes Canada special. We're a country where people from every corner of the world can build a life, raise a family, contribute to their communities, and proudly call themselves Canadian. We do not ask people to leave their heritage behind. We ask them to contribute to the rich tapestry that defines our nation. That is the spirit of Bill S-227. This legislation is not about one community alone. It is about the Canada we continue to build together. A Canada where diversity is celebrated, a Canada where every community is recognized, a Canada where every child can see themselves reflected in our shared history. I want to thank Senator Mohamed Al-Zaibak for his leadership and perseverance in guiding this bill through the Senate. His advocacy has been instrumental in bringing us to this special moment. Mr. Speaker, after years of effort, collaboration, and support from parliamentarians across party lines, Conservative members of Parliament, Bloc Québécois MPs, New Democrats and Greens, and from communities right across our country, we now have the opportunity to make Arab Heritage Month a permanent part of Canada's legislative framework. I encourage all members, all colleagues in this House to support Bill S227 and help send it to the next and final stage on its journey towards becoming law so that we can signal to Arab Canadians that they are indeed integral to Canada. Thank you. Merci. Shukran.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise débat. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for his speech too. We are here once again to consider whether April should be designated as Arab Heritage Month in Canada, given the contributions of Arab Canadians to the growth of this country. Since the first one arrived in 1882, I'm sure this is an idea that we can all agree on. This community, which started with just a few families, has grown to more than 1 million Canadians who have Arab heritage, plus you. The Arab community in Canada is, as the media sometimes think, a group of people who come from one place and have one way of thinking. We are in many ways an example of the diversity that is called Canada. Canada's Arab traces their roots to many countries: Lebanon, Algeria, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Egypt, Palestine, Kuwait, Tunisia, Iraq, United Arab Emirates, Sudan, Jordan, Mauritania, Libya, Yemen, Qatar, Oman, and Bahrain. United by a common linguistic root, they have different religions and cultural traditions. The popular perception may be that to be Arab is to be a Muslim, but we Arab know differently. Canada's Arabs identify as Christians, Catholic, Orthodox, and various types of Protestants. Yes, the majority are of Muslim background, but there are many who are a vital component of the societies of the Middle East. These diverse communities are tied together by a common language, the Arabic language. Even if we don't understand a word, it has a melody that makes it pleasing to listen to. Arabic is spoken by more than 400 million people worldwide. After English and French, Canada's official languages, it is the third most widespread official language on our planet. It is one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations. When we celebrate Arab Heritage Month, we are celebrating a people, and we also celebrate in this language. It is the language of the poetry and mysticism, of law and humor. It is a language that unites people across the Middle East and North Africa. The rich literature that can be found in Arabic tells the story of many cultures united under a common banner. To me, that sounds like Canada. For centuries, Arabic was the language of culture and learning, especially when you were looking for information on science, mathematics, and philosophy. Our mathematics system is based on Arabic numerals. We all know that, and rarely, if ever, stop to think about what they called that. Arab Heritage Month will be an opportunity for those of us with Arab roots to share the richness of our culture, and perhaps in a more deliberate way than it is the case now. I must admit, I have never had a conversation about the origins of Arabic numerals and their liberating effect on mathematics that had led to so many scientific advances. Perhaps I should start doing that. Or maybe I can initiate discussions about the scientific advances of what is referred to as Islamic Golden Age, a period of rapid scientific advancement that took place between the 8th and 13th centuries. Despite its name, the advances of this period were not brought about exclusively by Muslims, and as Wikipedia tells us, and I quote, Christians contributed to Islamic civilization during the reign of the Umayyads and the Abbasids by translating works of Greek philosophers and ancient science to Syriac and afterwards to Arabic. They also excel in many fields, in particular philosophy, science, and theology. End quote. Some of the notable Christian scholars of the time were such as Hunyan bin Ishaq, Yusuf al-Khoury, al-Himsi, Usta bin Luka, Massaway, Patriarch Eutychius, and Jibril bin Baktushi. It is not for Arab scholars at that time working to translate works from antiquity, from the original Syriac, Greek, Persian, and Latin into Arabic. Much of the knowledge of the ancient world could have been lost forever. We owe a cultural debt to those Arabic scholars of more than 1,000 years ago for preserving so much of the world's heritage. I could go on and talk about how Arabs have influenced agriculture and medicine in ways that continue to impact us today, but you get the idea. There is so much more to Arabic culture and history than most people are aware of. Setting aside April as Arab Heritage Month will encourage Canadians to discover more about these people and their history. The Arabs have always been exported, has always exported their culture. You can see the Arabic influence when you visit Spain's Andalusian region and see the Arab influence and the architecture of the region. But does this matter in Canada? There are probably those who say that what happens elsewhere isn't as important as what happens inside our borders. The truth is, Arab Canadians have made a huge impact on this country in all the areas you can imagine. Who was the first international Canadian pop star? Paul Anka, a Lebanese Canadian from Ottawa. Who is perhaps our most beloved children's entertainer? Rafi, whose roots also in Lebanon. What NBA All-Star of Syrian background? Jamal Murray, who also represents Canada internationally. Championship wrestler Sami Zayn is a first-generation Canadian born to Syrian immigrant parents. We Arabs are a social people, which may be why many of us are drawn to the political life. We want to serve, though we don't always see things the same way. That may be why Arabs who have served in this House have done for the Conservatives, the Liberals, the Bloc Québécois, and the New Democrats. We are united in our desire to serve, even as we disagree on politics. That's, of course, is the very Canadian way. We haven't had an Arab Canadian Prime Minister yet, but Prince Edward Island has had a Lebanese Canadian Premier, Joe Gitz. It goes without saying that one of the Arabs' biggest contributions to this country has been in the area of business. We have an entrepreneurial spirit. Whatever commerce happens in this country, whether it's big or small, you are almost certain to find a businessman or woman of Arab descent. All of this is to point out that it is long overdue for us to acknowledge the contribution of those of Arab heritage to the Canadian mosaic. Setting aside April as Arab Heritage Month allows all Canadians an opportunity to pay tribute to a special people. As I have said before, Canada is an example of what a society can be when the people celebrate their heritage without forgetting what unites them in common purpose. Let us celebrate Arab Heritage Month, whoever we are and wherever we are from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Okay, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today about Bill S-227, an act respecting Arab History Month. This bill is straightforward. It would designate the month of April each year as Arab Heritage Month in Canada. It is a simple bill, but it speaks to something meaningful. It gives Parliament an opportunity to recognize the history, cultural work, sacrifice, entrepreneurship, faith, family values, and civic contributions of Arab Canadians across this country. Arab Canadians have been part of Canada's story for generations. From the earliest Arab immigrants in the late 19th century to the communities that have grown across the country today, Arab Canadians have contributed to the Canada we share. Today, Arab Canadians are found in every part of Canadian life. They are small business owners. They are doctors, nurses, engineers, teachers, tradespeople, artists, writers, public servants, faith leaders, community volunteers, students, parents, and grandparents. They are neighbors. They are friends. They are people who come to Canada for freedom, opportunity, peace, dignity, and a better future for their children. Some come from places where basic freedoms cannot always be taken for granted. Others came for opportunity, education, family, safety, or the chance to shape their own futures. But whatever their path, they came here because Canada promised something better, a place where people could work hard, own a home, raise a family, worship freely, build a life with the person they love, start a business, speak their mind, and contribute to the common good. That is the Canadian promise, and it is worth protecting. Mr. Speaker, in my own community of London Fanshawe, we know how much Arab Canadians contribute. We see it in our small businesses. We see it in our restaurants, our community organizations, our charities, our classrooms, our workplaces, and our neighborhoods. We see families who are deeply committed to education. We see entrepreneurs who take risks, create jobs, and serve their communities. We see newcomers who arrive with courage and hope and who work incredibly hard to build a life in Canada. We see young people who are proud of their heritage and proud to be Canadian. That is something worth celebrating. Arab heritage is not one single story. It is rich, diverse, and complex. It includes many countries, many traditions, many faiths, many dialects, and many histories. It includes people whose families have been in Canada for generations and people who arrived only recently. It includes literature, music, food, fashion, scholarship, architecture, poetry, science, business, and public service. It includes people who have preserved their heritage while also embracing Canada and contributing to our shared national life. In Canada, people do not have to forget where they came from in order to belong. They can bring their best of their heritage, their work ethic, their family values, their traditions, their faith, their creativity, and their love of community while helping build one country together. That is the Canadian balance: pride in one's heritage, loyalty to Canada, and a shared commitment to the values that keep this country free. Those values matter. Equality before the law matters. Democracy matters. Freedom of speech matters. Freedom of religion matters. The rule of law matters. Respect for the dignity of every person matters. Mr. Speaker, commemorative months can serve a useful purpose when they help Canadians learn, reflect, and build respect. They can open doors for schools, community groups, museums, libraries, and families to tell stories that might otherwise be overlooked. They can help young people see themselves in Canada's history. They can help neighbors better understand one another. But we should also be honest. Commemorative months must not become empty gestures. They should not become virtual signaling. They should not become tokenism. They should point to something real: respect, opportunity, equal treatment, safe communities, in a country where hard work is rewarded. That same seriousness should guide how we approach Arab Heritage Month. It should not be a symbolic checkmark. It should be a genuine recognition of a community that has helped build this country. It should encourage Canadians to learn about Arab Canadian history, including the early families who came here in the late 19th century, the communities that grew over the decades, the businesses that were built, the community institutions that became anchors, and the younger generations now serving in every field imaginable. It should encourage us to celebrate Arab Canadian food, literature, music, art, and entrepreneurship. It should also encourage us to listen to the real concerns of Arab Canadian families today. Concerns about affordability, concerns about jobs, concerns about housing, concerns about safety, concerns about whether their children will have the same opportunities that brought so many families here to Canada. Because heritage is not only about the past, but it is also about whether families can build a future. That is where Parliament has a responsibility that goes beyond symbolic recognition. We should also celebrate Arabs, Canadians. Yes, we should also work to make Canada a country where every family, including Arab Canadian families, can afford a home, find meaningful work, start a business, raise Canadian safety, and live with dignity. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I hear again and again from families in my community is that they do not want special treatment. They want a fair chance. They want hard work to mean something again. They want their children to have opportunities. They want government to get the basics right. They want safe streets. They want a strong economy. They want schools, workplaces, and public services that treat people with respect. They want Canada to be a country where freedom is protected and where people are united by shared responsibility. That is a vision worth defending. And that is also why this bill, while modest, can still matter. It can help ensure that every April, Canadians are invited to learn more about the Arab heritage and Arab Canadian contributions. It can help communities mark that heritage with pride. It can help young Arab Canadians know that their story is part of Canada's story. And it can help remind Parliament that the people we serve are not abstractions. They're families with histories, hopes, challenges, and dreams. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by speaking directly to the Arab Canadians in London, Fanshawe, and across Canada. Your history matters. Your heritage matters. Your contributions matter. Your families, your businesses, your service, your faith communities, your culture, your stories, and your dreams for the next generation are part of Canada. This bill recognizes that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Why, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to express my support of Bill 227. I want to thank Senator Mohammed Al-Zabak for introducing this bill, and I want to note that this legislation was brought forward, an identical bill was brought forward and passed unanimously in the previous Parliament, but of course died on the order paper before receiving Senate consideration. Canada's Arab communities have contributed enormously to our country, and they deserve the recognition that reflects their place in our shared story. Canada is home to more than 1 million Arab Canadians. The first recorded arrival of people of Arab origin dates back to 1882, in the early years following Confederation. Arab Canadians have enriched every aspect of Canadian life, including arts and culture, language and literature, food and hospitality. And I would be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I didn't use this opportunity to raise the awareness of people of the incredible Lebanese and Arab food in my community, including Fatouche, a restaurant on White Avenue in my riding that is run by Rand Al-Iyad. Wonderful place. Everyone should stop in if they're in Edmonton. They've contributed to business and entrepreneurship, to public service and politics. Again, I would like to shout out Joe Hack, the Lebanese Canadian who unfortunately has passed away 2 months ago, but was a real leader in our community, a real leader for Lebanese Canadians in Edmonton and across this country. They have been leaders in faith communities with civic leadership. Mr. Speaker, Arab Canadians are not newcomers to Canadian story. They have helped write the Canadian story for generations. And of course, Heritage Months are opportunities. They're opportunities to educate, to celebrate, and to reflect. And they help future generations understand the contributions of communities that have helped build this country. Recognition sends an important message to young Arab Canadians that they belong, that they are valued, and that their stories matter. And I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that's important for many, many reasons. But I reflect on the last few years when I have traveled across this country speaking to people as the foreign affairs critic for the New Democratic Party and speaking about what has been happening within Palestine. And I reflect on people of Arab descent telling me that they feel like their government doesn't see them as citizens. This moment in time is important for us as a parliament and as a country to recognize the important contributions that Arab Canadians make. It's also important when we look at the rise of Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism, across this country. You'll recall the Quebec City mosque attack in 2017, the murder of the Afzal family in London, Ontario in 2021, the ongoing vandalism and the attacks targeting mosques and Muslim communities. In my city of Edmonton and across this country, Arab Canadians continue to experience discrimination and hate. And where hate tries to divide us, parliamentarians have a responsibility to affirm that every community belongs. This bill is about more than symbolism. It creates opportunities for schools, for community organizations, for municipalities, for provinces, for cultural institutions to celebrate and to educate Canadians about the diversity and achievements of Arab communities. It highlights the diversity of the Arab world and the many cultures, languages, traditions, and experiences represented within it. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats proudly support Bill S-227, and we reaffirm our commitment to standing against racism, colonialism, hatred, and war, and celebrate the rich contributions of Arab Canadians to Canada's social fabric. Arab Heritage Month will help ensure that the stories, the achievements, the struggles, and the contributions of Arab Canadians are recognized, not only during 1 month each year, but as an essential part of Canada's past, present, and future. I urge all members to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, as this House marks Arab Heritage Month, I rise not for the ritual gestures that too often accompany such observances, but to speak plainly about a civilization whose story stretches across 3 millennia and whose people have become part of our own. These calendar designations can slide into performance, but they can also compel us to examine substance. The actual inheritance of language, of memory, of achievement, and the choices that have shaped Arab societies in our time. I intend to do the latter. In his Indispensable History of Arabs, a 3,000-year-old history of peoples, tribes, and empires, scholar Tim McIntosh Smith demonstrates that Arab identity has never been reducible to a single ethnicity, sect, or moment of origin. It is, above all, a linguistic continuum, the Arabic language acting as a thread that has held together a vast and varied human tapestry from the first recorded mentions of Arabs in Assyrian records of 853 BCE, through the tribal poetry and trading kingdoms of the peninsula, the urban sophistication of the Levant, the Berber Arab worlds of the Maghreb, and the nomadic traditions of the Bedouin. Pre-Islamic Arabs were already a presence on the margins of greater empires, their poets celebrating honor, resilience, and the stark beauties of desert life. The latter expansion of Arabic carried with it not only faith, but administration, scholarship, and a capacity for synthesis that absorbed and advanced the learning of others. This is the deep inheritance we acknowledge today, not a monolith, but a living inheritance of peoples who have been both creators and custodians of civilization. That inheritance met the modern world in difficult circumstances. After the Second World War, many Arab societies sought dignity, development, and independence. One dominant answer was the pan-Arab socialism of Gamal Abdel Nasser. It drew on Soviet models of central direction and anti-Western posture, promising to sweep away colonial legacies and unite the Arabs under a single political and economic project. In practice, it produced authoritarian structures, economic rigidities, and repeated foreign policy failures. The United Arab Republic with Syria collapsed quickly. The 1967 war exposed deeper weaknesses. Several societies that followed this path paid in lost decades of growth, suppressed enterprise, and the entrenchment of regimes more interested in control than in the human capital of their citizens. The ideology functioned, whatever the intentions of its adherents, as a barrier to the very Western institutions, markets, and habits of mind that had accelerated development elsewhere. A second answer rose in reaction. Islamist movements, beginning with the Muslim Brotherhood, presented themselves as moral alternatives to corrupt dictatorships and failed secular experiments.
They spoke to real grievances and offered a language of renewal that resonated with many. Yet the empirical record where such policies gained real influence is clear: deepened social polarization, restrictions on dissent and on minority communities, including long-established Christian Arab populations across the Levant, Egypt, and Iraq, economic policies that often fail to generate broad prosperity, and, in their most extreme expressions, the incubation of violence that has scarred societies from the Maghreb to the Mashrek and beyond. The costs in emigration of talent, institutional decay, and cycles of instability are measurable and ongoing. There is a striking exception to these patterns, though, Mr. Speaker, and it deserves our attention. In the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan built a federation from tribal foundations with a realism and self-confidence rare in the post-colonial era. He prioritized education, infrastructure, and competent administration over ideological display. His heirs have extended that project with measurable success: deliberate diversification away from hydrocarbons into technology, finance, tourism, logistics, and advanced industry, sustained investment in human capital, and a foreign policy of pragmatic partnerships. The Abrahamic Family House in Abu Dhabi, a single complex containing a mosque, a church, and a synagogue, embodies this approach in built form, a deliberate statement of coexistence among the Abrahamic traditions, not their subordination. It is the product of a confident Arab leadership, not imported dogma. It is therefore unsurprising that the clerical military regime in Tehran, whose revolutionary ideology has relied on exporting instability and targeting pragmatic Arab success stories, has directed proxy attacks and threats against the UAE in recent years. Success is an indictment of alternatives. Across the Arab world, the poles of cultural and aspirational gravity have shifted. The old centers, Cairo under its successive experiments, Damascus in its long decline, Baghdad amid its traumas, no longer set the tone they once did. Increasingly younger Arabs, entrepreneurs, and reformers look to Abu Dhabi and Dubai for working models of modernity, prosperity, and competent governance. Rhetoric has yielded to results. Mr. Speaker, this story is not abstract for Canada. Nearly 800,000 Canadians identify as Arab, a population that has more than tripled in 2 decades through immigration and natural increase. They come from Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, the Maghreb, the Gulf states, and elsewhere, the full geographic and human diversity of the Arab world. Many arrived as economic immigrants chosen for their skills. Others rebuilt lives after conflict or persecution. They have contributed in every domain that matters to a modern society: enterprise and professional excellence, medicine and engineering, scholarship and the arts, public service and community building. They have done so while sustaining family structures and work habits that strengthen rather than erode our national social fabric. In Canada, they have found what many Arab societies have struggled to secure: the protection of individual rights, the rule of law, and the possibility of advancement on merit rather than connection or ideology. Christian and Muslim Arabs alike participate in our institutions on equal terms. That participation is not an accident of geography. It is a product of a political order that treats citizens as individuals first. Where Arab citizens enjoy full equality and democratic participation elsewhere, as with Arab Israelis, both Christian and Muslim, who serve in the Knesset, the courts, and the professions, we see another demonstration that liberal institutions remain the most reliable framework for minority flourishing and Arab talent alike. To our Arab Canadian brothers and sisters, your presence here is not a footnote to someone else's story. From the mighty Nabateans in the times of Rome to the great works of philosophers like Avicenna and Averroes, to the modern resilience of a people who have endured and created across centuries, you bring the depth of an ancient linguistic and cultural inheritance and the determination of those who chose this country. Canada is stronger for it. We honor that heritage best not by reducing it to grievance or slogan, but by recognizing its complexity, its achievements, and its continuing capacity to add to a free and self-governing society. The lessons of the past 80 years are not obscure. Grand ideologies, whether imported socialism dressed as pan-Arab unity or political Islamism promising moral regeneration, have repeatedly subordinated practical governance and individual agency to abstractions, with measurable costs in human welfare and stability. pragmatic leadership that builds institutions, welcomes talent, and measures success by results has produced different outcomes. The shift in Arab attention toward those who deliver is rational and observable. Mr. Speaker, the best tribute this House can offer is to defend the conditions that allow such contributions to continue: the rule of law, free enterprise, open inquiry, secure borders, and a confident national identity that does not require citizens to shed their inheritances, but does require them to uphold the common principles that make Canada work. In doing so, we honor Arab heritage in the only way that ultimately matters, by ensuring that the sons and daughters of that heritage can flourish here as free people in a free country. That is the Canada worth building and the heritage worth respecting. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. I'm pleased to debate the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I just want to thank my colleague from Calgary Heritage for such a wonderful and well-informed speech. My words tonight will not meet that threshold. What I'm here to talk about is shawarma. My first introduction to Arab culture was at Mr. Falafel. It's on 10th Avenue near my old university, the University of British Columbia. And I was a poor student, and I probably had enough money to eat out once a week. But man, when I went there and I got that big, juicy shawarma sandwich, it was a highlight of my week. And I still love eating it. In fact, I went back just a few weeks ago to visit some entrepreneurs at UBC, and I stopped by Mr. Falafel, and they're 26 years in business now. And I love that restaurant. And it speaks to what many Arabs do when they come to Canada, is they start small businesses. They disproportionately start small businesses and make a positive impact in Canada's economy. Another shawarma place I've been frequenting since my university days is Shawarma King. That's right up the road on Bank Street. In fact, my buddy Mo there has been serving me shawarma since about 2008 when I moved to Ottawa to do my master's degree at the University of Carleton. I probably eat there once a week, even to this day. And it's nice going to Shawarma King, a long-established shawarma joint in Ottawa, after a long day on Parliament Hill to talk to my buddy Mo. Man, the food is just incredible. The eggplant, the cauliflower, the mixed beef and chicken, the tahini sauce on top, the tabbouleh salad. I love this food. I think it's the greatest food in the world. Another place, Falafel King on Denman Street in Vancouver. They've been serving the best carrot soup I have had in my entire life. And whenever I go to English Bay, I gotta stop by Falafel King and get the carrot soup. They also put a lot of tahini on their chicken too, and I can never go wrong with that dish. It is honestly one of the best meals I could have, and it brings me joy every time I get to eat it. Another place, a new one. This is a good one. I went to Ajax on a small business tour the other day, or a few months ago, and I went to Aleppo Kebab. The owner of Aleppo Kebab is a Syrian refugee, and he used to have a shawarma joint in Syria that served all the tourists that would go to the Roman ruins. Unfortunately, due to all of the conflict in that country, he had to come to Canada. But like many people do from Syria and other Arab countries, he didn't sit around getting welfare. He started a business. And man, that shawarma barbecue, the barbecue I got at Aleppo Kebab in Ajax is the best Middle Eastern barbecue I've had in my entire life. And it makes sense. His family's been doing it for generations, and he's a really good businessman. I love Middle Eastern food. And I'm giving these examples because they're real. People can relate to them, but it speaks to the broader impact that shawarma restaurants have had for small businesses in Canada. Now, another great example of Middle Eastern food has come from some families I've helped in my job. I've had this Iraqi family give me Iraqi dolma, and it's like wrapped in a leaf. and it is like just mouth-watering delicious. It's like they put some like rice and lamb in a compressed pot with tomato and all sorts of spices. And I'm like, I can't find better food than what they have in the Middle East. It blows my mind and it warms my heart every single time. So the bill we're discussing today is about recognizing Arab contributions to Canadian society. And I think they've had an outweighed impact in terms of food. Shawarma is the greatest food in the world, and I think it's the best form of fast food in the world. And every chance I get to eat it, I'm going to continue doing so. And I thank all of the shawarma restaurants across Canada for keeping me fit and in better shape and not going to a burger or something less helpful, because their food is just so amazing. But when I speak to many of the new immigrants from countries in the Middle East, they don't want to necessarily just stop at shawarma restaurants. Their frustration with Canada relates to skills recognition. The reason some of these entrepreneurs are so good with their restaurants is because in their home countries, they were running engineering firms. They were doctors at regional hospitals. They were orthopedic surgeons. Canada must and can do a better job of admitting people and allowing for their previous work experience to be recognized in Canada. The common story that has been shared in this House of Commons thousands of times is that from the cab driver or the shawarma restaurant owner is that they had this great career abroad. They came to Canada on the points system, not necessarily as a refugee, but as soon as they got here, they found it almost impossible to practice the profession that got here in the very first place. Now, the Liberal government has made commitments to improve skills recognition. I hope to see those promises fulfilled. I think that's a good thing for Canada and a good thing for our economy. Provincial governments across the board have done so as well. If we take anything from this legislation here today, it is, I think, that very point, is that we're not seeing the full potential of Arab citizens in Canada if we don't modernize our immigration system, our skills recognition, to allow people to flourish in the way we want every new Canadian to flourish in our country. So thank you for your time today, Mr. Speaker, and it's really wonderful to talk about amazing shawarma in the House of Commons today.
Resuming debate, please débat, the honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you very much, and it is an honor to rise every time I get the opportunity, but in particular for this very important private members bill respecting Arab heritage. Before I get started into the speech, though, I would just like to take a moment, because it's been some time since I've risen in the House, to say what a great privilege it is to represent the great people of Northumberland and Clark, and it is a true honor to be here. And so, thank you very much for sending me here 3 times, and who knows, there may be a 4th. But the heart of today's speech is obviously about Arab Heritage Month. I'm going to sort of start a little bit by painting the macroeconomic picture, but it'll come clear as to why I'm doing that. Canada right now is in an economic challenge, really an economic struggle. Of course, as was said many times in this House, we are the only G7 country that is currently in a recession. Our GDP per capita has barely grown over the last 10 years. In fact, it's the worst growth per capita since the Great Depression. And so we also have an unemployment rate rising of over almost 7%. It's nearly a third higher than the United States. Sorry.
Order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we're not on the opposition day motion. We're on a very respectful bill that was brought forward that deals with the Arab community. I would ask the member to be relevant.
I thank the honourable member. We do allow broad relevance on these matters, but I'm sure the member will bring his remarks back to the point of hand. The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
100%, and I'll get to the punchline because I don't want to keep the member waiting. It gets to we have always needed the type of entrepreneurship and innovation that has been led by Canadians of Arabic origin. I want to tell you a story, actually, a little bit about a Lebanese gentleman that I got to know. His name was Ziad, not the member from in our house, so I think I'm allowed to say that. But Ziad, I got to work alongside, and it was an absolute honor and privilege. This gentleman was a true shining light for what Canada should be and what the Lebanese community in Canada is. When working beside him, there wasn't a business opportunity that this guy could not see. When we would be, I won't get into the details of the business, but obviously, like any business, it's important to have more sales to grow your business and to be more and more productive. And so when everyone else said, "Oh, we're not going to get this sale, we were not going to grow the business," Ziad always would find a way. And this, to me, is if you've had the honor and privilege of meeting Lebanese Canadians, you know that they are, bar none, there are no better business people in this country or anywhere in the world. They bring with them an incredible power of positivity. They have just a natural mind for business, and to see the way that to deliver those products and services, not just because they want to be successful or they want to make a profit, and all those things happen, but because they have a deep sense of community and they believe and they support and they trust one another. And so, as I said, Canada is in an economic quagmire. We're in an extreme challenge. We have the most indebtedness of any G7 outside of Japan. We are facing, like I said, high unemployment. Our inflation is creeping up. It's still within range of 2.8%, but creeping up. We have the highest food inflation. We have a quarter of the population that are food insecure. And so while we've always been highly dependent on our friends on Canadians of Arabic origin, we are even more so dependent right now because we need their entrepreneurial spirit. And I want to give you another story of another. This is actually a friend of mine's dad. She tells me the story. Her dad came over here with literally not a dollar in his jeans. And he built a construction business simply by the force of will. He did not speak English nor French. He came over here with not a penny to happen, had everything in life stacked against him. But once again, that incredible Lebanese spirit, their mind for business, and their innovation and their entrepreneurship shine through. And not only was he able to create a successful business, he was able to raise a family and help build a community, support other Lebanese members of his community within Canada, and as I said, his daughter went on to be a very successful lawyer. And this is the type of entrepreneurship, innovation that Canada is increasingly in need of. So one of the stats I'll go back to again, if the member would give me indulgence, I will digress, but I'll bring it back, I promise, is with respect to what is called the entrepreneurial drought in Canada. Throughout recent history, there have always been more businesses starting than closing in Canada. That ended in 2024. We are now seeing more and more businesses that are closing every day in this country, and actually more businesses are now closing than are opening in Canada. In fact, fully over 50% of folks who are business owners today say that they would not recommend to a friend or an acquaintance to start a new business. But we desperately need that business in Canada. And so certainly the government policies, as one government official said to me, the government has put a lot of snow on the runway, and we need to clear it off now. And I think that's very well put. And so we need to clear the path for these entrepreneurs. So the great entrepreneurs of Arabic or other origin have the ability to succeed and to be yet more successful. And ultimately, Canada has, I believe, the best workers, the best brains, the most intelligent people in the entire world right here in Canada. And that's in no small part because of our diversity. We bring the best and brightest from literally all around the world, and I have certainly been impressed by people of all different origins, and so it makes all the sense in the world to acknowledge that diversity with a spirit of inclusivity, and so that we can allow all Canadians to achieve that economic dream. An economic dream that is, unfortunately, because of 10 years of Liberal mismanagement, has increasingly become more difficult to achieve. We've seen that we've had a whole generation that is finding it very difficult to buy a house. The age of home ownership, the average age of when you buy your first home, is creeping out further and further and further along. And I believe that all Canadians should have the opportunity to own that house. And I know that Canadians of Arabic origin will be there pushing, as they have, with their tremendous legacy throughout the world. They are, of course, have been responsible for breakthroughs in nearly every single discipline you can imagine, whether that's cultural, whether that's mathematics, whether that's engineering, science. They have been there in making those breakthroughs, making our world literally a better place, saving lives with medical breakthroughs. And so Canada is more independent. We need them more than ever because of all, as one Liberal official said to me, all of the snow that's been put on the runway over the last 10 years. And so acknowledging their tremendous contributions. And now I believe the population is over 1 million people who count themselves as from Arabic origin. And that's absolutely tremendous. And I, for one, I'm hoping that number grows because of the amazing contributions that they've made, some of the best doctors in the world, some of the best engineers. And I said, my own personal experience is with several Lebanese business owners who just contain this incredible energy of optimism, of spirit that Canada really needs more than ever. So with that, I would say this private member's bill has my full support, the Arab Heritage Month bill, and I look forward to it being unanimously passed, and as a House of Commons, as a people's representative, acknowledging the tremendous accomplishments of Arab people, and if I could, I'd give a whole year, in fact. But I guess April will have to do. It's my pleasure to stand here in full support of this private member's bill, and I can't wait for it to be law and to celebrate here with some great shawarma. Thanks very much.
Resuming debate with praise debat, the honourable member for Edmonton West, and I'll inform the member he'll have about 8 minutes to deliver his remarks. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on this, and I want to start by mentioning two historic Arab Albertans involved in politics. The first is my very dear friend, who I call my brother. It's a member from Edmonton Manning. My friend was the very first Lebanese MP ever elected in the province of Alberta. He's also, besides being a phenomenal representative of the people, I've come to know his family very well, and incredible family. And my dear friend also is donated one of his vital organs to help save his son's life. Just further proof of what a fine gentleman he is. One of his sons later worked for me on a couple of my campaigns and did a phenomenal job, and then moved on to help out the provincial party as well in Alberta. There's also another man who really, if I could find an Arab politician to live up to my colleague from Edmonton Manning, it would be Larry Shaban. Larry Shaban was the very first Muslim elected to higher office in North America. That was in Alberta. He was also the very first to serve as a provincial minister in Canada, or even compared to perhaps equivalent in the U.S. He served as a minister under the great Peter Lougheed as well as Don Getty. I want to read a quote from Peter Lougheed about Larry Chauvin at Mr. Chauvin's funeral. We all know how much better we are because we know Larry Chauvin. We all know how much better Alberta is as a whole because we know of Larry Chauvin. And I cannot think of a better tribute from one of the greatest Albertans ever to one of the other greatest of Albertans than Mr. Lougheed made about Mr. Chauvin. So I wanted to bring that up, and I know my colleague from Edmonton, Manning, would like to call by his name, but I won't, will live up to Mr. Chauvin as well. Now, the very first Arab recorded in Alberta was in 1912, known Ali Ahmad Abu Shadi, who was also from Lebanon. Him and his uncle Steen Shadi moved from Lebanon and settled in Lac La Biche, which is, I think, probably now the largest Arab community in the entire world, and the largest Lebanese community including the entire world, including in Lebanon itself. Phenomenal community north of Edmonton. I've had the pleasure to visit many, many times, and still maintains incredible Lebanese culture. I also want to talk about a couple of friends of mine from Edmonton. Now, we could spend, as my colleague mentioned, we could spend all day talking about contributions from the Arab community to Canada, but I want to mention a couple dear friends of mine who I've known for many, many years. First is my office manager, Ola Sanduga. I know she's probably back in Edmonton right now, planning my demise for mentioning her, talking about her in the House, because she's a bit shy. But I've had the pleasure of working with Ola for 10 years in my office. Before working with me, she worked for the Honorable Laurie Hahn, and before that, Peter Goldring. Now, Ola hails originally from Palestine, is a very proud Palestinian. I'm very proud to have her with us. She has, over the 30 years she's worked in MP offices, helped untold thousands of Canadians, whether it's in CRA issues, EI issues, especially immigration issues. We have people contact our office from around the entire province, knowing that Ola is the one to help. She is considered by all of our offices in Alberta as the most senior, most educated, most experienced person to help out on so many, many files. Ola's just returned to our office after very lengthy challenges, and I cannot express how happy we are that she's back with us. I know my constituents express the exact same feeling. My predecessor, part of my writing, the Honorable Laurie Hahn, used to say about the constituency staff and the MPs that the MPs were just the hood ornament and the constituency staff is the engine of the car, and Ola is a phenomenally strong-running V8 engine in that comparison. The other one I want to mention specifically is Ola's father, Dean Sanduga. Dean, of course, as well, hails from Palestine. Incredible community leader, has raised an incredible family. To this day, even though he is considerably older than me, still stays very active in the community, helping newcomers, helping Canadians, helping Edmontonians. So again, I wanted to say thank you for both of them for all the incredible work they have done in helping. Now, for the rest of my few minutes I have, I'm going to plagiarize read from a story from someone from the U of A, Sarah Carter. She's a professor there. I found just some of her stories she was telling about Syrians in coming to specifically Western Canada. Specifically, there was one of her favorite authors is a gentleman named Habib Saloom. Now, my colleague from Abbotsford may like this. Mr. Saloom was famous for writing books, including one, Arab Cooking on a Saskatchewan Homestead. Now, one of Mr. Saloom's books he concluded with, and there's a great comment, the saga of the Arab immigrants is truly the story of Canada. He says he feared they were being forgotten as those with Arab heritage sought to assimilate. He hoped that fellow Canadians and others, after reading our family's saga, will feel that Arab Canadians have contributed to Canada's history. And I encourage people to read that book, and it's very strong words from Mr. Saloom. I want to just start with some of the story that Sarah had written. about Arabs in Canada, especially Syrians. And she starts off with Syrians have a long history in Canada. Paul Anka, perhaps, being the best-known Canadian of Syrian ancestry. Now, I look around the house, perhaps as my colleague from Abbotsford with his love of Arab food. He's so young, I'm not sure if he knows who Paula Anka is. I'm looking around for the other gray hairs. Yes, there's a few of us know how Paul Anka. Wonderful gentleman, but yes, I think probably the most famous Canadian Syrian ancestry. As Sarah goes on to say, there were many others, many whom we must consider old stock Canadians. And I think she makes a reference just to show how long people of Syrian heritage, but Arab history have been in Canada. It goes back to the very, well, as we've heard earlier, beginning of Confederation. She continues, somewhat less known, for example, but still very popular, was Canada's King of the Fiddle. Anine Kingannon was born in Swift Current in 1914, and I am aging myself. I actually remember who Kingannon is. I see I'm getting the wave off that my time is up. I will come back and finish my last 2 minutes with the story about Kingannon and Tommy Hunter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The member will indeed have 2 minutes when the House next considers this matter. Order. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising at the hour of adjournment, or as we colloquially call it around here, late show, to pursue a question I asked of the Prime Minister, but the response came from the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. The question that I asked was on March the 9th and was in relation to the events of February 28th, when illegally the government of Israel and the government of the United States authorized attacks on Iran, strikes that in my question to the Honourable Minister, I quoted our former Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Lloyd Axworthy, who was actually wrote to the Toronto Star to say, quote, Canada once rejected America's aggressive, unlawful foreign policy. Today, the Prime Minister embraced it, unquote. And he went on to say, again quoting Lloyd Axworthy, under the United Nations Charter, cross-border uses of force are prohibited except in 2 narrow cases, close quote. He then pointed out that Operation Epic Fury, as the White House called it, applies to neither. So I wanted to ask the Prime Minister at the time whether he would belatedly condemn what the U.S. and Israel did in attacking Iran. The response from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, just to summarize it, was that while we have never supported Iran's never obtaining a nuclear, while we support that Iran never obtained nuclear weapons, this support is not a blank check. Canada reaffirms international law binds all parties. The U.S. and Israel must respect the rules of international engagement. In other words, this stopped and fell short of a condemnation of our allies of ignoring international law. And that's, in fact, what we did. And the condemnation should have been from Canada's government immediately. Now, I want to include in my brief remarks tonight and pursuing this question, which I rarely do, I'd like to thank a member of the opposition benches, a newly elected member of Parliament from the riding that adjoins, that abuts mine, shall we say, my neighbour, the Honourable Liberal member for Victoria, who was, prior to entering politics, Associate Professor of International Law at the University of Victoria, who was unequivocal in issuing a written statement that Canada's response fell short. And I'll quote the Honourable Member for Victoria, as he was quoted in the Times Colonist, quote, Canada cannot endorse the unilateral and illegal acts of military force. And he went on to call for, quote, and I endorse this, a consistent Canadian standard, one that applies the laws of war and the principle of protecting civilians, whether those civilians are allies or adversaries. Now, the difficulty we have here is that, number one, Canada should have been quick to condemn in the first Trump administration, and I think we actually did when they tore up the agreement that had been reached with Iran, which was working. Of course, the goal is to make sure Iran never has nuclear weapons. The government of Iran is ruthless, ignores human rights, is abusive, and also exports terrorism. Nobody questions that. But ignoring international law is a grave error. Now, in the case of the original U.S.-Iran deal, it was working. It was trust but verify. The international atomic energy experts were getting access to all of the research facilities. So as the time passes, I wonder what this government is saying about the United Nations Charter and international law. Is it only when it's convenient?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Island for her commitment, her tenacity, and her passion on issues that I think we both care about deeply. I do also want to thank her for elaborating on the question, because when she asked the question on March 9th, she never actually got to the question. She actually gave the former Minister of Foreign Affairs lots of airtime, but now I know what the question is, so I without chiding too much, I'm really glad to get to the question. Let me be clear that Canada has been consistent and clear in its position regarding Iran. We continue to call for an end to the hostilities. We call for all parties to uphold the April ceasefire agreement, and we call on all parties to exercise restraint, to respect international humanitarian law, and we urge all parties to avoid actions that can further destabilize the region. Canada continues to work with international partners to support diplomatic efforts aimed at reducing tensions and ensuring the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. In parallel, Canada is working through the G7 to support coordinated engagement with Gulf partners, which would restore that safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. Canada stands ready to support a Strait of Hormuz defense mission in only 3 potential areas: maritime logistics, demining support, and satellite imagery, which would support efforts by the UK and France. We must maintain pressure on the Islamic Republic of Iran to address its destabilizing behavior, including nuclear and ballistic missile programs, support for terrorism and human rights violations through sanctions and through UN engagement. We must be unequivocal on this. Iran can never acquire a nuclear weapon, and its support for terrorism through proxies and on its own must end. The U.S. and Iran must reach an agreement that ensures robust International Atomic Energy Agency verification of Iran's nuclear program, that limits Iran's ballistic missile program, and that addresses Iran's support for those regional proxies. I also want to comment for a moment on the concurrent conflict between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. We're deeply concerned by its escalation and the risk of further regional instability. Real people losing their homes, losing their livelihoods, and being put at risk. That's why we firmly support the Lebanese government's effort to restore, exercise full state authority, including through the disarmament of Hezbollah, which is listed as a terrorist organization in Canada, and to advance credible and durable peace. Our government will continue working with international partners to support an end to the conflict, the protection of civilians, and the delivery of humanitarian assistance in Lebanon. We're clear-eyed about the challenges facing the region. It's a region that is in disruption. A lasting solution will never be achieved through military action by anyone. It will only be secured through diplomacy, dialogue, sustained negotiations, conversation, and goodwill. We have to reach a new position of understanding. We remain guided by international law every day, and we stand ready to play our part. We'll continue to prioritize and respond to the safety of Canadians in the region as well. We'll work to support a return to stability in the whole of the Middle East. The hearts and minds of Canadians are with the people of Gaza. with the people of Palestine as a whole, with the people of Lebanon, including the south and Beirut, as we are with the people of the Gulf who are bombarded daily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
I really appreciate my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, for such a thoughtful answer. And quite correctly, I did not get out the last words. Will the Prime Minister belatedly condemn these actions? But the actions have continued, as the Parliamentary Secretary indicated. From that horrible attack of February 28th, we've now had the spreading of conflict in many and multiple directions. Sanctions against Hezbollah, yes. Sanctions against Iran, yes. But when are we going to talk about sanctions against Netanyahu and Israel for persistently violating international law? And again, what can we do? And I know it's complicated by Trump's attacks on Canada in terms of our commerce and trade, but the reality is that the greatest destabilizer around the world right now, well, there's several. There's Trump, there's Netanyahu, and there's Putin. And how can Canada amplify our diplomatic efforts and consider sanctions against these bad actors?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I close by reiterating Canada's position. But I will say we have indeed issued sanctions on two key ministers in the Netanyahu government, and we have issued sanctions on those on some settlers who have perpetrated violence in the West Bank. But at the same time, we will call on all parties to stop hostilities, call for all parties to uphold ceasefire agreements. A lasting peace in any region will only be achieved through diplomacy, dialogue, sustained negotiations. Canada is working closely with allies and partners, reducing tensions, trying to safeguard the free flow of trade through the Strait of Hormuz, support the stability that underpins global economic security, while continuing humanitarian aid and the building up of democratic institutions and the people of the region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Dental Care Plan is one of the most significant expansions of public health care in a generation. For too long, millions of Canadians went without dental care because they couldn't afford it. They delayed treatment, lived with pain, and watched manageable dental problems become serious health issues because the cost was out of reach. New Democrats fought to make this program a reality because access to health care should never depend on the size of a person's paycheck, pension check, or bank account. Today, millions of Canadians have access to dental care because of the Canada Dental Care Plan. This is a success, Mr. Speaker, worth protecting. It is why I rise tonight to raise a serious and growing concern. My office has been contacted by Canadians who've applied in good faith, were approved, received care, and renewed their coverage as instructed. Many believed everything was in order, only to receive letters saying their eligibility is now under review or they may no longer qualify. Many who are affected are retirees, former union members, veterans, and pensioners who made decisions about dental coverage through their unions or employers years ago, sometimes decades, based on the rules that existed at the time. Some were told that if they opted out of their dental coverage, they could never rejoin. When the Canadian Dental Care Plan became available, they applied honestly because they believed they didn't have access to dental coverage. The government reviewed their applications and approved them. Now they're being told that information on a T4 or T4A tax slip suggests they may have had access after all. Susan from Arrington believes she qualified because she had opted out of her pension dental plan before December 11, 2023, and couldn't re-enroll. She has documentation supporting her position, but no clear timeline for a decision. Ian from Parksville, he left his former employer decades ago. He declined dental coverage because the premiums were nearly equal to the pension benefits he receives. He was told he could never rejoin. Now, he fears being asked to repay benefits he received in good faith. Alan from Coombs, a retired veteran opted out of dental coverage in the 1990s because he couldn't afford the premiums. He was told he couldn't rejoin. Now he's caught in an eligibility review because rules appear to be changing decades later. Joyce from Lasqueti Island hadn't seen a dentist in 8 years because she couldn't afford private coverage. The plan finally gave her access to care. Now she worries that coverage may be taken away. These constituents aren't alone. We know people across Canada don't know whether they'll lose their coverage, whether they can renew, whether documents have been received, or whether they'll be asked to repay benefits already approved by this Liberal government. Many can't even speak directly to the officials reviewing their cases. They're directed from one department to another with no clear timeline for a decision. Even members of Parliament have limited ability to obtain updates. This is simply isn't simply a question of paperwork. It's a question of access to health care. Will the government maintain coverage and protect renewal eligibility while reviews are underway? Will it establish clear service guidelines and standards? Provide applicants and MPs with a dedicated point of contact, and ensure that Canadians who acted honestly and in good faith aren't denied dental care because of gaps between government systems and the reality of their circumstances. The Canadian Dental Care Plan is improving lives. We mustn't allow bureaucracy, confusion, and administrative barriers to undermine that promise.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member and my good friend from Courtney Alberni for his very important question. As he mentioned, the Canadian Dental Care Plan is the most transformative social program in a generation. More than 7 million Canadians are now eligible for the CDCP, and more than 4 million Canadians have received dental services from the plan. During the most recent renewal period, more than 80% of CDCP members have successfully renewed their coverage. In the members' riding of Courtney Alberni, more than 29,000 people are eligible for the CDCP. That means seniors are receiving care they have been delayed for years. Children and young people are getting access to preventative care earlier. Families are saving on average about $900 per year through the program. At a time when many Canadians are feeling pressure from the rising cost of living, the CDCP is helping people access essential dental care with greater peace of mind. As with any program of this scale, it is important that eligibility requirements are administered carefully and consistently. Health Canada regularly conducts eligibility reviews to confirm that applicant information aligns with records held by the Canada Revenue Agency. In cases where additional clarification is needed, individuals may be asked to provide supporting documentation, which the department then reviews before confirming eligibility. The member has rightfully raised cases where, through no fault of their own, some individuals were incorrectly approved for dental services. I can assure the member that the department is working closely with impacted individuals and members of Parliament who raise this issue to find an equitable solution. I know this issue is important for the member, and I want to emphasize that the Minister and all of us are committed to ensuring the program works effectively for Canadians. That means making sure eligible Canadians can continue accessing the dental care they need while supporting a system that remains reliable and sustainable for the millions of Canadians who depend on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I truly hope they'll address these issues. I have another emerging issue that I want to raise, Mr. Speaker. My office has been inundated with calls from seniors, retirees, veterans, and pensioners who are confused, anxious, and afraid of losing the Canada Dental Care Plan coverage because of yesterday's June 1st renewal deadline. Many applied honestly, were approved, and received care, but are now being told their eligibility is under review. Others missed the deadline because of unclear communication, delayed notices, or confusion, and now must reapply, risking a gap in coverage. The government needs to understand the anxiety that this has caused. Requiring renewal creates unnecessary barriers, especially for seniors and vulnerable people navigating government systems. The renewal deadline must be extended. No Canadian should lose dental coverage because of administrative confusion. The government must provide clarity and ensure no one is left without the care that they depend on, Mr. Speaker. Will the government fix this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague and my good friend from Courtney Alberni for raising this important issue. Our government remains committed to ensuring that Canadian Dental Care Plan continues to deliver for Canadians. More than 4 million Canadians have already received care through the CDCP, and more than 7 million Canadians are currently eligible for the program. And we will continue to working to ensure the program remains accessible, effective, and responsive to the needs of Canadians. Thank you.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. This House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2:00 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.